I'm good.
Good morning, Vivek ji.
Good morning.
I'm unable to see your video. Can you please check if the camera is turned on?
Yes, camera turned on. Let me check. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I check my laptop.
Yeah, please.
Give me a minute.
Mhm.
Ram? Ram? I'm just checking my camera, please.
Yeah.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for joining the session. So we are about to start in a minute or two. It's a morning, so the participants are joining. Just stay with us for a minute or two. Yeah. So Vivek ji, you are, I believe you are in the. You have joined.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just setting my camera up. Give me a minute.
Well, is it from my side? I'm not unable to hear. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
Deep, can you
I'm
hear me?
able to hear. Yeah, I can hear you, and I can hear Vivek ji as well.
Hello.
Yes, I'm setting my camera.
Let
Give
me
me a
try
minute.
this.
Yeah, Vivek ji, I'm able to hear you. I think it is a problem with
the mic. Yeah. So just let me do some adjustments here.
Yeah, maybe I have to restart my computer. I have to ask somebody to help me.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, we still have a couple of minutes.
Yeah, give me a minute.
Yeah.
Hi, Deep. Just let me know if you are able to hear me.
Yes, I'm able to hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. You can hear me, right?
Yes, it is fine.
Perfect.
Which one's the mouse? This one?
It shows here. There's nothing.
It's weird.
Are you able to join, sir?
Yes. Can you see
Okay,
me?
so yeah, we
Okay,
can see
thank
you.
you.
Let us take one more minute to just, I'll just post the reminder.
How can I share my screen?
Yeah, I think let's start now.
Okay.
So let me just, yeah. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining the session today. So Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit, we are proud to sponsor from Data Labs India. So what we do through this session, the event is to connect experts from the global locations to the organizations, especially manufacturing, supply chain, and logistics organization. Okay. So we strongly believe that the companies need help, and they need to have they deserve to have access to the best of the best professionals across the globe. So we as we in the Data Lab India, so we are connected to so many experts across the globe, best of the best. Like today we are talking about Mr. Vivek Sood. So we are happy to connect through the platform, and with this, we share the learning with every organization where we come across. So today, the first session we are talking about 5-star business networks and how the concept will help organizations to achieve a success. Okay, so the presenter is none other than Mr. Vivek Sood, Captain Vivek Sood. Okay, so just to give me a quick introduction, let me give a quick introduction of Mr. Vivek Sood. Vivek Sood, co-founder of Global Supply Chain Group, combines early maritime experience with an MBA from AGSM. He learned supply chain management at Booz Allen Hamilton over 20 years. His team has led 400 plus projects across 84 countries, adding $1+ billion in value through transformative supply chain innovations. And he is author of multiple books. He recently released a book also, and I just have it, his book on my shelf. Okay, so we are going to talk about this. So I keep as a reference to his book. Okay, so we talk about more about this as we go on. Over to you, sir, Captain Vivek Sood. Please, you may proceed with your presentation and explanation.
Thank you,
You can
Mr.
take,
Sheikh.
because it's a morning session. It's a morning session. So 5-10 minutes is just to catch up everybody with their coffee and
Yes.
breakfast. Yeah. Over to you, sir. Captain Vivek Sood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sheikh. Welcome, everybody. It's very good to be present in this meeting. And I want to talk about 5-star business network. Now, what is 5-star business network? Where this name came from? I have to tell you a bit of history. I used to say, people, look, my company works in supply chain. People said, what is supply chain? Nobody knew what is supply chain. I had to redefine what is supply chain. I'm playing golf in my golf course with a group. We were sponsoring the event, the competition, and they asked me, what is supply chain management? I said, look, this is nothing but it's a business network. So what does it do? I said, it does many things. I wrote a book. You saw the cover, Mr. Sheikh showed you the book. So that book is for sale on Amazon. You can buy it. And I explain to people what is supply chain, what does it do, why you need it. You need it every day in your business. It does many things. It does at least 5 things for you. And you see, I have a model of 5 things it does for you very, very, very well. And that's what I'll show you in my presentation. Okay, Praveen, can you show the presentation, please?
Deep, are you sharing presentation?
Yeah, I can if you want me to. So do you
Yes,
want me
please.
to share it?
Yes, please
Yeah,
show. Go to page 4. So this is about 5-star business network. So I'm explaining where this name came from. Introduction. On page 6, I say, what is business network or ecosystems? It is a group of companies which come together for one purpose, for meeting the need of a customer. If you do it together and you do it well, then you are working, you are humming. Your network is humming like a well-tuned engine. If it works, then you all make money. If it doesn't work, something breaks apart, then you're losing money in the network. So in this book, I discuss what is good business network, what is a bad one, and why this is critical for success of companies. Okay, we're going to see very soon. I'm waiting for the screen. I'm quiet because I'm waiting for the screen to come live.
Deep, yeah.
Okay, I have to talk about the context. We are just all coming out of the COVID. What is happening? There's too much economic uncertainty. We are living in a
Sir,
very volatile
it's
world.
popping up. The screen is still coming up. Just
Yes, yes. So I'll
Yes,
continue
please.
my speech meanwhile, okay? So I'll say that we are living in a world of huge economic uncertainty. So whether it's the elections in USA, whether it's the economy of China or the world economy, every country is facing up and down. It's very hard to say what is going to happen in the economy. So let's look at the next slide, slide 8. So what we are looking at the economic growth. The leaders are all asking for growth of economy. How will the economy grow? Because the business, if you have good business, the economy will grow. If the business does not grow, everybody is sad. So what we need to for business to grow, a very good business network. If you don't have one, you don't have business. Look at slide 9. What is the role of business? So people can argue many things, but you cannot deny that eventually a business will decide how the economy grows. You can see the slide.
Yeah, just a second. I'm just
Any
resharing.
problem?
Okay, you can see it. I'm sure you follow the economic news every day. You see what is happening in China and what is happening in USA, and that's what is going to decide what's going to happen in economy in your country. Okay. So we're
Are you able to
living
share, or
in
you want me to share? Deep? Want me to
Yeah, please share.
share? Yes, sir. If you are able to see my screen,
Yes, I can see. Thank you very much. Please go to slide
I'll
9.
just. Yeah.
There's a lot
Okay.
of content, but I will take you through. Yeah, this is slide 9. Yes, thank you. Business has big role to play in the global economy, and besides business is the supply chain. And most people understand supply chain properly now, so that's good. After COVID, people understand what is supply chain, what role it plays. It's very funny that people only understand supply chain only after supply chain phase. That's the very sad thing. Let's go to next slide, slide 10. Let's look at other trends. People actually talk a lot of bad things about globalization, but actually globalization does a lot of good things to people. Problem is all the bad things that happen are not due to globalization, but it's just a side effect. It's not the result. For example, now I'm talking about China. China has actually taken manufacturing capacity from the rest of the world into China. So that is actually killing a lot of businesses around the world. People are alarmed due to that. So next slide, please. So all eyes are on the business. In the midst of all this macro situation, this businesses continue to suffer from intense uncertainty and anxiety. Investment decisions are delayed for months because of the uncertainty, and people are waiting for consumers to catch up. So there is no doubt that business, large or small, they are suffering quite a bit. Today, there is hardly a business which does not affected by GFC and by COVID. I can't think of any business who is not affected. Let's go to next slide. Let's talk about recovery. Now, you hear some news about recovery and recovery of confidence. Businesses being under a lot of scrutiny. How can a business grow? Let's go to next slide. First sentence is innovation. Innovation is critical. Let's think about how can you innovate quickly. Next slide. That if business is ladder to economic salvation, then innovation becomes the rungs of the ladder. You need new products. You need new methods to create new products and to distribute and service these products. If you can actually create new products and new ways of delivering the products, you have done a huge thing for your economy. Let's go to next slide. Best thing is to learn from success and failures of others, how they use supply chains. Let's look at some examples. Go to next slide, slide 18. So in my book, I give a lot of case studies. I say this, that these case studies are just examples. How do you succeed in business and in creating new products? There's no formula, but in my book, I show you how you can use a supply chain, create new products. So go to next slide.
So it's a high valuation, business profit, and value justification. Is that
Okay.
something? Yeah.
That's the valuation of social networks. That's slide 18. Okay. The magic of networking. Yeah, I'll go back to previous slide, please. Okay, high valuation. This is because when I wrote this book, there was huge talk about how valuable the social networks, Facebook was $18 billion or something. I want to talk about this. LinkedIn was very, very valuable, but today we are all here because of LinkedIn. That's the value of LinkedIn. But today we are all here, sitting here, talking about our supply chain, talking about something that will help people. That's the reason for high valuation. And that justifies the value, that gives profit to everybody. Let's go to the next slide, please. Big question in everybody's mind. Oh my God.
Yeah.
How can a
So
company
slide,
which has no
19.
manufacturing, no traditional customers, no suppliers, no products, no warehouses, and no logistics command a valuation roughly equivalent to 10% of GDP of Australia? So this was the question all the analysts were asking. Why is it so valuable? They're talking about Facebook. The answer was the value of the network. So as a company, we should grow our network and we should use our network. Let's go down to the next slide.
So, Captain Vivek Sood, so what you're
Yes,
trying
sir.
to, what we are understanding is any company, whatever business they do, and this is including supply chain organizations, they need to improve their business networks or social networks. Is that you're saying, sir?
Yes, you have to create your network and you have to harness that network. And that's what I'm implying here. That
Okay.
you have to create the network and you have to then harness, you have to get the value out of that network. I'm trying to say this. So don't just create a network like Like either you have created a network, then harness that. Now you're harnessing the network to bring people together and creating value for them, for all of them.
Perfect, sir.
Right?
Mhm.
So if everybody gets value, then they will stick to the network, they'll recognize the value, they'll invest in the network as well. Let's go to the next slide, slide 21. Basically, what I was saying that in this presentation, I'm not going to justify why Facebook is so valuable. I'm going to tell you that why you should build a good social network, so good business network, and harness that. So that's my main purpose today. I want to stress the value of network, the importance of good network. So let's go to slide 22, and I have a question then. That's a good question for everybody in this room to understand.
Yeah. Mhm. Why most CXOs never make it to the CAO unless they use 5-star business networks?
Yeah,
Fantastic question, sir. Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
That's the question somebody asked me in one of the meetings. I was in the board meeting once. People asked me
That's so
why
true,
this
sir.
happens.
Mhm.
I said, okay, let's think about this question. Let's go to the next slide. I have a case study on the next slide. This case study in my book. I will ask you to read the book. Then you will understand why most CEOs need to have a good network and need to use good network. Let's go to the next slide. Slide 24. Let's see the journey of every C-level executive. You climb 4 ladders to get to C-level. You join as an education person. You're just a clerk or something like that at the bottom level, and you are just doing what you're told. Then you start planning how the work is done. That's an operational level. So as the second level, you are a leader. At the tactical level, you're planning tactics. Then you're teaching people how to do things. Above that, in the strategic level, that's the C level. You have to be very strategic. You have to think long term. And so at C level, you have to build your network. You have to be known for what your networking skills, what your skills of building a whole network inside your company and outside your company. If you can't do it, your board won't recognize your value to the company. Okay, let's go 2 slides. Let's skip 2 slides. This is a very good point. If you are a C-level person, and if the CEO position becomes free, there are more than 10 candidates for the CEO's role from within the company. So if you are CFO, the Chief Operating Officer, or head of human resources, is also vying for the role. So you need to know where these people come from and how they get to CEO. They come from many different directions. How the answer how is very simple, by building a network and by using a network. That's what you need to do in your company. If you are a C-level person and you want to become a CEO in your company, learn how to build a network, learn how to use it in your company, in your industry.
So, can you give an example, sir? For example, you are a chief operating officer.
Yes.
Okay. Let's say, and then what? So here we have like at least 4 CXOs: CFO, CMO, and CIO.
Yes.
Okay, so COO should network with the rest of the C-level executives, and also he should know, he should network not only at C-level, maybe he should network even multiple levels in their domain, their organization structure, to talk about, to support him or whatever, or maybe to learn.
Yes, he has to get their support, and they have to all come behind him, pick him as a leader. If they do that, then the board will pick him as a leader.
Okay, so what you are saying is, if I understand, sir, So it's not only, for example, if a CFO is there, so it is
Yes.
not only his responsibility to make the finance function very well,
Yes.
but also he need to help COO, CMO, and CAOs to help them to succeed in their domain. So that's how you help them, so that they help you to become a CEO. Is that?
Yes. Yes. Very true. Very true. They will come with you if they are getting what they want in life from coming
Yeah.
with you.
Mhm.
It's very simple.
Perfect. But if you don't help them and you work as a silo, and so nobody will help you. Yeah.
Yeah, if you take a hands-off approach, people will keep away from you and they will not support you. They won't come behind you. And board looks at what is coming. If there's people behind you, they put you on the seat. If they don't see you in a leadership role, they won't put you in the seat. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide, slide 27. Yeah, let's look at modern organization, what happens in every company. So next slide, after that, I show you a case study. In many companies, there's 5 to 10 people who report to the CEOs. Each of them think he's only one step away. He's the next CEO. I gave a case study of one of my colleagues. His name was Kevin.
Mhm.
Nice story. I can, if I run a workshop, I'll tell you the story in that workshop.
Sir,
But,
there will be organizational politics
yeah,
in
it's
the
all about
company.
politics. Humans work with politics. Humans should know how to work with politics and how to use that politics for the company or for themselves.
Mhm. So if you just avoid interacting with them and stay isolated, it's not going to help if you want to grow. So you need to face it and then excel in networking. That's what you're saying, sir.
Exactly. You need to learn the game. You can't play the game without learning the game.
Mhm.
Let's go to the next slide. That's a very easy slide to understand why. So what does the CEO does? He brings everybody together to get the result. So if you don't know how to get people together, nobody will make you in a position where you have to bring people together. You have to be good at integrating and at optimization. If you don't know these two things, nobody will make you CEO. So that's the reason. So I have case studies on how to actually integrate and how to optimize. I do that in my workshop, but right now I'm running the workshop. I'll do that later.
So
Let's go to
here
the
you
next
said
slide.
about 4 topics, sir. So you talk about selection of criteria of outsourcing, local, global selection,
Yes.
outsourcing factors and outsource. So basically, what I understand in this slide is you need to, as a aspiring CEO or if you become a CEO, so you need
Yes.
to make sure that the internal team and use the internal team, maybe use the external team or whoever is required to get the job done. Okay, so
Sure.
this is the skill the CEO must have. Okay,
Sure. You need to know
once
who can do a good job. So you
Mhm.
need to know how to pick up for this job, pick the right person for the right job, and how to bring
Yeah,
everybody together to get the job done.
yeah. So he must see the job gets done. It does
Hmm.
not if nobody wants to see hear the excuse from CEO
Yeah,
that
it's like how
that
you
something is
bring
wrong.
everybody together for this workshop. This we are running right now.
Mhm.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. That's a very well done, and that's a very good point you made. Thank you. Generally, I have a case study in my workshop to bring this point home. So I can say this. That's easy to say, but very difficult to get people to realize. They realize that in a workshop. Okay, next slide, slide 30. So how to use this report? I have this report is the summary of my book. I give people a before giving a book to people, I give them a cheat sheet. This is how you read this book. This is how you use this book. Section we discuss the trends, and we tell people the theory. And in the second section, we show them how to put that in practice.
So, so in the first part, in your book, you talk about creating the business networks, first of all,
Yes.
and then the second, how this business network work for you. Okay, so how to operate it, like how to harness the business network to make the job done, something.
Yes.
Let's
go to the next slide. That's very easy. So I can't see you. What did you say?
No. I think he joined. Maybe his mic was not in mute. No problem. So please continue.
Let's go to the next slide, please. It's got very good 3 points.
Yeah.
So what are the trends? Look at the trends. Then look at what you need to do. And there's a very good book I talk about back in India competition. That's a good book. That's worth reading.
Okay. So what is in these 3 points, sir?
My main point here is that learn from Facebook, that use the value of your network, build a network and use it to build the value for yourself, to build a good business.
Okay, so there are 3 use cases, which is Peter Drucker to Tom Peters. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And then you have a Facebook, and then you have a
Yes.
box. Okay. Okay, perfect, sir.
So let's go down, look at chapter 1, slide 34. Yeah. I call it the most important network on earth. That's your business network. So in my book, it's worth reading. I get a lot of history lesson about how history is full of very good business networks and how people built empires in the past using business networks. If you look at British Empire, you look at what happened in the past and who have built a business network, how they use their who have built a big company. I won't name the company because they are very big companies right now. Just think of anybody you can think of. Then you look at an example of how they use their business network to actually.
So can I call like a East India company?
Yeah, that's right. East India Company and Tata's, and you talk about them. Just look at how they use the business network and supply chains to build a very large conglomerate inside India or outside India, globally. Yeah. So on the next slide, I call it the most important network on the earth. On slide 36.
So we are talking about something social networking here, sir.
No, it's business network. It's not social networks. No.
So it's a General Motors.
Yeah, track down the business network to General Motors, how it created a network of ancillary units. So that was a good example in the book.
Mhm.
Let's go to the next slide. History. Yeah. The middle point is very important. Some companies become very insular, behemoths. They think I don't have to do anything from others with others. The moment you tend to keep away, you are actually winding down your business, your value. So last point is very important. Your
Mhm.
nimble competitors, they have loose networks of aligned companies. They could run rings around you in no times. That's because they're very nimble. They move fast. And that's a loose network. You don't need to create a very tight network. So these are guidelines for what you need to do going forward.
Mhm. So, sir, what is the summary here? So, if you have a large business network, so you also need to keep moving. You should not stay idle. Is that mean?
Yeah, you should have clear rules, which means you should have clear understandings of how people will get value. And if you want action, you need to make them understand how they can get paid more. If they don't understand, you won't get action the way you want it. It's very simple.
Okay, if you do, yeah, if you don't do that regularly, the
Yes.
competitors they can
Yes.
align together
Yeah.
and easily overrun you.
Yeah, they can follow
So it
you.
does
So
not
be careful about competitors. Yeah.
it does not matter whether you are how big is it, like something like a Nokia or something.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a good network connectivity, and then yeah, so you may have a chance that your competitor will overcome. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. Now, this is a very important point for many companies because they are worried about their business infrastructure. I'm saying that you can actually replace your business infrastructure with your business network. Why? Because business infrastructure is very expensive. To maintain a big infrastructure, you have to spend a lot of
It's very
money.
expensive.
Yeah, very, very expensive. So you can replace your network,
Mhm.
and which means you can lower the cost, fixed cost, variable costs, and at the same time you can get the results with your business network.
It's very
That's why
interesting, sir.
at the bottom I call it the most important network on earth. If these people show up with their face on the screen when you need them, that's actually a network which is very effective. If it's a blank with no face, then that's not a network which is effective. Let's go to the next slide. That's important. People ask me what is the magic of business network, and there's some games I have played in the workshops,
Mhm.
and that actually brings out the magic. People realize what's the magic. Let's go to the next slide. So next question is how to systematically create a network which is effective. That's answered in the book, and I have a game that makes you realize. These are good questions, and you should ask yourself this:
Mhm.
what makes our business network better than others? How can you make sure my business network is better than any other company? That's very, very important. Very quickly, once you build a good business network, as a result, you will create strong barriers to entry for other people. So next slide,
So
please.
these are the questions for the individuals. They should ask themselves.
Yes. That's a question that people answer in the workshop, and they come and give presentation, and then if they are from a same company, there's a big learning for the company in this workshop. And you can also learn from your business network. If 5 people sit together and they answer these questions honestly, and then they can learn from each other.
Correct.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. That's a case study of what happened in Japan in 2011 in March. There was tsunami. You must have heard the news.
Yes.
There was a big wave which came in the coastal stretch in eastern Japan.
Yeah, it was very, very, very dangerous.
Yes,
Yeah.
devastation of factories. In Japan, there was devastation of factories. There were rumors of shortages. So basically, what saved the Japanese business? Their business network. I give a lot of examples in that company in that book. I showed them how the business networks saved the many companies. There are a lot of case studies there. The book is full of number of case studies of how there was fire in a factory. How they said, okay, we'll go to another supply, and they had a good network with the other suppliers. They were not complacent. They said, let's keep the network alive. If Vivek can't make the presentation, who can I call? Let's call Praveen. Let's call Anita. So that's a business network, right? The book has a number of examples. Let's go to slide 42. Mr. Khali, please go to next slide. Yeah. I call it most important network on earth. Next one. Go down, please. Nokia slide.
Yeah, this is an okay slide.
Yeah. Okay, this is a case study. So there was fire in the factory which made the parts for Nokia's phones. Because of fires, supply chain fell apart. And Ericsson was very fast. They knew that the fire was there, so they moved very fast to secure the supply. They kept the supply chain humming. They saved their supply chain, and they saved their phones, and they saved their network. The market never suffered. Now, if people ask me, why did Nokia fall apart? Well, this is the reason why Nokia, they couldn't respond to the fire. So you have to have this kind of supply chain resilience built in your network. If you don't have it, your company will go down. This is what happened to Nokia. Save your company. So this story is repeated in every company, every industry. The top guy falls apart in his network. The moment there is a misstep in his business network, basically somebody else will come and take over. How Ericsson took over from Nokia. Let's go to the next slide. Slide 44. Yeah. So I said in industry after industry, whenever a challenging time arrives, eventually the winner changes. Who's the leader? It's the one who has the better network, who's prepared. This will happen in your industry as well. So be prepared. Be prepared and keep your network ready. Keep it humming. Okay. So slide 45 tells you when the cache is king, how to release cache using network. So I quote a study from another company in slide 44. When the cache is king, business network actually saves you. in the times of financial crunch, it will actually easier cash flow. So next slide, I give a chart, couple of charts. I divide the economy in three kind of economies who have better supply chain, mediocre supply chain, and the laggards. So that's a cash conversion cycle in days. Many companies don't know how to measure these things, but these things you have to measure. You need a good system, the kind that Mr. Kadar's company provide. You should get a good system to understand what is cash conversion cycle in your company. So you need to be able to measure your cash to cash cycle. And then you have to actually see whether you're master or mid-tier laggard and how to move to master's position. If you are not a master, then next crisis like COVID, your company will fall apart. If it hasn't fallen apart, maybe it will fall apart in the next crisis. Better get good at it now. In the next slide, I talk about 92% of business network masters improve their cash cycle over 2 years, leading up to GFC. That's why I call it the most important network on earth. People don't understand its importance yet. I have to stand on stage and shout with my full lungs all the time. It's the most important network on earth. Supply chains. People don't know how to keep it together. Slide 48. I leave that with people. So that's a summary of all the examples I have in this section on business network. What are the benefits of good supply chain?
So it's like a business network will help in product development, risk management, which is in the catastrophes.
Yes.
Okay. So
You'll be
so
prepared
it's
for
like a
anything that
continuous
comes your way.
process.
Yeah.
So it's a continuous process. So the companies as a company or as an individual,
Yes.
if you want to become successful in this competitive environment, so you need to invest in business networking and harness it. Okay,
Yes. Yes.
and it will help. It will help individuals or organizations in the product development, in the risk management,
Yes. And you
and
will
also
be
improve the
prepared.
cash flows. Very interesting, sir.
Times change. Every time changes. In boom times, business network will give you speed. Let's look at the next slide. What you need in boom times is different. You need speed. If you can't catch up, you can't capture the market quickly, then you lose opportunity. You don't want to lose the opportunity. So what you need, who can help me capture the opportunities fast? You need to have a network. Okay.
It's very important.
Yes, exactly. So I think the book is full of examples. I'm not trying to just sell my book. I'm just telling you to understand the importance of network, build a good network for your company. So invest time for building network for your company. That takes time, not money, but takes a lot of time and energy.
Yeah, it's a time investment. Yes.
Yes, yes. I've translated this book in Chinese, so it's available in Chinese language. The reason it's translated in Chinese is available on Amazon in Chinese language. The reason is very simple because people told me this is very important for China. I said, okay,
Mhm.
how can I sell more of this book in China? They said, translate it to Chinese. I said, okay, I don't know Chinese. So I found a
Sir, can we
translator.
summarize? Yes.
Hmm?
Can we summarize like top 5 takeaways so that the participants can take the benefit out of it? Yeah. Mhm.
Yes, yes. So that's buried in the name of the book, 5-star.
Mhm.
So that's an acronym.
I think there was somewhere you explained about that.
Yes,
What each
yes,
star means. Is that
yes.
in the coming?
Cash to cash cycle and transaction optimization of profitability. Every transaction, you want the best profit. You don't want profit to go through your fingers. When you make a sale, you get a lot of money. What happens to your suppliers? They come in and take money out of your hands, and the money just flows out of your hand. You are very happy, so you think you made a sale, so I'm good. No, you're not good, because if you didn't optimize profitability, that's actually very bad for your business. You need to have good contracts. You need to have good suppliers who understand the role in the whole place, whole thing. If your suppliers take over 80% of profit, you're left with nothing. You don't want that to happen. And how to build how to build a product life cycle of uh, newer models of your product. Some companies are doing it badly. They spend too much time to get the new version of your Windows, next version of Windows, and they're not making much profit out of that. You need to optimize the cycle of product phasing. And then your outsourcing, that's very important. That's actually the foundation stone of your supply chain. How to outsource properly. It was so important, so I wrote another book just for that. The book is called Outsourcing 3.0.
Yeah.
There's a website for that book. So if you have a question of how to outsource properly, why to outsource, how to outsource well, read that book. So that's the 5 most important points in the book. I would actually say get the book, and if you have a problem, ask me for a presentation, ask me for a workshop. You'll get a
Yep.
lot out of this. For your team, for your company, you get a lot out of this. If you don't do, your business will actually be dead. You have it's life and soul of your company is your life and soul. Don't let it kill itself. Let's
Perfect, sir.
look at slide 51. That's a case study in a commodity cycle. This is very important right now. This is happening in Australia right now. So this company that I mentioned in this case study is still in play right now.
Mhm.
Iron ore is a very big volatile commodity at this time. The price is fluctuating between $0 and $100, and the value is changing because of what's happening in Chinese economy. And what you really need is a very good supply chain. If you don't have that, your business will fall apart. But you need somehow to control this cycle, manage this cycle properly. So this company does it quite well right now. I didn't talk to them. You can understand how to do it yourself. Take the example in your mind.
Perfect.
Next slide has a very good case study of global bulk shipping. I come from shipping industry, so I have a personal stake in this game. So I teach this to my industry. They don't listen to. They think they're bosses, so they think they know everything. So their business is falling apart because they don't learn. Best ways to manage its cycles is by using your supply chain, by using your business network. Companies don't learn how to use. So next slide gives you a full map of how to do it well. What kind of economic environment are you facing? Is it stable or is it volatile? And what kind of competition are you facing? Moderate or high or low competition? And your actions will need to change. And every one of the actions has business network in it. You need a very good supply chain and business network in that, which means doesn't matter how the industry is, it doesn't matter how the times are, economic climate changes, and due to the changes, you have to make changes in business. That can only happen if you have a network. Think about how you can use your network to make changes in your business. So next slide gives 3 main points for that I want to talk about. Your supply chain and your business network is unique to your company and your to your industry. And it's formulated over number of decades. And the network itself worth several trillions of dollars. You have to learn how to create it and how to change this every time things change. This is a very important slide. This is the most important slide in this presentation. Please mark this slide for your views. So take these 3 points home. They'll be helpful in business forever. Let's go to the next slide. That tells you industry-wise how these 3 points apply in retail or Facebook, or gives examples. Social networks, compare and contrast. Chapter 3. Yeah. Again, I'll ask you to read the book. The reason I ask you to read the book because it has a lot of case studies, industry by industry, how to use your supply chain for the best result. Let me close the door, please. Too noisy here. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, my neighbor's garden is making too much noise.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So this slide talks about the case studies. I show a lot of case studies in the book, and I don't talk about these companies because simple reason is because I haven't actually in last 2 years I haven't kept up with how Facebook, Dell, or Apple, or this person Carl Khan he did. In last 2 years I didn't keep up, but next 2 slides talk about all that. So
Shall we? Yeah.
next slide. Next slide. That'll give you an example. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg. That's what happened with Facebook.
Yeah. So,
How Facebook built itself into better trillion-dollar business, and that's Red Bull. The guy who formulated Red Bull. He was one of the clients of my business partner in Germany. So you want to keep all the manufacturing in one place, and they want to supply from that one place to whole world. And they built a network in very quickly in 20 years. What they built, Coca-Cola did that in 69 years. So you need a business network to do that. If you want speed, you need network. You can't do it without a network.
Perfect, sir.
Yeah, I heard that story from my business partner, Wolfeld Pash. I had dug out those story and I wrote it here. And guess how I met Wolfeld Pash? That was my business network. I was doing a project in Europe. I traveled to Germany to meet him. And I found out that he was the guy who invented supply chain management. I said, I can learn something from you. Please teach me. He said, I need a partner in Australia. I said, sure. You want to come to Australia for a workshop? I said, sure. We'll call you here. So there was something that in it for him, and there was something in it for me. I learned a lot of these stories. I learned supply chain management from the guy who invented supply chain management. And my learning was very quick from learning from the masters. And that's the value of network. And he got a lot. He got a business partner in Germany, in Australia. So now we built a business in Singapore together. It was very valuable for us together. These are two very important questions. Don't get complacent. Keep asking good questions to yourself. That's the value of a workshop for you. So understand the value of successful with business network and not so successful. What's the difference between the two? These are the questions you need to ask yourself in a workshop of your top managers in your company. Very good answer will emerge in the workshop. I ask these questions because in the workshop I said people get together for half an hour, discuss this question, and have one person scribing all the answers. Very important questions to ask.
Excellent, sir.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
So excellent presentation, Captain Vivek Sood. I know you spent a lot of time in building supply chain capabilities, and your book, as I said, it's really, I keep looking at it, and whatever you said, very tip of the iceberg. Okay, so we strongly encourage everybody to read it and enjoy it, and reach you if there is any question or something for you on this to get clarified. So any final thoughts, sir? Final takeaways?
Final takeaways in the next two slides. People can read them. So just show them the slide. That will be very useful.
Valuation of business is astronomical, so
Yes.
difficult to quantify.
Yes.
You cannot really evaluate. It's more than your imagination.
Yeah. So go to the next slide. That
Fantastic.
just shows you a summary of chapter 1.
This is fantastic. So business networks are more important than your business infrastructure. That is amazing, the line, sir.
Yeah, the third point is very important. The business network is
Your business
is revolutionary.
evolutionary.
It evolves by itself, flexible, and it's not increasing cost, it's increasing the revenue. It makes a business more resilient and responsive. You need to make it like that.
Perfect.
And we talk about examples of, how it makes a business resilient when the cash is king. So you want to make sure that cash sticks to your fingers and it doesn't slip through fingers.
Perfect, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just stop screen sharing. If there is any questions, how can I stop it? Okay. Yeah. So fantastic,
Yes,
sir. I know it's very interesting topic. I wish all the participants understand what the value of it, and enjoy reading your book and literature. There are so many books you wrote. And thank you for joining all the way from Australia and giving us a valuable lecture, sir. Captain Vivek Sood. So
It's a pleasure.
you are a very you are a mentor and very big advisor for us. So thank you for joining all the way from Australia.
It's a pleasure.
So any more
What?
questions, ladies and gentlemen? We have, Vivek sir is available all the time. So if there is any questions, we can present it. Yeah. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining. And then we'll just take up the next session. With all give Captain Vivek Sood a big hand and applause to thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
Much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you.
Thank you, Jyoti.
Fantastic,
Thank you very
sir.
much.
So let me, sir, Nagarite Garu must be here in the session.
Sir, namaste, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Namaste. Thank you for joining, Nagarite Garu. Thank you for joining. And with a short notice, you made it because we were looking for somebody who are experts in ESG. And we are happy to have it here in the session. So let me give a quick introduction about the topic. So the topic what we are going to talk now is what is the necessity and also what is how to implement ESG initiative in your particular organization. Okay, so now everybody is talking about ESG, and, environmental, social, and governance initiatives. Everybody is talking about it. It's a boom now. So every company's strategy is every company's strategy is around sustainability. Okay, so Nagarite Garu is one of the pioneer in ESG. So let us hear from him. Very quick introduction, sir. Mr. Nagarite, he is the head corporate governance and project management. He's working in my home group. So Nagarite Garu brings 27 plus years of expertise in business continuity, the corporate governance, ESG, the quality, and the project management. So in the variety of industries in construction, structural, architectural, and services. So he is with a strong project management skills and structured 5M's process approach. He has successfully delivered millions of square feet of residential and commercial spaces. And I think he worked in Amaravati. And so, sir, I will leave it to you. So because you have a so high profile, so you can introduce yourself very quickly, and then we can talk about the topic.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Abdul Qadir sir. Thank you very much for making me, part of sharing the knowledge, which is very valuable to the, planet Earth now. It is a need of the hour. In short, to introduce about me, I'm heading the corporate QHSCC division in my home group. We are developing in Hyderabad high-rise multi-story construction projects around 25 million square feet every year. We are developing in terms of residential and commercial high-rise constructions. So day to day, we are using a lot of construction materials and so many natural resources we are using. So our management has taken a vision to achieve, sustainability development goals, SDGs, and ESG compliances. So now I'd like to start the session, sir, with your permission. Can I share the presentation here?
Yeah, please. You can share, please.
I think, access from you.
You are already present, so you can find share button there in the bottom. Then just click it and share it. You just keep the presentation open and then share it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up. We are able to see your screen now. Now the presentation came
One
on
minute.
it.
Just 1 minute, sir.
You try again, please. Yeah, you can see the presentation now.
I'm unable to see the screen, sir.
No, we are able to see the presentation now. No, so you just removed again.
Yeah, just 1 second, sir.
When you share this,
Ah,
yeah, we can see the screen. Everybody can see you. Please proceed, sir.
okay, sir. Yeah, the topic what sir has given to me is what is the necessity and implementation of EXE in the real estate industries. So the title of today's session is sustainability to ESG transformation. Let me give a brief introduction about what is sustainability. Sustainability is accommodating the slight adjustments to conserve the resources, natural resources, preventing wastage and exhaustion of resources, applying simple changes for greater mutual benefits, and measuring and assessing what we consume and waste. Altogether, we can define this as a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs.
Yep.
It is the combination of combined efforts of our people, organizations towards the planet. Sustainability, it is nowadays the greatest challenge is of this current century is managing our own self. If people can manage every individual, then we can all contribute to the sustainability what we have understood in this slide. Let me take you in deep. What are the negative impacts of the construction environment? See, in construction, directly we are utilizing lot of energy, either corporate lighting in the corporate offices or the electricity what we consume in the projects for construction, the water, we are using millions of kiloliters water every year, lakhs of cubic meters of concrete we are using for construction. So we need to think how can we optimize the usage of water. And waste management, we generate lot of waste, solid waste, liquid, and construction debris, all those things. And the other thing impact is indoor air quality and procurement, transport. We are procuring materials from importing from many other places far away from the projects. So these are all negative impacts which construction can impact on the environment. Coming to the embedded impacts, greenhouse gas emissions. In construction, we use concrete. Concrete is made with cement. Now, for cement production, we need to consume the natural resources like limestone. We need to break, explore the hills and consume this cement. When we are producing, it is emitting carbon dioxide. Every 1 cubic meter of concrete really just needs around 1 ton of the CO2 emission. Again, global warming, it's impacting the overall climate change due to this greenhouse emissions and usage of water for construction, concrete, concrete curing, all this reduces the water availability. Biodiversity, it is impacting the lot of, due to deforestation, we are missing.
Nagarede
Right.
garu, sir, we are in the first slide. So you are still,
Oh, sorry, sir.
slide is not
Is it
moving.
Sir, now?
Yeah, now it is moving. Yeah, they put
Is
it
it
on the
visible?
slideshow. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
visible. Now we are in slide 3. Yeah,
yeah. I'm talking negative impacts of construction environment.
perfect.
The direct impacts are lighting, construction water we use for construction of the buildings, for curing of the building, concrete structures, waste being generated, indoor environment, procurement of the materials from faraway places, and the transportation. These are direct impacts in the construction, which are due to construction on the environment. And embedded impact means, as I mentioned just now, we are emitting CO2 while producing the construction materials like cement.
So from
Due to
manufacturing
which
units.
cement manufacturing. So we are using millions of cubic meters of concrete. The structures are all built with concrete. So concrete needs cement. So now how we can reduce this usage of cement by using the recycled materials like iron ore is being uh, processed in the for producing the steel reinforcement. There we are getting a waste material called granulated slag. So we are replacing the cement with this GGBS, ground granulated blast furnace slag. So this, and also thermal plants, they are also releasing a lot of fly ash. So we are replacing those things according to Indian standards. With we are replacing the cement with these waste materials, and thus optimizing the and producing green concrete. Every ton of cement we produce, around 1 ton of carbon dioxide is emitting into the environment. And due to this CO2 emissions, climate change impact is getting impacted. And as I mentioned, we are using millions of water for producing the concrete and curing the concrete structures every year. Thus, our natural resources are getting depleted and indirectly impacting the biodiversity. And we are using a lot of wooden timber materials in the construction. Also, we use a lot of paper, which is leading to deforestation. So these are all impacts on the environment due to construction. So coming to the sustainability, it is the common sustainability is energy and water. We are keeping the goals, organization. We are keeping benchmarking, KPIs, we are key performance indicators we are setting, and reducing the carbon emissions. And time management, we are finding the latest technologies to complete the projects within the planned schedules. Coming to procurement, we started identifying the local makes instead of going for importing from far away. According to green buildings norms, we started identifying the make in India or local makes to reduce the logistics and the whole life chain assessment. When we are producing any materials or purchasing, procuring, we are seeing that from the raw material till the end product to use the green or green materials. And wastages, we are reducing the waste. We are reusing the all construction waste like recycling, water, and residue management. We have committed to establish our environmental and sustainability policies and conducting regular induction and awareness sessions in the organization for all the employees towards the sustainability goals. So coming to the responsibilities as an organization, we are using our energy efficiently by switching off the lights and equipment when we are not in use, when we are not using them. Tracking the
where is slide 3, sir, still?
No, sir. It looks some issues there.
It is not syncing. Okay, now it is 5th slide. Yeah.
Responsibility towards sustainability, sir. Can you see?
Yeah.
So our we are using our energy efficiently by switching off the lights, we are switching off the equipment when not in use, tracking the energy consumption through the meters. So we are now going towards the sustainability through monitoring through BIM, building information modeling, 6 dimensions. So in our projects, we are introducing all energy consumption meters to ensure optimum utilization, what is required, how much we are consuming. So we are monitoring it dynamically through smart systems and adhering to set the temperature levels for air conditioning systems. All this is possible through building information modeling, 6 dimension module 6D. And most of the times we are trying to use the daylight through building the green buildings. We are using the double glazed units for our buildings, commercial buildings. We are going for DGUs. And we ensure occupancy sensors are also functioning properly. So when we enter to offices, then only the light comes. When we go out, light switch off. Like this, occupancy sensors are also being introduced. And coming to the printing, now we have mostly switched to smart systems. Earlier, we used to use construction all through papers. Now, after coming from BIM, building information modeling, we are everything monitoring through on screen only. Smarts. We are not taking more prints. Even for the construction inspection, we used to use millions of paper. Now through mobile apps, we are able to do inspections and reducing papers. Thus, we are saving lot of trees cutting, and we are helping to recycle at least 90% of the waste being generated. Like steel, we reuse it. Whatever steel reinforcement cut pieces come in the industry, we are reusing it and disposing the waste in the right bins. We have find our waste disposal partners. Then we are utilizing refillable bottles. We have switched from plastic bottles to the glass bottles and avoiding these plastic bottles. We are procuring, as I mentioned, locally and with minimum packaging and order in the bulk. So we are using bulkers for importing, not the bags. So thus we are reducing multiple logistic transportation also. And let's close the taps after use water responsibly, report water leaks, identify ways to reuse, treated sewage effluent. So we are keeping sewage treatment plants in all our projects, construction projects, STP tanks, where we have membrane bioreactive systems using which MBRs, all the wastewater being generated, we are treating it for the flush water and construction waste, whatever it comes, we are reusing that through recycling, STP.
So still in slide 5, sir. Just
Yeah, I'm now switching to slide 6, sir.
we are able to see it. Yes.
Yeah, sustainability and waste management. So it is aiming to follow waste management hierarchy, reduce, reuse, recycle, and manage residual waste generated across its sites. Hazardous waste to be segregated and stored separately for collection by authorized hazardous waste collectors. And our target is to at least 95% waste diversion from the landfill. All recyclable waste streams like paper and cardboard, timber, plastic, metal, food needs, we are segregating and recycling. Now I am moving to ESG. Can you see my slide, sir?
Yeah. We can see.
Yeah.
Yes.
From sustainability towards ESG. What is ESG? ESG stands for environment, which is environment means responsible management of natural resources, and social, caring for people and communities, and governance, business operations in fair and ethical manner. This is called ESG, environment, social, governance. So in the today's world, the true measure of a company's success lies not just financial performance, but its commitment to environmental sustainability, social responsibility, and strong governance. So organizations has to consider ESG not as a just regulatory requirement, rather they should think it is a pathway to long-term value creation and a better future for all stakeholders. So ESG certifications normally organizations should aim for, as shown in the slide. There are, on the left side of the screen you can see the certification bodies: USGBC, United States Green Building Council; IGBC, Indian Green Building Council; IWBI, Well Building Institute, USA; GRIHA, Green Rating for Integrated Habitation; and GRESB. I will go to these are the GRESB is also Global Real Estate Sustainability Benchmarking from Netherlands, which is considered as the topmost authority for ESG scoring. So these organizations are certifying, this certification or accreditation bodies are certifying the organizations with the lead certifications. Platinum is the highest based on the scores being achieved by the organizations. These scores are based on the green building ratings. So based on this, assessment is conducted on the project operations with aim towards net zero energy, net zero water, net zero waste and carbon. So the partners, as I have shown to you, these are all the partners. 10 minutes. Like IGBC, USGBC, ARC, well certification. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I'm doing Zoom meeting. Okay. Sir, I just need a 2 minutes break, sir.
Yeah,
Sorry
please,
for that.
please. Yeah,
Just
yeah,
2
please.
minutes.
Just stay tuned a couple of minutes. Mr. Nagareddy is just held up in a call or so. So it's very interesting to hear Nagareddy garu how they're really doing ESG in a real time. We all have the idea of theoretical things, So how one of the largest construction and manufacturing group, my home group, how they are doing ESG initiative successfully. So it's very interesting to hear from directly from the person who is leading ESG practice.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible and we can see you also. Yeah, please.
Yeah. These are the few partners who are certifying the organizations like IGBC, USGBC, GRESP. And few of the top real estate companies who are all following the green buildings are like DLF, Lodha, Embassy, and Kereheza, Godrej, RFZ, and we are also in the same path. If you can see, coming to my home, we are our green building portfolio is all top first row lines are certified. My home Skyview, it is USGBC Gold, it's a commercial tower, and my home Avatar residential, IGBC Green Building Gold certification, and Buja IGBC Platinum, Pizza Gold, Skyview Well certification. These are certified, and pre-certified is 4 projects. My home Grava, which is a precast project, laid USGBC, Skyview, Zero Waste, and my home 99, and my home Nishada. These are pre-certified under process of certification. And targeted projects for future is all these projects starting from ongoing around 9 projects. And we, my home are also a IGBC founding member. This is our certificate. This is our sustainability roadmap. Starting from IGBC Gold for residential design and construction, we are aiming for IGBC Platinum for residential design and construction. From there, we are upgrading to USGBC, IGBC Gold Platinum for commercial and spaces. After that, we are aiming for operations and maintenance also, USGBC certifications. And 2025, we are aiming for net zero waste and net zero water. And 2026, we want to achieve GRESP ESG benchmarking score. In 2027, well certification for our health and safety of commercial project, and net zero energy by 2030, and net zero carbon 50% by 2050 and 100% by 2070. This is our sustainability roadmap. These are macro level ESG goals, sustainability development goals. Starting from around 17 goals are being set by the organization, and we are working towards these SDGs. Did you see?
Mhm.
Yeah, these are our sustainability goals. No poverty, no zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, and gender equality, so on. All these are our sustainability goals. Coming to the corporate governance, so we are setting it, we have established a code of ethics and diversity in the board of directors, risk capture and management, cyber security, ethics, anti-corruption, transparent financial reporting, stakeholder engagement, whistleblowing policy, grievance mechanism, lobbying practices, audits, sustainable reporting framework, executive corporate composite structure. Coming to the ESG committee, environment compliances by our facility management team. Coming to social responsibility, HR and CSR teams. Governance, compliance ensured by legal, branding, corporate communications, IT, customer relation, and procurement. This is our ESG committee structure. So why ESG is important in business? So occupiers, I mean tenants, large multinationals, real estate occupancy decisions are mainly influenced by ESG goals of developer and decarbonization. 90% of occupiers are willing to pay premium to lease green certified buildings. 77% of occupiers have emission reduction as part of their corporate strategy. And 42% of the occupiers believe that their employee will demand green and healthy spaces. This is the reason we have to go for ESG in our business. So there are few trends in occupiers like Amazon, their e-commerce sector, net zero carbon target 2040. Google, technical sector 2030, net zero carbon target, and so on. Various organizations are aiming towards the net zero carbon. I want to just change the screen, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Sir, how often you do like assessment? So that is one of the key thing. So you have so many.
Sorry. It's a regular practice, sir. Assessment means we are going for certifications every project. So we have set the KPIs on monthly KPIs are being monitored.
Okay.
Key performance indicators to measure all this. So every project report, what are the water consumption, energy consumption on monthly basis. So we have a monthly report. Just if you are interested, I'd like to show that.
Okay.
I'll change the screen, sir.
Okay. So you are sharing screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you see the screen, sir?
It's coming up. Yes.
Yeah. So this is our ESG report 23-24 annual report, but the same thing is monthly also monitored. So this is how our ESG reports. are being published. It's a company overview, sustainability at my home, care for the people, care for the planet, GRI index, global rating index. I'm just taking you through, sir. I'm not explaining how the report looks. Pardon?
Yeah, you are covering all environmental, social, and governance activities here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
This
Please
is how
proceed.
our ESG reports are published. Corporate governance framework, supply chain management and CSR activities, CSR and training and development, sustainability trainings. This is our training institute, health and safety measures. So we are monitoring the total million of man hours being worked. Safety motivational programs, well-being activities organized in the organization, and coming to care for the planet. This is our green building approach, my home Twiza, and this is a precast construction plant. So we are measuring every energy consumptions. Waste management, water, biodiversity, coming to GRI index. So we are reporting this GRI content, global rating index. So that is how it looks, sir. ESG report. And by taking through one of the sustainable eco village, I just wanted to show you how it is being maintained. One village near to Mumbai. I wanted to show how they are doing this.
Okay.
Can you see my screen, sir?
Yeah, we are able to see this.
The video, audio is available.
I'm not able to see. Its video is there. Yeah.
Sir, is screen visible or no?
Screen is visible, but
The video and
audio is
audio.
not. Video is there. Audio is not there.
Oh. There is a YouTube link. Would you be able to play from your side?
No, the audio will not be, we can't hear the audio from the YouTube. That is not allowed in the platform. We can just see the video. However, we can have the link. We will share it with, that participants. We can put it in the chat.
Okay. I'll share that in the chat, sir. This is one of the global village established by Radhanath Swami. You can just watch how they are preserving and sustaining.
So we are going back to the village days, huh?
Yeah, is the founder of this global race from there is a visionary and who a personal leader. Thomas is having compassion towards as people. Uh, Talking about caring for planet. Using oil for consumption of
Yeah, so you
yes.
can brief, sir. You can brief. Okay, so if you want to brief, you can brief little. And then we can share the audio as a video link to the participants.
Sir,
Yeah, we can share the link to the participants. Okay, in the chat box.
yes, sir. I have shared that. So this is one real-time example how they are using our
Mhm.
you know uh, nature-friendly materials.
Perfect, sir. Perfect, perfect. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's all, sir.
Yeah. So, a couple of
Uh,
minutes, sir. Yeah. So, if you would
yes,
like to
yes,
take
sir.
up some questions. Mhm.
Yeah, you can, sir.
Yeah. Now the question is, now let us say it's very interesting example. You have shown very comprehensive way. Now, two questions. One question number one is now the ESG practice, more or less, it is applicable for any kind of industry. Can you just give some ideas on how it works in manufacturing industry so that people, the participants get benefit of it? That is question number one. Question number two is now whenever we talk about ESG initiatives, only large organizations respond so far. Eventually, it is not only for the larger organizations; it is even for smaller and mid-sized organizations going forward. So sustainability is the responsibility of everyone, right? And it will become a regulation sooner or later. So how does that? What is your advice for the organizations to get ready for the sustainability initiatives?
Sir, now see, uh, organizations prices, the stock prices of sustainable companies have already surpassed the average stock market in recent years. So by taking a commitment towards this sustainability, organizations can increase their stock market values and also reputation and ratings. Companies with good reputation and higher ESG rating are making it easier for building relations with the external stakeholders.
That's true. So I think now
And
every investor is looking for ESG practicing
ESG,
company.
yeah,
Yeah.
yes, all international clients, they are looking for ESG rated buildings, green buildings, especially. There is a demand increasing all commercial spaces.
And it may become a
So,
regulation also in sooner or later. So it will become a mandatory
yeah,
from the government.
yeah. Now, only certification bodies came into existence like USGBC and all. Sure, with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi towards 2070, net zero energy, net zero carbon, it will come into the regulations. Already, our Prime Minister has set this vision. Surely, I'm expecting very soon resolutions, and state governments already take initiatives towards usage of solar power, renewable energies as mandate for the construction.
Perfect,
And
sir. Mhm.
pollution control boards are also there. They are also having the norms to reduce the carbon emissions and energy efficient management systems. Yes, sir.
Perfect, sir. Perfect, sir. Okay, so even the mid-size and smaller organizations also need to get ready for that.
Yeah, it has to start from the small scale also. Everyone, it is as I initially told, the main challenge is it has to start from individuals, not only organizations. Individuals has to take commitments towards the sustainability goals, and
Mhm.
through individuals only companies are formed. It's a collective effort of people and organization.
Perfect, sir. I think it's very valuable insights. So ESG,
Yes, sir.
people think it is only just a very nice lip service, but it is not. What we have seen from your presentation is there is a tremendous commitment from the business leaders, the individual owner, the individual managers, and also everybody, the suppliers, and then all parties involved. So everybody collectively have to have the responsibility for sustainability. Okay, that is the way forward
Yes.
for everybody. So it's a better place to live. You guys are making better place to live for everybody. Thank you, sir. Thank you for a wonderful presentation with a short notice. I must appreciate. And with your
Thank you,
all
sir.
busy schedule, you made it, and it's really eye opener. Okay, so
So
we'll just
we are
start.
not, we are walking the talk, sir. We are walking the
Yes,
talk, but we are talking, we are practicing.
that is a perfect
That's why
example.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. And
Thank
thank you very much for joining. And give Nagareddy garu a big round of applause. Okay, so then, so thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And we will
I
be,
just suggest everyone one small suggestion. If
please.
possible, I request everybody to visit Govardhan Eco Village near to Mumbai, Wada. So it's a nice place where from we can learn how can we implement the best sustainable practices as individual. We can learn from that.
Perfect.
Actually, in 1993, this concept of eco villages started in 93 in Hungary by ISKCON.
Mhm.
Hare Krishna movement started from there, sir, and it is spreading globally. And we are lucky we have such eco villages in Salem and Mumbai. So I have visited the Salem and I'm scheduling this weekend, coming week.
Fantastic.
Yeah, for
Fantastic.
Mumbai Govardhan Eco Village. The link I have
Fantastic.
put in the chat window, sir. I
Yeah,
request
I see
everyone
it. I
to.
see it.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. A big round of applause to you. Thank you. So thank you. Thank you, participants, for joining, for attending the program patiently, and so it's really wonderful. I learned a lot from the session. Okay, thank you, Nagarede Garu. So let us start the next session. The topic what we are talking about is very, very interesting, very advanced. Supply chain finance. Okay, so a supply chain finance, a review of state of art. Okay, so by Dr. Kalyan Chejarla. Okay, so welcome back, Dr. Kalyan Garu. Nice to see you again. So let me give you a quick introduction to you. So it's always pleasure to hear to you, sir.
Thank you, Abdul Garu. It is a pleasure to be
Kalyan
here.
Garu with 18. So Professor Kalyan Garu is he's over 18 years of experience in supply chain domain at Tata Motors, HCL Technologies, Tata Consultancy Services, and Dell International Services. He has dealt extensively with global customers and authored a book in lean management for small and medium-sized enterprises. Okay, published by Springer Nature, and he consult, and he advises organizations. So very nice to have you here, Dr. Kalyan Garu, and it's very interesting topic, supply chain finance. Okay, it's very rare. People don't hear about supply chain finance. Even the supply chain managers don't pay attention to the supply chain finance. So it will be a great pleasure to hear this topic from you at the right time. Okay, so thank you, and over to you, Dr. Kalyan Garu. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Abdul Garu. I'll share my screen here and I'll begin my presentation. Abdul Garu, could you please confirm if you are able to see my screen
Yeah.
here and if you can hear me also okay?
We can hear you very nice. We can see you. Please proceed, and we can see you also. So please continue.
Thank you. Thank you for confirmation. Once again, many thanks for that warm welcome, Abdul Garu, and it's a pleasure to be part of this series of summits that is being organized by Data Labs and Trucy. So as you mentioned, I was here last year also, and it was a very interesting conference that I was part of, and I'm happy to be part of this conference as well. I did, get connect with number of, key thought leaders as part of this particular conference. So thank you for inviting me here. And secondly, the topic of choice here, which is supply chain finance, as you rightly put. I had been to many supply chain conferences organized both in the academic world as well in the corporate world. For some reason, while everybody acknowledges that the topic of supply chain finance is critical and important for overall effective management of supply chains, yet from attention that is given to the topic in the conferences, it is still not adequate in my opinion. It is more as a sideline topic. So once again, congratulate you for making this a mainstream topic as part of the other presentations that are related to supply chain excellence. You can't, in my opinion, you can't achieve excellence if the finance side of supply chain isn't given due attention. So with that background, I have decided to sort of, give a quick overview of the subject for the participants here. By no means this will be a extensive treatise of what is all that's there as far as supply chain finance is concerned. But surely, I believe this 1 hour or just short of 1 hour presentation will give the participants some idea about what is it all about and why is it important for a supply chain manager to pay attention to this particular subject. With that, let me move on. Mr. Abdul has already introduced me. I have worked in the corporate for about 18 years with various global companies and various industries in various geographies. And then for last 1 decade or so, I had been in the area of academics. I am an associate professor of operations management at Institute of Management Technology at Hyderabad. I have also done my PhD from IIM Lucknow. Supply chain finance is one of my areas of research, consulting, and interest. I do, do as much as I can to stay abreast with this subject. As mentioned by Mr. Abdul a few minutes back, I have also recently, among other case studies and articles in the international journals, I've also co-authored a book on lean management, which any supply chain practitioner would agree is the need of the hour in making sure that the supply chains are operating in an efficient manner. So lean management gives a lot of useful tools, and none of them. So unlike one going for a, let's say, big size ERP implementation, which generally is has a big ticket item for most companies in terms of achieving operations excellence. Lean as a set of tools doesn't cost as much. In fact, it doesn't cost a lot at all. Yet at the same time, it does provide companies with some successes which they can plow back. I mean, whatever gains that they get in by implementation of lean in the initial stages, they can plow back and invest more in terms of process improvement, and new technologies such as Industry 4.0 and things like that can also be looked at as a subsequent stages of lean management. So that is all we have dealt with, and in this book we have particularly focused on how would small and medium-sized enterprises can go about implementing lean, what is the right methodologies, and what results can they expect. And rightfully so, my topic of presentation today, which is supply chain finance, is also very close to small and medium-sized enterprises, essentially because you will see as I move along, you will see that among various players that exist in any given supply chain, it is the very upstream folks that is usually the farthest from the customer, that is your SMEs, tier one suppliers, are the ones which are most affected for want of access to working capital. And the supply chain solutions that are up and coming are focused at solving these problems. So, the lean management for SMEs and SCF for SMEs are, in my view, are somehow related to each other, and I see some synergies in this talk. This is quickly about me and the background, and I'll now move on. I'm going to try and address these 4 questions or 4 subtopics in supply chain finance today. First is what is supply chain finance? My advanced apologies if you see that I get into some teaching kind of a mode, by virtue of my current profession as a faculty. Even if I avoid a little bit of that academic angle may come in, but I'll try to keep that to minimum. Yeah, thank you. So we'll talk about what is supply chain finance, and then we will move on to Why should businesses care about supply chain finance, and particularly supply chain managers? And having figured out that we should pay attention, what kind of solution should we look at? That is a third question that we will address. And finally, a little bit on what's the state of art. I mean, what is the market size? What kind of solutions exist? And what kind of solutions are likely to come in the future? And how is, in particular, technology going to play a role in creation of newer business models that will enable all the, provide benefit to various stakeholders in a given value chain. So this is, I believe, a good 360-degree view of the subject within the limitation of whatever 1 hour that we have. Does this sound good, Mr. Abdul? I mean, as a set of
Yeah,
agenda?
please proceed. Yes, it's very interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. Thank you. Okay, so first subtopic, what is supply chain finance, right? So before we get into supply chain finance, let's spend a minute on supply chain management itself. I mean, the very terminology, supply chain, is in some sense relatively new. Hadn't been there, I would say, about 40 years back. How or what drove this particular concept of supply chain in organizations is essentially to have a holistic view of how an organization operates in an ecosystem of partners, both upstream as well and downstream. So if you look at this diagram here, let me just change a pointer. Okay. So if you look at this diagram here, I mean, if you think of this as one organization, organizations are typically there to help the flows of materials or services, information. So these horizontal can be thought of as the flows of various types, and verticals can be thought of various divisions, subdivisions, and things like that. So right in the middle, what you have as midstream is our core organization, and upstream, that is inbound, is all its suppliers, and downstream is all its customers, or if not customers, whoever the organization sells to, that is your distributors, retailers, and so on and so forth. And if you see here, I mean, the two layers that are here, one is how the material information cache itself flows, but the second and important from a managerial perspective, a view that needs to be thought about is how in each of these stages is value being created on the product, so that the customer is seeing finally going to get the value out of the entire exercise. So if this was the view, the prevalent view, at least before the emergence of SCM, was to make sure that or optimize only within the organizational level. But with the emergence of SCM, what people have started to realize is that no individual organization in silo or in isolation can be successful forever in the long run. So it needs to consider its position in the overall supply chain, and then collectively it must try and optimize the entire supply chain. Granted that typically organizations are part of multiple supply chains, but look at each of the supply chains as one individual unit and then move on. So that's a bit of backdrop in terms of how supply chain itself came into existence. Now we will take a bit of a deep dive into how would a typical connection between various entities in a supply chain work, right? So take a simple scenario where you have a customer here who is being served by, let's say, a manufacturer who is being served by a supplier. The triangles that you see here are the inventories of materials, and the hexagons that you see is the inventory of cash, which is basically cash balance, right? So a typical transaction between, if you want to see, looks like this, right? So customer places an order for receiving some material, and then your manufacturer supplies the material. So there is this information flow and there is this material flow. And the trading partner in turn will have to replenish the stock that he had used up in selling to customers. So he will in turn place an order to stock on supplier, who from his inventory balance will supply the material, and trading partner stock is back up again. But this is only 50% of the story, right? For the supply chain to be completed is only 50% of the story. The other 50% of the story is the payment itself, right? I mean, so having supplied the item, the trading partner will send an invoice to the customer, and the customer makes the payment. And so from his cash balance, the cash balance moves to the trading partner. Likewise, trading partner has bought it from supplier, therefore supplier places an invoice on the trading partner for making the payment, and trading partner makes the payment. So this completes the whole cycle of really a full transaction in a supply chain. Unfortunately, the point of this presentation is that unfortunately the supply chain managers conventionally are completely blind to this part of the flow, which a progressive and a good supply chain organization is paying attention to. Now, just for the information, I mean, from a terminology standpoint, typically orders cause material to flow from seller to buyers. So the example is the order is causing the material from moving from the supplier to the buyer here. Similarly, this order is causing the material to move from supplier to this customer here. And invoices cause the cash to flow from buyers to sellers. So while this is a simplistic view, really, there are many other flows that we can think of in supply chains. This only shows the forward flows. There are occasionally reverse transactions also that occur, which is if the material is bad or is not what is being ordered or whatever it is, then that will have to be returned. And what we saw here is a transactional view. There is also a planning view, right? How much of cash balance should an entity should have at their particular part of the network is a result of an exercise called planning. Planning is done over different horizons. So if, let's say, I'm doing a planning for coming one quarter, how much of sales am I anticipating to make? What is the capacity that I should have here so that I can achieve the desired service levels? These are all the questions that every entity will have to ask and accordingly prepare themselves. But none of these questions are in isolation, right? So what the customer does has an impact in the planning of trading partner, and which in turn has an impact in the planning of the supplier, right? So that is the connection that exists even at the planning level. So we looked at the connections between various entities in supply chain network, from material flow and cash flow, and we are all at the transaction level, and we also looked at the connection that exists at the planning level. So when the supply chain is integrated across all these levels for all kinds of transactions, we can say that it is a fairly well organized or a synchronized kind of supply chain. Those supply chains clearly will be at a more competitive advantage as against the ones that are broken supply chains, so to speak. Making the picture a little more complicated, what we saw were only 2-3 entities, but in real world, we are all practitioners here. We all know that there are many entities that exist in a typical network. So say, for example, a customer is being served by a reseller, who is being served by a distributor, who in turn is being served by a factory, and finally by a supplier. There are other entities that are part of your typical supply chain network, which we are calling as nominal trading partners. These guys can be of the types, few examples, right? So logistics service providers, you see that the material movement from one entity to another entity is more often than not done by some third party entity. Very rarely would companies have a fleet of their own vehicles to move all their inventory from upstream to downstream, right? So therefore, how well is a LSP integrated with the network is going to give raise to the synchronous flow of material. But as I said in my previous slide, that's only 50% of the story. There is money movement also that is involved, that is typically handled, once again, very rarely does a B2B payment occur directly from account to account. I mean, more often than not, it is from bank to bank. So there are financial service providers such as banks, sometimes other kinds of financial service providers like insurers and credit providers are also there. These people are the so-called provide the engines for the smooth flow of cash from various among various echelons of the supply chain. Lastly, you have information flow also. We tend to ignore this once again. Information flow doesn't occur automatically. Organizations have to invest in information systems, not only within the four walls of their company, but also have some kind of a connections between the various network partners, right? So at the very best situation, it can be completely automated through the usage of APIs and some kind of a push mechanism, by making sure that the network is is always on. Or next best is push information between echelons through batch mode using some kind of a file transfer mechanism, or the very early stage what do you call integration, which is simply sending the files back and forth, right? So this information flow between various echelons also needs to be considered by the supply chain managers. There are times when the information flow proves to be a bottleneck in actually running a supply chain to its capacity. Okay, so this is the full supply chain management side of the story. Now let me move on to the finance side of it. I mean, that was a prelude for us to make sure that what we are talking in the rest of the slides. So according to Global Supply Chain Finance Forum, supply chain finance is defined as the use of financing and risk mitigation practices to optimize the management of working capital and liquidity invested in supply chain processes and transactions, right? So so this is one part of the definition. Important part of the definition is also that the visibility of underlying trade flows by finance providers, here finance providers are the ones that are providing supply chain finance, is a necessity or is necessary component of such financing arrangements, which could be enabled by a technology platform. I think this sentence separates the conventional working capital financing by banks with the more modern supply chain financing that we are talking today, right? So how is it different from the conventional financing? Let me just take a second here and clarify to the participants here. Is conventionally banks would for a given invoice or for a given so-called letter of credit, they will provide the credit and make the payment for individual transaction, or sometimes they provide working capital finance. For either of these, the underlying trade flow, by trade flow I mean the material flow, from what stage of production to what next stage of production has it moved, has it left the factory, and is it with the transporter? If it is with the transporter, at what stage is it in, and has it been received by the entity, or is it in the warehouse? So this kind of material flow is hardly part of the conventional financing by the banks. However, supply chain finance is closely so if you recall my 2 slides back, where I have said that for the transaction to be complete, material and information flow both should be occurring, or that connection between material and cash flow should be established. So in supply chain finance parlance, in a supply chain finance solution, the material movement and along with it the cash movement is well connected, and this is normally achieved. In fact, it is impossible to achieve without appropriate technology platform. So therefore, over time, we all know that in the recent past there have been substantial advancements in technology, and that has really aided the connection between the ERP flows and the cash flows outside organizations. More about it as I move along, but I think that is the clear difference between conventional financing and supply chain financing. Let's move on. Before I do that, let's get a very basic understanding of how would how would the supply chain finance benefit the players that are there. So take a situation where there is a buyer and a supplier. Supplier supplies an item worth $6 million and submits that invoice to the buyer. So in the industry that we are looking at, I mean, this is an example. The general payment terms are 75 days. However, because of the good terms that exist between this buyer and supplier, buyer agrees for a 45 days payment. The annual financing rates, basically the working capital or short-term rates faced by individual entities, we clearly know that is different for different players based on the risk perception by the banks. So the supplier, usually who is a small guy, without any supply chain finance support, is facing interest rate of 12%. But with the supply chain finance support, what is that support? I'll talk about in a minute. Is 6%. So the rate sort of comes down, and buyer, typically being a big guy with a steady, sales and steady cash flow and better reputation and so on and so forth, is likely to enjoy a far lower cost of capital, which is at 5%, let's say. So this is the piece of information that we have. So right now, let's look at the current situation and what is the cost of such transaction, right? Now, we're just looking at the cost of the financing cost is what we are looking at. We are not looking at any other cost. So look at this diagram here. So on day 0, item is supplied. So item has reached this one, and $6 million invoice is presented, right, by the supplier to the buyer. The invoice is approved. So day 0 all the way to 45, and on the 45th day, the invoice is paid by the buyer, right? So since the industry terms is 75 days, so let's do the total cost over 75 days. So from 45th day to 75th day, the $6 million that the buyer has paid in advance from 75 days perspective, he incurs a cost of 25,000, which is basically this 30 days. So 75 minus 45, 30 days at 5% over $6 million. If you do that calculation, that is what you will get. So 25,000. And what about our supplier? Supplier is holding, or he is invested that $6 million. He needs to receive it, and he receives it from day 0 on the 45th day. So for this entire duration of 45 days, he is having to pay at 12% on 6 million, right? So if you do your maths, you will get that to be totally 90,000. So the total cost of this financing is 115,000. All right. So this is situation 1. Now, because the industry is, asking for 75 days, the buyer decides that I should also extend my payment to the supplier, right? I mean, extend the due date to my supplier. And let's say he says that, I want to extend the payment by 15 more days. So instead of making payment on the 45th day, I will make the payment on the 60th day. So while it may be a good thing from the buyer standpoint, and we will see that buyer's cost actually goes down. So what he was making 25,000, because he's now making only for 15 days, his cost of financing is only 12,500. But if you look at the whole transaction, including the supplier for the same 15 days, he is having to pay at 12%, correct? And that 12% implies that his cost actually goes up from earlier 90,000 to total 120,000. So therefore, the arrangement is a win-lose arrangement, if you can see here, right? So the buyer ends up getting a better deal, but the supplier ends up getting the raw deal, right? And this is the story of many of small SMEs that we have all around us, and they need some kind of a supporting hand. I mean, if a supplier is constantly facing a situation like this, clearly they are facing what is called as a bankruptcy situation, correct? So what is the solution? So buyer can work with his banks. I'm just talking about one of the SCF solutions, can work with his bank. He says that, you see, I have inspected the material and this invoice is approved. Just that, according to my terms, it is due to be paid only, few days hence. But as far as I am concerned, I will certainly pay. So it is my word. Therefore, the credit-worthy buyer informs the banker that my invoice, my approved invoice, is a proof that you will receive the payment. So therefore, have a arrangement, supply chain finance arrangement, to lend or to pay the suppliers much ahead of time at a far lower rate, right? So you will get some discount or whatever it is, right? So supplier with 6% SCF, so the rate for the supplier has gone down by 6%. Mind you that the 6% reduction, or the supplier's cost of financing coming down to 6, is not across the board. That is, if supplier is doing business with other buyers, for other buyers he will still continue to have this 12%. It's only for the specific buyer who is offering that SCF, this 6% holds good. All right, let me move on. So with the new arrangement, both people stand to gain, right? So the supplier will only have to fund the 6 million for 10 days. As soon as the invoice is approved, his cost will switch to 6% as against 12%. So at that number, you will see that even if he receives the payment on the 60th day, his total cost is 70,000, which is far less than the 90,000 that he was paying before, and buyer continues to enjoy a lower cost, right? So totally the supply chain is at a stands to gain. So this is really the economic rationale of supply chain finance, right? So with this, I mean, essentially this is the core. There are a number of mechanisms that are being put in place by various entities to make this thing happen. I'm moving on. So yeah, I mean, various entities that exist as part of a supply chain transaction will collectively, their benefits must exceed their costs for a SCF transaction to occur. So for example, if we take a simple situation of just a bank, supplier, and the logistics service provider and the buyer, right? So collectively, the benefits of these four entities must exceed the costs of these four entities. That is for all the four entities to enter into a supply chain financing agreement. Individually also, the cost of each of these entities must also exceed, or sorry, benefits must also exceed the cost. Only then it is for each of these entities. Now, when we talk about these costs and benefits, it is also important to look at not just the quantitative side of the story. As in my previous slide, I just showed you the economics, that is the number side of the story. But there are qualitative parts also that are important from a supply chain management perspective. Couple of things, I mean, you all agree once again, as a
I have one
practitioner.
question here.
Yes, sure.
So
Yes,
basically,
yes.
it's very interesting topic for me, at least. See, since we are trying to build supply chain, multi-echelon supply chain business networks, okay? So to connect all our solutions. Now, supply chain finance is something which I keep thinking about it. Now, based on your explanation, what I see is, so along with the logistic transactions, which could be your order fulfillment and the inventory movement and all those supply chain processes, material transaction processes. So based on that, after invoice raising by individual supply chain partner, so there could be extended application for supply chain finance that can where the financing partners can be involved, and then they can also play a role to provide financing options for supply chain companies. So if that is the case, actually, it's not only material flow and information flow. You can streamline your financial flows. That will be wonderful.
Exactly.
That will be wonderful. Is that something? I think it's not there in India at the moment. So, but this is going to come course of time. Yeah.
So there is a move now. Practically, most companies, banks are having what they call as supply chain finance solutions. You can go into ICSI website. They have a list of solutions that they offer to their customers as trade finance, supply chain finance solutions. Likewise, Bank of Baroda has, Citibank has, and so these people have solutions. The thing is, achieving that synchronous connection between material information and cash flow. For that to happen, the platform side is an important role. So what you see here, right? So it is through this platform that connection is established. There are fintech companies, Abdul Garu, that are in the recent past few years that have sort of come up even in India. I think there is a company by name Credo or some such company that arranges for receivables financing for SMEs. They can the SMEs can load the invoices, approved invoices on the platform, and the platform invites. It can be separate bankers or it can be individuals like you and me who can go and put our money, which can be used for financing the receivables. What as investors like you and me get, so it's a marketplace arrangement, right? So what investors like you and me get is at a higher rate of interest than what a bank offers, so we are better off. And what these people get, the SME people, what they get is a rate lower than what the bank would otherwise offer. So by getting the people that and people that are in need of money, that is investors like you and me, people at large, and SMEs, getting them on a single platform, these platforms are really adding value to the whole scheme of things. And they do, the platform does the connection. So is this invoice really valid invoice? Is it really approved by the buyer? That kind of a verification validation is something that the platform is supposed to do. And if that is in place, then the money is in a trustworthy place. If it is not, then we have a difficult situation there.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, please proceed.
Right, sir. Okay. So so SCF is emerging to be a fairly large ecosystem. So what a typical supply chain managers like you and me will normally look at only the bottom here, right? Supplier, buyer, distributor, and that's all that we look at. Actually, the finance flow is getting bigger and bigger. So there are third-party providers like your funders, platform providers, sometimes investors like ordinary people. And then we have our conventional, finance providers like banks, credit, insurance. These are the people that are on the full service SCF providers. On top of this, even at a higher level, there are industry associations. There are, I believe, industry associations like CII and people like that are also working towards having better SCF solutions for the better life of SMEs. There is a regulator. So RBI has come up with this a couple of years back, mechanism called TRADOS, so which is essentially to have SMEs load their invoices on the. So TRADOS is a regulatory body that allows the platforms that I showed you in my previous slide in India to be approved by RBI. So and government is slowly and gradually mandating, according to the Companies Act, people to have some kind of a mechanism on those platforms also. So essentially, I'll talk about the benefits to regulators in the long run little while later. But essentially, it is in the interest of the government also to ensure health of SMEs, and this is one mechanism to achieve the transparency and credit health of a SME segment in the whole scheme of things. Okay, so it came just about at right time. So what is while we saw a couple of slides back some economic rationale, I want to now take a broader picture and look at how individual entities in this SCF ecosystem get benefited with SCF. So firstly, suppliers, the small guys, right? So their working capital efficient, and they get access to a less expensive source of financing. Payment is secured because there is a third entity that is here that is providing SCF. There is literally no chance of late payments. Default doesn't happen. And because they're receiving payment in time, because thanks to the SCF, by anchors here, I'm talking about the SCF partners. So their relations with the SCF partners improves, and because their working capital is now being rotated in a much better manner, in a much better relationship, they can clearly look at expanding their sales and getting growth, and they get this off balance sheet financing, which is basically the receivables financing. So this is net benefits for the suppliers. And for the network orchestrator, that is, any supply chain usually has one big player, right? That big player is the guy who actually dictates terms both to its suppliers as well to the distributor and retailers, right? So what is the benefit to such a large player? So clearly, obviously, his own working capital, I mean, that company's own working capital efficiency improves. More importantly, his supply chain becomes far more stable. That is, at least any financial distress induced disruptions in the upstream are avoided because the suppliers to his supply chain are having access to funds to pay for their working capital or pay for their employees and their own suppliers. They have access to funds, and it's a big advantage. Many a times, because the supplier goes down, the supply chain goes down, right? So that is generally avoided. Positive impact on profitability and other KPIs. Administration cost goes down. I mean, we don't pay attention to this, but if you look at a procure to pay process of a given company, the invoices reconciliation and the payment is a big headcount item. Abdulgar will vouch for this. Typically, if you're an organization of 100 crore company and you're having to deal with maybe 1,000 invoices per month, your finance department is bulging. I mean, it will have at least about 50-60 people who are doing this three-way matching of invoice, goods receipt note, and then approving, not approving. It's a big administrative activity. So if part of it is now being done directly by bank, because you're having all your invoices sent to them and who are going to make the payment, part of that load gets reduced. Better links with supply chain partners and business growth opportunities. For banks, okay, I mean, one might think that it looks like a losing proposition to the banks, but it is really not. If bank was directly giving funding to the supplier, they would have got 12%, but now they are having to make 6%. But there is much more for a bank to gain. If you see here, some advantages are like this, right? So clearly, it will have a better relation with your anchors because they are doing much more business with them. Broader customer base and low acquisition cost. So the suppliers to whom with whom the bank is getting entered into in terms of making payments, it's a free relationship, right? I mean, otherwise that supplier would have gone to some other bank for its working capital financing, but because it is entered into a SAF agreement, all the suppliers to the anchor are automatically customers to the bank. And these once we all know, if we are a customer to a bank, they have our contact details and they can push additional products to us, right? So it's a customer being acquired with zero acquisition cost. So which is certainly clearly a advantage to the bank. And other things like your stable and low risk revenue stream based on high quality. So clearly an approved invoice by a reputable buyer implies that there is going to be a far lower risk in terms of default as against unknown transactions that a typical bank enters into, right? So a low risk revenue stream is always something that a bank is always looking for, and cross sell potential. From government standpoint, it is clearly also advantageous. If you see, SMEs are getting included from a financial perspective. The overall systemic risks come down because everybody has access to cheap and relevant funds. There is competition that is coming in the financial sector because of multiple entities that are vying to provide the SCF solutions to the suppliers, and more competition automatically means better customer service and also potentially less number of what do you call frauds or things like that. Improved sustainability of value chains due to full transparency of financial and physical processes. The digitization, all these drives that we have seen recently by the Indian government also in terms of making sure all the transactions occur above board. Now imagine companies entering into SCF agreement, automatically their money and material transactions are linked. Therefore, there is no way to have, money transfer, so to speak, unaccounted for money transfer gets reduced, right? So these are some of the benefits for the regulator also. Let me move on. So this is a quick, how would our company look at what is the benefit to us? So one is the monetary benefits we saw, but other things such as reduced risk, better relationship, access to higher growth. These all are aspects that are difficult for us to quantify, and that also will have to be thought about when I am entering into agreement. So this is your benefits. These are the costs. If there is a net difference, then you have a net benefit. Okay, one might tend to think that the supply chain finance comes into being only when the item has been sold. It is really not the case. I mean, throughout the value chain, there is a possibility of injecting a supply chain solution, supply chain finance solution. So moving from left to right, right? So this is how typically material moves through value chain, right? So you have a raw material, you have production, you have finished goods, and then that is in transit, and then it is received in the customer end, and customer acknowledges it, and then it becomes its payable, and then so this is a whole value chain, right? And what you see here are various supply chain finance solutions that are relevant and can be used at these entities. So if you have a raw material that is procured to meet a certain purchase order, then there are supply chain finance solutions that can be used to obtain finance for that raw material at a cost lower than what a typical working capital cost would be. So they are termed as, I'm not describing each of these terms. I mean, that itself is a big lecture in itself. There are, of course, at the end of the session, I'm going to show you some resources which you could go to for getting the definitions of each of these terms. So these are some SCF solutions across, in pre-shipment, during in-transit, and post-shipment. One point I want to bring to your attention here is that the light blue color here is what is called as loan based. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is the funding that the supplier will receive from the bank is against inventory, right? The inventory could be of whatever form. It can be raw material, WIP, or finished good, and whichever location. That can be in my inbound storage area, or it can be within my factory, or it can be in my bonded warehouse, or any such place, right? So net, the entire the basic premise on which the financial service provider will give me SCF is against the inventory that exists. And the dark blue here that you see here is all against receivable purchase based. The light blue color SCF isn't very new to us. I mean, in the sense that it is not a modern invention. It has been there, and partially companies have been taking advantage of this kind of financing already. But what is relatively new and made possible because of advent of technology is the dark blue, which is receivable purchase finance. And some examples are on the receivable side, factoring, forfeiting, receivable discounting, and on the payable side, payable finance or dynamic discounting are some examples, right? So up to here, what you see from the raw material stage till receivables, typically if there is a financing that is sought by, that is led by suppliers. So therefore, these solutions are called supplier-led solutions. Once the item has been received at the buyer, that is the customer can also drive SCF solutions, and because it is now an official payable by the buyer to the supplier, the buyer is working with the banks in financing the supplier, which is still looking like a receivable in their eye, right? So they are called as buyer-led. Most new development is occurring in the buyer-led financing. Conventional financing has been around in the supplier-led financing. let me move on. So this is, in a nutshell, what is supply chain finance, and why should we care about supply chain finance is what I'm going to talk about for a couple of minutes here. Very broadly, I mean, typically a company's working capital is a function of its inflows, which comes from banks. I borrow from banks, and my customers make payments to me. So this is the positive flows into my working capital. And the negative flows are I make payments to my suppliers, I make payments, I mean salaries to my employees, and I make other payments such as rent, utilities, insurance, electricity, and things. Right. So the net effect of this inflow and outflow, so long you are positive on your cash balance, you're doing okay. But any disruption in terms of your receipts or in terms of your payments, if there is a mismatch, and that causes what do you call a situation where you are running out of cash, that's a very bad situation for any company to be in. In fact, by regulation, if there is any payment that is due to be made and it is not being made for longer than 60 days, then government has every right to declare this company as bankrupt and take over the charge. So the bankruptcy laws are fairly stringent in most of the countries. So that being the case, cash management is extremely important. Yet it is, for some reason, is a prerogative of finance department, which doesn't very closely interact with the supply chain department. My talk here is to educate, I mean, both the departments, so to speak, that you need to work in tandem. The agreements, transactions that we have upstream and downstream, and the impact of that on cash are something that you can't divorce and look at them individually. That is my story. Then, particularly, there are enough reports that talk about the plight of SMEs in different countries. This is from a report by IBA for the SMEs in the European Union. A bit dated information, but still it is a similar story everywhere. So in the 27 countries consisting of European Union, which has about 22 million SMEs, the largest enterprises are only 0.2% and 99.8% is in terms of the number SMEs, right? And in terms of the GDP contribution, 50% roughly is contributed by SMEs and 50% is by large enterprises. If you look at the employment offered, large enterprises actually fall short. They offer much lesser employment at 35%, whereas SMEs offer much higher employment at 65%. So I think we can very easily say that this story is the same even in India, right? You have SMEs, large number of them, contributing in a big way to the GDP, contributing in a big way to the employment. Yet at the same time, when it comes to the access to the funds, they are at the. So if you see here, I mean, my title of the slide, in a supply chain, SMEs are the first people to spend. They are the ones that will convert the raw material into components or whatever they have already spent, and they'll send the components to its upstream. Upstream guy will, assemble it into making to a finished product, and finished product goes into distributor, retailer, and finally it sort of gets sold. There may be some agreement in terms of making early payment, but if you really see, these people, the smaller guys, are the first one to spend, but they're the last one to receive. So their money is blocked in the system for far longer than proportionate. That is point number one. Second important point is that we all know that supply chains don't face demand that can be predicted very easily, right? I mean, yet at the same time, you need to make to forecast. So once again, since SMEs are at the very upstream end, they are making things to forecast. And the entities that are at the closer to the customer, they are making things to order, right? So their chances of converting or making the right product and get the money is much better as against the SMEs which are making to forecast, right? So by the virtue of the distance that a SME has from the end customer, their money and cash and material investments are not matched very accurately. So that adds to the challenge that typical SME has. And you have other challenges like energy cost, raw material cost, and any other disruptions like this, right? More third thing is the larger enterprises that are part of networks are always pushing for elongated, extended payment terms with the suppliers. I believe there is a law that certainly is there in UK, and I think in US also, is that one can't officially, I mean, one can't force delayed payment. I mean, or can't have an extended payment terms beyond 60 days. So there are some such rules that are coming into play to force enterprises not to arm twist SMEs. So, but yeah, I mean, the regulation goes only so far. So this is one of the reasons as to why we should keep SMEs alive, and how they are playing an important role in our supply chain management, and therefore the bigger players in supply chain, what I'm calling as anchors, their role needs to evolve beyond just ensuring supplies, but ensuring the long-term survival of smaller entities that exist in its network, right? So for their own benefit, I mean, if they go down because of financial reasons, I mean, it's possible that you can look for an alternate supplier in the short run, but if that's the kind of business model that one is going after, clearly the relationship is not going to last longer. So this is net net. Why is it that we as supply chain managers should care for SCF is what I talked about. Quickly, what kind of solutions that exist, I'll talk about, and then finally the state of art. So if it is seller oriented, then receivables, accounts receivables solutions exist. If it is inventory oriented, then these are the what do you call solutions that exist, and buyer oriented are account payable solutions. So okay, I think Abdul Garu, given the time constraint, what I would want to do is skip these what do you call flow charts, leave them for participants to go through by themselves. I'll move to my last section. Is that okay?
Yeah, that is better. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So this basically this flow chart talks about if you are financing your accounts receivables, then what kind of solutions exist and what is your decision tree. That is what is being talked about. So there are a number of solutions like collective invoices, securitization, factorization. So there is a way of approaching it. This decision tree is talking about. Similarly, for inventory financing, is it fixed or current asset? There are solutions that are available. You can finance your fixed assets also. For that, there are solutions like sale and leaseback. Then finally, payables. Once again, simple solutions like such as P cards, all the way to complex solutions like reverse securitization. They exist, which depend on what kind of transaction value you are looking at. Are you looking at going to the marketplace, or you're looking at just going to a bank, and then, or you're just doing the financing between yourself and your supplier directly, instead of having a third party coming into play. So depending on what arrangement you're looking at, various solutions are available, and technology also is aiding. So the current state of art, right? So this is a study by ICC, International Chamber of Commerce, along with BCG Group, and the projection for various types of finance is captured here for the global trade. So open account is basically the buying and selling that happens without any bank coming into play. So that is a conventional, traditional kind of buying and selling that we're looking at. According to the study, is anticipated to grow at 4.4% CAGR. Then documentary trade is the conventional, that is LC's working capital financing, that all that I talked about, is expected to grow at 3%. And the supply chain finance, which is largely buyer led, is going to grow at 4%, is what that this study talks about. So there is a pie for banks to look at and then jump into the solutioning, but they won't be able to do all by themselves. They need a right platform also. Okay, so according to a McKinsey study here, as I've been talking about, so of the 7.3 trillion supply chain total trade, the documentary business, the conventional business, still accounts for a large part, which is 3.8, but that is not growing too fast. I mean, that is the situation number one. Seller side financing. So I am the one who is supplying, and I am the one who is in need of converting my receivables into cash as quickly as possible. These solutions have also existed in terms of discounting and things like that. So a seller works with various buyers, gets the invoice, so basically invoices approved, so to speak, and then he finds a funder and then works with him in obtaining getting a borrow against my receivables. So that this also is a kind of solution that have been out there in different markets, and they have been growing at about 3 to 5%. What is really growing fast are buyer-led supply chain financing, and that two types of solutions. One is called as reverse factoring, and other is called as dynamic discounting. So if you see a diagram here, what typically a reverse factoring implies is this. So there are going to be platforms that facilitate financing on the basis of buyer approved invoices. So seller supplies to the buyer receives the material, he inspects the material, finds it to his acceptance, and he says that this invoice is due to be paid. There's no problem with the invoice. I will pay it only at a certain later time. The approved invoice is loaded on the platform, and the platform works with funder. This funder can be, once again, a marketplace, that is people like you and me, with no access to the banker, or there can be banks itself. So if it is bank, then it is reverse factoring. If it is platform itself is going out in the what do you call public at large and obtaining the finance, then it is your dynamic discount. The discounted value is a function of how close it is to the due date. The closest to the due date, the discounting is far lesser. But if the supplier is asking to be paid much ahead of the due date, then the discounting will be much steeper. So that is how things work. Conventional financing, there are challenges. Bank will only discount invoices with established SMEs. It's a very labor-intensive process. Each invoice will have to be verified by the bank. Banks will focus only on large tickets, given that it's a laborious process, and banks will charge a higher rate in any case. So this is our conventional system, but is sort of getting overhauled, because of much of these activities that are being done in a physical basis are now being done on platform. Things are changing, but banks need to get their act in place quickly enough. The fintechs are out there already providing solutions. In fact, one of the fears that banks have is that part of their working capital financing business is being taken out by the modern fintechs that are out there. How the whole thing will emerge out to be is anybody's guess. But I think the banks that are getting their act together in place are the ones that will eventually win. So global cost of goods sold is so much, according to the same McKinsey report. Even if for various reasons listed here, $48 trillion is excluded from SCF programs, you still have about large market that still needs to be catered. So once again, the clear point here is that across markets, and typically for growing markets like India, supply chain finance is clearly a growth opportunity, both for technology solution providers as well for finance guys. And of course, supply chain managers will need to push the other stakeholders to offer these solutions. So it's a opportunity, not market, not worth ignoring by various stakeholders. A lot of models exist. Banks themselves doing the whole end-to-end, that is connecting the physical flow through ERP all the way to credit decisioning and credit resourcing. This model isn't very prevalent. What are prevalent are some kind of a hybrid models with fintech, ERP, and banks getting integrated. So this slide talks about how different models work, and for each of the model to work, what should be in place. So for example, If bank is going to do the entire thing all by themselves, then they have to invest in technology platform. They'll have to reimagine their relationship with their buyers and customers, have some kind of APIs that flow into this platform, have security arrangement, all of that should be in place. If a fintech is going to be there, then some kind of an integration mechanism that needs to be in place, right? So there are these four models that McKinsey sort of came up with. I am seeing in India, at least, all of these models in some form are being experimented out there in the market. Your particularly fintech SaaS-based models and blockchain to ensure the guarantee of tracing of the transaction. Blockchain has clearly a use case in supply chain finance, and SaaS-based models are becoming more popular because you don't need an in-house in-premise solution. And in any case, you need more people on the platform. So onboarding people on the platform works best if it is a SaaS-based solution. So a lot of SCF solutions that are offering solutions on SaaS are on the rise. And some resources that you could go to for more information on technical terms and how individual solutions work, what are the pros and cons of individual solutions are out listed here. So you're welcome to go here, and that's the end of my presentation.
So very
Sorry, I
interesting.
think 5 minutes extra, but
problem.
yeah.
Dr. Kalyan Garu, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
One of the most important thing is supply chain management. When you talk about the sky is the limit. Okay, so
Yeah.
basically here, when you talk about the latest trends in supply chain, so supply chain finance is one of the area where there is a lot of scope for the companies. Because one of the key problem in mid-size organization, even if it is in the larger organization, is the terms of payment. Okay, is the terms of payment, and then the cash working capital requirements. So even though they have a good business model, they have a good products and solutions. From finance side, the organizations are taking a hit. Okay, so that's where the supply chain finance awareness adds a lot of value. That's the reason I requested you, Dr. Kalyan Garu, to join the session, and it's very interesting. It's always a learning session from you. Due to time constraint, I'll just collect the questions and post you offline, and then we can always connect and discuss with our participants. Okay, sir.
Definitely, Abdul Garu. Yes.
So
yes.
thank you, Dr. Kalyan. A wonderful lecture on a wonderful topic as usual. So it's so thank you very much, and thank you for your effort and excellent presentation, Dr. Kalyan. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye bye. I wish the conference very best of success.
Thank you, sir, and it's going very well. So far, so good. Now, let me invite Ganesh Jathadaran, a lead process excellence in Everest Fleet Private Limited. So we talk about completely different topic now. It's a business process improvement in fleet management. So completely, so it's very rarely such topics we hear in supply chain management, and very rarely we hear somebody like Mr. Ganesh Jathadaran. There will be a rare opportunity for supply chain organizations to hear somebody like Ganesh. Okay, so let me give a quick introduction. Mr. Ganesh is head of anti-money laundering at S Bank, with a background in leading transformation initiatives. His experience includes finance process transformation at Standard Chartered, strategy consulting at Capgemini and Avalon, and energy efficiency consulting with CII. He specializes in management, energy and green consulting, and also, of course, he's a process excellence consultant by himself. I know it's very short introduction, Mr. Ganesh. So you can brief yourself, and I'm very interested to hear you, because it's very unusual to hear a different point of view on a different topic. okay, and which is very relevant for supply chain. So over to you, Mr. Ganesh.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Abdul Qadir ji, for the kind introduction. And I'm very happy and glad to be here in this conference. Sharing the limited knowledge that I know to people that are gathered here. Thanks a lot for inviting me. Just a brief background. So I currently work with this firm called Everest Fleet, and Everest Fleet is a fleet management firm. So it is one of the largest fleet managers for Uber in Asia as a whole. So around 18,000 cars is what we have, and we are the largest aggregators for Uber. So I am part of the process excellence team for this Everest Fleet. My prior experience, like Abdul Qadir ji was mentioning, has been in various fields, but largely into business excellence, process excellence for banks, for various firms like automobiles is what I have actually worked. In fact, I have worked with Abdul Qadir ji in his previous stint, doing business excellence, process excellence. That's how we know each other. Right? And thanks a lot for reminiscing and calling me over here. Right. So what I have got today, I will start sharing my screen. What I have got today. Let me share screen. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's coming up. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I have got today basically is, so I have divided the entire presentation into two parts. So the first part essentially is about talking about the framework for process excellence that we are practicing in our company. So I have tried to make it as practical as possible. So instead of just talking about theory, I just made it what we are essentially doing here in Everest is what we wanted to basically share. Right. So 1 minute, I'll try and see if I can share a screen so that I can see you also parallelly. Yeah. Yeah. Is this visible?
Yes, screen is visible. The moment you share screen, I believe you cannot see yourself, but we can see you. Yeah.
Okay, perfect, no problem. Okay, so let us continue with this approach. Yeah, so two parts, like I said. First part is I'll just tell you the framework that we are, as a process excellency that we're trying to apply to fleet management. That's one. And secondly, I will try and explain 3 or 4 case studies from my current work, from previous work, all those things, so that it'll be a practical approach as to how we actually approached a particular problem statement that we have got. Right? So that is the approach I have taken for this particular presentation. So I'll continue with my first part, and then I'll pause to see if there are questions, and then of course we'll go through the second part. Right? So we've simply approached our process excellence in our firm to tell everybody in the organization, saying that what is our purpose, what is our objective. Our objective is simple. We do not involve ourselves into business operations day to day. We are nothing but a catalyst. So catalyst, if you remember, if some of you have studied engineering or chemistry, you will know catalyst nothing but it will just help speed up things. It will help do things better without getting involved into the day-to-day operation. So without being without touching or being involved, being affected, we will just be like a catalyst, right? Without being affected, but we will still fasten up things for people. We will speeden up things for people. So that's clearly the role of the process excellence team, and we are a central team offering cross-functional support to people. So that is clearly the objective and role of the process excellence team that we have developed within the organization. Right? And we have told there are 3 major areas, or the framework for excellence is basically upon these 3 major areas. All right. So, and I've got basically case studies to tell you about these 3 areas, but I'll tell what these 3 areas essentially about. First is about making sure processes are standardized, right, which is the first vertical. What do we mean by standardization? To make sure that we have process being laid out, articulated in terms of libraries, SOPs, and making sure it is structured in a central manner. There could be cases wherein we may not do it centrally. We might actually want to have local process, but we make sure that at least it is articulated and clearly laid out to people. So that's the first pillar. So to spend a couple of minutes on the first pillar, for various firms that I have worked over the period of years, specifically in the organization that we are working today also, we have found basic things like even process not being spelled out clearly, and this will lead to a lot of ambiguity in people knowing what they are supposed to do or what are they
Ganesh
capable of
ji,
doing.
sorry to interrupt. We are still in the first page. Okay, so
Yeah,
the
we are
title
still
page.
in
In the first
you are
page.
still in the first page, huh?
Yeah,
Which
maybe
is
you're changing. It's okay. So okay. So sometimes it happens.
Yeah, so let me reshare my screen. Okay. Yeah, so this was the objective slide I tried to tell. We are a catalyst is what we were saying, right? And a central team. So the screen is visible, Sheikh ji?
Yes, it is visible. Objective and role of process excellence.
Correct. So this is what I was explaining, that we are nothing but a catalyst, correct? And the third slide is this. I hope this is visible now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 3 pillars is what we work on. The first pillar is process standardization pillar. The second pillar is about governance coaching. Third pillar is business transformation. I was explaining the standardization pillar. So most organizations that I worked, I worked with MNCs, I worked with Indian private banks. I'm currently working with a fleet management firm, very Indian, right? So what we find is clearly articulating how we do things, which is the process part of it, is a big miss, right? And even if they express it clearly, they'll not basically express in a standard manner that everybody understands. So this is a big area or an opportunity that one can actually work on, process standardization area, right? So I've got basically case studies as to tell how to express oneself in terms of doing the how part. So that's the first part, so that it is standardized, structured, streamlined. So that's the first part. The second part is, now that I've defined the process, it is very important that people follow it. How do we ensure that people follow it? If they do not follow, why are they not following it? Creating problem solvers about how to actually follow this. All those are the second part of the things. The third part is a completely different area. Now that I have defined the process, I make sure that people follow the process. How do we improve it? What should one do to actually improve this? So this basically forms the bedrock of process excellence that we are currently doing within our organization, and what I have done personally in my prior experiences also, right? Like I told, the excellence team will be a catalyst, ensuring the teams on the ground do these things properly. We'll guide them, we'll coach them, we'll audit them, we'll help them improve. But on the ground work is something that the business functions have to do. So the role of process excellence team is more like a catalyst. Okay? So this in essence basically is the framework that we are currently using in the process excellence piece. Now, before I go into explaining this a little bit of detail, anybody having questions, please feel free to jump in, because I believe in interactive sessions wherein I do not want it to be a monologue. Please feel free to jump in and ask me any questions, because I want to make sure that whatever I know at least is communicated clearly to you people, right? So
Yeah,
any questions
sure.
you have, please let me know.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I'll just raise a flag.
Sure. Okay. So so if I double click on process standardization, what do we mean by process standardization? So what we do in essence, or what we are doing also currently, is we are taking a particular city. So we operate in multiple cities, and this city can be translated as different business functions, or same business function having different branches or different units that you are operating. Could be applied to various ways that you are working and you are actually functioning. So what we do is we actually take a particular city, we create a process library. When we mean process library, we understand what are all the various processes that constitute your particular universe of business. So once that library is being created, we articulate the process through process maps. And the process map we define here, and you will be clear when I explain through a case study, through standard notation called BPMN. BPMN, as I have given here, if you can see my mouse, stands for Business Process Model Notation. So every process needs to be, explained or articulated in this business process model notation. Once you explain it in a business process model notation, BPMN format, then it becomes easy for you to even speak to technology. When I mean speak to technology, when you change a process diagram, automatically technology also can change. So if you change, say, a box in a diagram, automatically your SAP or your Oracle can understand this BPMN, because this BPMN is actually a codable diagram. So I will show you the example when I am actually talking through the case study. So far, I'm just going to give you a preview as to what the standardization is all about. So this BPMN basically will help you articulate your process in a codable format which technology understands, and we also clearly articulate what are the KPIs to achieve these process, right? So this we do. So this combo of process library, which is nothing but a list of process, articulating in BPMN format the process, it will look something like this, which you see on screen, and then along with the KPIs begin one set of standard process, right, for a city or a particular hub or a branch, whatever you can call it. Once that is done, we take similar inputs from the other cities. We have a workshop with all the relevant stakeholders from the city and from the various functions, and then one process standard is defined for the organization as a whole, right? So this basically constitutes the framework for standardizing a process, right? So this is step one. So if I go back, the process standardization pillar, if I double click, it basically becomes this, right? So this is the pillar one. Now if I move to pillar two, which is process governance pillar, what we do in process governance is all about, now that I have articulated the process, now it is important for the organization to be process based and not people based. To do that, people have to adhere to the process. So we initiate something called as a process audit exercise, wherein we go as a team and actually check whether people are actually following these process. Okay. So this is the assess process adherence, tracking the non-compliance, publishing the audit scores, okay, and updating the register wherein all these audit scores and non-compliance are actually published, and we ensure that these are actually adhered to, and align the KRAs to the process governance aspect. So this is basically the framework of doing the process governance. In a nutshell, what we essentially are trying to tell is, we basically go to the units, understand the processes defined here are basically adhered to or not through a process audit exercise, and we publish a score for each of these units. So this is basically the process governance angle. The third angle, which is so the third framework area, or the third area that we actually work on, completely different from the first two areas, is all about improvements. 1 and 2 talks about defining the process, adhering to it. Third is completely breaking free from that, trying to improve things on a day-to-day basis. Now how do we improve things is basically by having two different aspects to it. One is phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1 is all about creating, understanding the as state and defining the to be state. So you understand the current vision, assess what is needed, benchmark vis-a-vis your competition, and design the to be process. Now once these are agreed on paper, then we start about implementing this. So these are the three pillars in which we operate within the current organization in terms of process excellence also. So let me repeat. We defined about process standardization, which is about defining the process. Then we govern by doing audits. Third is breaking free from that, defining the current process, and then creating a to be state and trying to achieve it so that you go to the next level. So this in essence is basically like a cycle wherein we try and excel in what we are doing at it, or improving what we are doing at it. So this basically forms a framework. What I have got in the subsequent slides are essentially case studies to explain all these three that I'm talking about, right? So this could be a logical, break where I can actually take about 30 seconds, understanding if there are questions, Abdul Garjeji, or, if you want me to continue with case study explaining each of these, I can go.
Process is very, Ganeshji. I think case studies will raise more questions.
Perfect. So let me jump on to the case studies. Okay. So process standardization, let me actually tell you what we are practically doing on the ground. So this is, so in our fleet operations, our most important process is to recruit drivers. So we own the cars, right? And we need drivers to drive the car. So driver essentially will be our customers who will drive the fleet, which ultimately goes and they actually go and join, Uber. So that's essentially is what we are doing. And, this process of, driver recruitment or pilot recruitment, what we do is we express this in terms called BPMN language. Okay, and BPMN language is a standard terminology or a standard process, notation terminology where one should use so that it can be useful, because this is a standard terminology that everybody can understand within the organization once they are trained. And most importantly, BPMN can interface with technology tools also. Okay, so probably I'll show you a live demo as to what this BPMN is, all about. But before that, what is L1? What is L4? L1 is nothing but, the most top process. So the left hand side is something like an L1, right hand side is something like a L4. What is left hand side all about? Left hand side is about telling what are the various macro steps that is needed for conducting this process. So in this case of driver recruitment, I have three major processes called lead generation, telecalling and backend process, wherein I actually call the telecaller. I actually call, so the telecallers call the drivers, and third, we actually onboard these driver and allocate the vehicles. So these are the three macro steps which form the the pilot recruitment process. So pilot recruitment, to repeat, is about recruiting the drivers to drive the car. So we call them pilots, in our organization, right? So we generate the leads. The lead generation there is actually a separate process. Then once the leads are generated, we actually call these drivers through our BPO setup, wherein through our telecalling setup, wherein these drivers are reached out to, and then they are onboarded. Now I have taken a slice of basically the vehicle onboarding and vehicle allocation process. I've drilled it down directly to L4. L4 is nothing but if I click on onboarding vehicle allocation, it will expand to an L2 process, which will detail this onboarding to the next level. If I click it further, it will go to the next level. If I click it further, I will reach to this step of L4 process, wherein desktop procedures or close to desktop procedures will be described. So that is in essence the L4 process, which is expressed in BPMN terminology. So BPMN terminology is nothing but I have basically will tell who are all the various parties. So there's a swim lane which is there. Who are all the various parties that are involved in conducting this, scheduling this driver, and creating the creation of the IDs before the driver actually takes the vehicle. That in a sense is what is being explained here, right? So if I just zoom it a bit, what you can see is the driver is basically targeted. So the driver is tagged as interested by the telecallers, right? Once the driver is tagged as telecaller, he asks the driver to send documents on WhatsApp. The document is received. Once the document is received, the driver basically, so the telecaller basically, so the swim lane is about the telecaller. The telecaller fills the Google form. Once the Google form is captured in the response sheet, there is a Uber ID that's being created. There is a background check that's being done, and then the schedule form for the driver is filled. The driver walks into the hub. There is no issue. If there is issue, the issue is being resolved. Or if the driver does not walk in, I follow up the driver to actually making sure he actually reaches my hub and he takes the car. Right. So this is the detailed steps of this onboarding and vehicle allocation. So if one just needs to take a step back, what is happening is the onboarding and vehicle allocation process ka one slice ka detail is what is being given here. Now L4 can be further drilled down to L5 process also, wherein you actually define it a little more granular and say in little more depth, so that the person who's actually executing or who's handling the the customer, in our case the driver, knows it very clearly, and there is no confusion as to what he or she is expected to do. Right? So this in essence basically will be the process diagram and how to express it. What I'll also do is let me show you an example of
Ganeshji, just a question here. Now,
Yeah.
as we all understand Uber, how does that in Uber basically the driver comes along with his vehicle, right? That I know it's not the process question I'm talking about, the business
Mhm.
model. Okay, so
Mhm.
you said in the business process he will collect and he will collect the vehicle. Okay,
Mhm.
so what is the model here, sir? So in Everest fleet and
Yeah.
Uber, that just say quick because it's very interesting. I don't know about that. There is so much story behind this. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, so the way it works is, I mean, so the way Uber works, and this everybody knows, is Uber basically has drivers who take the vehicles, right?
Mhm.
Let me put my screen to yeah. So the way it works is Uber basically onboards drivers directly through their own platform, and the driver owns the vehicles, and it is my vehicle. I get money from the customer, so the rider. Uber
Correct.
takes a commission, and Baki
Mhm.
basically is going to the say the driver, right?
Mhm.
Because he owns the car. Now there could be other models in which the driver does not own the vehicle. He can take the vehicle on lease, like
Ah,
operators
yeah.
like Everest Fleet.
Mhm. Ah, okay. So that part operator Everest does. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Exactly. So there are aggregators for Uber. So Uber need not. So Uber does not own even a single vehicle.
Yeah, that's true. Mhm.
Correct. So the vehicle can be an asset on the books of the driver, or there can be organizations like Everest which will actually own these vehicles, and they'll manage the driver. So I'll have to onboard these drivers, manage the driver and the fleet, so that the rider through Uber get a smooth ride. So that's the entire value chain construct.
So how many vehicles Everest has now? Just
Around say
can you tell me the
17,000
number?
vehicles.
Oh, that is something that is very interesting. I don't know that so much vehicles are the third party logistic companies are working like that. So that is something amazing. Fantastic, sir. Please proceed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
correct. So basically, I was trying to tell. I mean, in the process of managing this business, how do we manage the
Correct.
aspect of process here, excellence here is what I'm trying to tell. So I was talking about BPMN. I don't
Mhm.
know, thing is not working. Okay, so probably for some reason I'm not able to show you a live demo. I would have loved to show you as to how to actually create these diagrams. Let me try once more if I can show this to you. For some reason it is not working. Give me 1 second. Let me stop sharing and then let me start sharing. There's an issue. Okay, fair enough. So some issue I'm not able to share
Mhm.
the actual BPM and diagrams. I mean the demo of this thing. So you can easily go to the site called demo.bpmn,
Mhm.
and you can experiment yourself and try things yourself. So the advantage, like I said, is once you create something like this, and if I right click this diagram, I mean once the actual diagram opens, you will know it opens to a page like a code page,
Mhm.
which
Mhm.
means each of these boxes are transcribed like a code,
Mhm.
right? So once you change the box here, like say ask driver to do something, whatever, the system understands what you're actually doing, because all these are standard notations which is understandable by technologies like SAP,
Mhm.
and Oracle. There are a lot of interfaces available. You can Google for SAP Aris. You will know what I'm talking about. So these boxes can speak to the system, and the system will change the code by itself.
Yeah, that's true.
For a person like a business guy, because he is just eliminating the
Perfect.
technology analyst or a function analyst layer here. Yeah. So So highly encourage people in this conference who are attending to Google for SAP ARIS or SAP BPMN integration or something like that. Then you will understand what I'm actually talking about. Unfortunately, I'm not able to show my Chrome. I'm not able to show you here. Otherwise, I could have actually showed you some example. Let me try one last time. Yeah, it's working. So if you just say SAP or just say BPMN.io.
I personally know about BPMN here.
Oh, perfect. So yeah, so you can just create a diagram here. It's very simple, and try online. This becomes demo. Yeah, you can just create a diagram. Let's open. Sorry, just create something. Let me actually see if I can open a diagram. Yeah, let's see if this opens. Perfect. So this opens, right? So this is a diagram that we created, simple. And if I just go to and each view page source, a code actually comes. So this is something that you can interface with this thing. You can either easily usable. You can put swim lanes here, all those things. This is very, very user friendly for people. It's free, it's available, people can start using it. Yeah, so that's one part of the aspect which I wanted to cover, which was the first pillar of standardization. And how do we do standardization, how do we integrate things. So let's move to the second part. Actually, yeah, so the second part is about auditing what I have drawn here. So audit Kelly, what we have done is we have created frameworks to do audit. So I'm just going to show you some examples of those frameworks that we have created. So this is essentially this I have not shared because this is very proprietary, Sheikh Ji, but I'm just showing you samples so that people understand how do we actually go about doing audits, right? So what we do is we create checklist of questions like this, which is there. We say, let me actually show you the actual checklist. This is a review aspect. For example, in the same telecaller process, we are saying, if telecaller actually providing proper resolution to the lead as per the lead's inputs, the number of follow-up you do, all these things are basically created as a checklist for the process that we have created. So I've created a diagram. I'm now creating, long list of questions which I want to actually go and check on the ground. Are actually people doing it or not? If they do it, they actually get a score of complaints. If they don't do it, then actually get a score of non-complaints. This complaints and non-complaints basically get summarized, and we publish it as a score saying, what, you actually are non-compliant. This is non-compliant, not complaint, by the way. You are non-compliant to the score of say 100%. You're non-compliant to the score of say 80%. All those things is what we create using this audit methodology, right? So to do that, we have say an audit checkpoint, which is what I was telling you here. The entire list of questions that we go ahead and ask people. Say for this case, we created a question of 140, 150 questions. Before we start the audit, we create this checklist. We circulate this checklist to them. We make sure that people actually are ready for our audit. We check whether they're complying or not. We categorize them into various buckets: critical to business, not critical to business, all those things. And then we publish finally the summary report, which is what you see here. What is the complaints percentage? It's only 25% for this business, whereas we need a target of 90%. So once we publish this, it's become very visual, and people start acting on these things, and the adherence level automatically improves. So one of the key things that we have personally observed and we have known to be very, very effective is this assessment or audit or coaching. I mean, we can call it coaching, audit, assessment, but it's ultimately understanding how much are people following what they're supposed to follow. Because as a business head, I want my people to follow things, but are they actually following it or not? This is where the actual cookie I have seen invariably crumbling. So even when I have handled my AML department separately, when regulators ask me questions, or even I'm actually doing process excellence now, this is one of the most important areas I have felt wherein a lot of effectiveness can be built in. It's the second vertical of governing and making sure people following it. Now, once the scores are being published, what we will do is we have coaches appointed who will understand, handhold with these respective cities or hubs to make sure that they actually solve these issues and move forward to make sure they're complying. So this is where we have mentioned about coaching and improving. So that's the second big vertical of governing, improving, and coaching, right? So we have discussed about standardizing process. We have also discussed about how do we govern, improve, and coach people. So that in essence is the first two pillars that we spoke about. Okay. I'm assuming I can move Abdul Qadir ji. If there are questions, please let me know. I can pause again and go to the third subject of improvement and transformation.
Yeah.
Okay. So third area, I mean it's a very broad area. I mean, so the improvements can be for anything. So in this case, for us, one of the problem statements we have identified was on attrition of the drivers, because the car's utilization is so the function of the utilization of the vehicles has a big bearing on how soon the driver attrites or not attrites in this case. So to understand this, what we did was we created basically a satisfaction assessment type of survey or assessment framework to know if to actually gauge what is the current satisfaction levels of the drivers. So what we did here was we created a framework for satisfaction assessment. There were 6 broad parameters starting from quality, the earning potential of the driver. Are there any are there any issues with respect to the workshop quality that we have got, the repair quality of the of the cars, which is the third aspect. The fourth aspect was about how soon or how clean are we able to deliver the cars to these drivers. The last aspect were about how do they value the relationship with our company. All those things is what we try to understand. So in all, there were 6 broad parameters broken down to 27 smaller attributes. For example, quality of the car can be measured in terms of, say, vehicle performance. Are they actually conforming to specifications in terms of vehicle specifications, fuel consumption? All those things comes the quality of the car. Salary earnings is about are they actually earning? Are their earning capacity enough through this partnership? Are we actually taking initiatives to improve their earning? So basically, the framework, I mean, instead of following what we do, so the framework is all about having higher level parameters broken down to sub attributes, so that you have a comprehensive survey mechanism which you can go and ask your respective customers to understand what they actually feel about the company. So once we have done the survey, so in all we met around say 500 or 600 driver partners, and once we have done, we did we actually plotted it into a graph to tell which are the parameters, which are the cities that are actually doing well. In this case, Hyderabad scored better than all, whereas Kolkata was actually the least. And in terms of parameter, management related was the best, salary earnings were the least, and they were below average DSAT, right? So if I actually go down a little bit further, what we understood, so again, what we are trying to do this is, in case of Hyderabad is actually scoring better, where they are actually scoring better in terms of parameters, where they are actually not scoring better. So if you see, this is, so the green dotted area is where in terms of parameter and city we are doing well, whereas this area which is orange and red is where we actually totally suck. I mean, we actually are not doing great. So this is the area that we felt that we'll have to work. Of course, I've masked certain areas in terms of confidentiality, but I'm just trying to understand, I mean, explain how did we approach this problem in terms of having a parameter attribute, doing the survey, trying to plot it, and trying to understand which areas we are doing well and which areas we are not doing well. And these are the areas that we have taken up as an initiative from our firm to see how do we meet drivers satisfaction levels. So that is in a nutshell about how do we improve driver attrition, or how do we go about understanding doing a customer satisfaction survey, and what are the actions, how do we create actions out of it. That is the first case study that I thought I'll explain. The second, probably I'll skip this, probably the other so the second is about how do we approach sourcing parts. But before I go here, I'll again pause here to see, any questions, any, areas that you wanted to understand a little more further. I can, take those questions, or I'll move to the, the last case study which I've got, Abdul Qadir ji.
Yeah. Please move forward.
Okay, fantastic. So the last area I've got here is about, so we have, so this is not from, the current engagement that I am at, so the current firm, but, previous firm, wherein to manage their, their cars or their fleets, whatever they have got. So they wanted to basically source parts from outside India. So this case study is all about, how do we actually source parts into India, and how do we make sure that, I achieve benefits by sourcing parts from the right supplier and at a cost effective manner. So this framework basically explains about how do we go about doing this, what is the approach that one should take to, go about shortlisting the suppliers, identify what, these parts are, and where we actually get the benefits. So the approach that we took here was, we created a very long list of companies of, internationally, not just India. So we created, long list of companies for the vehicles that this particular, fleet or this particular service station had in their workshop. Understood, the list of parts that there were. Say, for example, there were around 400 parts that we actually came up with. We did 80-20 of those parts and said that, these are the parts for which I need suppliers, wherein there will be a maximum bang for the buck. So we created a long list of companies by scouring through various geographies internationally, right? And by contacting these suppliers, we actually created a short list of suppliers from this long list. And after that, we engaged with these suppliers, and we created a prioritized list of partners along with the parts, wherein we created a face-to-face discussion and said that these are the parts from these suppliers that we should actually go about and, engaging or having the transactions with. So that was the overall, process framework that we used to start with a long list of companies, short list, and finally, go with the prioritized list. So the prioritization framework that we practically used here was, aspects of reliability, aspects of business fit, and aspects of size fit. For example, I am a very large company, but I do not want to have a very small company, participating with me, because then it becomes, size misfit. So that's also something that we, had. Business fit is, what is the quality of the product, what is the portfolio of product they have got, what is their current clientele they have got, what's the business fit aspect that we have there, that we actually, assessed. The other is about, reliability. Do these exporters at least have bare minimum a website? Do they have, solid recommendations? How long have they been into this business? Where certain things that we actually got. This we created, weighted average framework for each of these, and we of course ranked it as 139 to create, an exponential difference between, a guy, so a supplier who's actually scoring well versus, a supplier who's not scoring well. Basis that, we identified, basis the for the model that we have got, we identified suppliers, who will actually provide us these parts. So this is our current, client's price. This is the FOB price of the parts that we import from the suppliers we have identified to the previous slide, right? This is that we found out that for the 75 top parts for these, cars or models, the saving in terms of INR per annum is going to be around 45 lakhs if I import vis-a-vis me actually procuring it locally. Right? So that was basically the final, aspect or final savings that we actually brought down and, nailed it. So that is how we approach, these things. So I just wanted to give you a flavor of, all these three, rather than, telling a variety of things across variety of areas. Again, these three areas: standardization, I spoke about the BPMN; governance, I explained about the audit; transformation, I actually spoke about, two large projects. One is about the supplier, sourcing project, and the other one was basically about the project of, customer satisfaction with, the frameworks. So, these were, the points I thought, let me actually, share and explain as to what, I have been practically doing. But of course, happy to take questions or any clarifications. If I was fast somewhere, please let me know. I'll be more than happy to, explain things.
Yeah, it's very great insights, Ganeshji. I really liked the way you have explained these 3 steps. Okay, I personally worked on business process excellence initiatives a long time ago, so I understand the work you have done and the way you have showcased the use cases. Really fantastic. Okay, now the question is, one of the key problem for especially mid-size organizations and little smaller organizations is they're not like they don't want to standardize their processes. That is one of the key problem. Okay, so as a solution provider or software provider at the moment, earlier I was somebody like you who are helping organizations in supply chain excellence and all those stuff. One of the major problem is the challenge of the mid-size and smaller organizations remains same as the larger ones. But the key difference is they don't have the standard processes. So each small mid-sized company, they think that this is how the business have to be done. And they go in a non-standard way. And they don't practice any business process methodology. Okay. And what happens is they want to fit their process into any software or any other things. So there is a gap. Okay. And they don't invest enough. Okay. They don't invest enough to either to adjust themselves or to adjust the software. Then eventually what will happen is, so they adopt the software processes like 50, 60, 70%, whatever. And then the remaining 30%, they keep it manual. So on the whole, the key processes like invoicing and all billing, they will do it in the system, but the rest of the process, still they keep it manual. So this is one of the key problem what I observed over a period of so many years now in India and somewhere else in Middle East. So what do you advise? So what is your advice for the organizations to go for a standard business process, and then you automate it, and then you optimize it, and then you focus more onto a business than process, because the process take its own pace, and then invest in it. Don't consider this as an expense, consider this as an investment. So what is your stake in this?
Yeah, so absolutely. Like you rightly said, there are two types of organization. One are those large. I've worked in banks wherein RBI audits the bank. So needless to mention that process are very important there, and we have some maturity there. But I think the problem is with these middle-sized firms, unregulated entities, where they actually have their own way of working. My practical experience has been, should I start with standardizing the process first and then assessing them and then giving it to technology, or should I assess them first and standardize it? Right now, the question can be, without a process, how do you go about doing audits or assessment? Right. So what we did practically here was, we said, what, it is a going concern. There are definitely process which people are actually doing it. It's not as if there is no process. There is a process. Of course, there are issues in people doing it consistently. Right. Say, for example, I will give you a practical example. When managing in my fleet, the way we manage a fleet is, when a car enters my premise, I'll have to know when the car enters. So there should be a check-in time, and when the car enters, I also should know, are the tires in proper condition? Does it have a jack, pana, a Tommy, stepney, all those things? And we also have a car sticker which is there, to tell what the driver wanted. Car sticker. If you observed Uber in in various geographies, you'll have a number piche behind the car, which says this is the number you'll have to call. All these things needs to be checked. This is a standard process which everybody needs to follow. There is an SOP for this. Everybody knows. But when we actually went and saw this, nobody's following this process. On the ground, the person, and these are all very huge impact items. While it seems very small, imagine 17,000 cars not being managed well. If stepney is not done properly, if things like these stickers are not there, and it has a huge cascading impact, right? So then we decided, probably let us start auditing this, and we used a strong word called audit. Why did we use a strong word called audit? Because the moment I use an audit and a strong, a score mechanism there to tell, what, you only score 20%, and we put a red big font logo there, it actually catches people's attention because they know they are in the limelight now. Then they start asking me, Ganesh, how do I solve this problem now? Please help me. if I had taken the approach one, wherein I actually go them, soft pedal with them, asking them, what, please tell me the SOP. I will draw for you, and please follow the process. The please from there, from our side, becomes please from their side. So we actually flipped. I mean, that is working here, right? That I have also seen work with banks also. I mean, while it is a very compliance or very strong approach, but probably depending upon the company's maturity, these type of treatments might be needed for the different. I mean, again, if you actually talk about Western firms, Middle East firms, already maturity might be different. You might not want to use audit as a terminology there. You might want to use coaching as a terminology there, because audit simply is about fault finding exercise, right? But the moment you make people understand, hey, I'm actually doing an audit for you, you are the stakeholder that I'm actually going to do for, then probably things might change, and they might then want to have process standardized. Then the process will be standardized. You can have technology come in. All those things will come in. Probably, to answer you straight, we can think of starting with an assessment auditing first, because there are processes already happening, and we'll have to understand the business before auditing the process. That's very important. Otherwise, you will be lost without process document. I hope I answered your question, Sheikh Ji.
Yeah. Got you, sir. This is very interesting. I would like to share to all our clients and other partners your presentation, and it's very, very interesting. Yeah. So, and the BPMN concept was really interesting. And I was really amazed to see the process of Everest fleet with 17,000 cars. Okay, it's a completely new for me. To manage such a large number of fleet and the process, you must be definitely having a very good discipline of business process. Otherwise, it is not possible. Okay, so one question is, I think it's not related to the process. How do you generate leads? So you look for the drivers who subscribe to Uber, or how? Because how do you find leads for Everest? Pilots, mean.
Yeah. So, while basically we have two different sources, Sheikh Ji. One is, the car wanted sticker. So you would have seen, in Uber, there's a car wanted sticker. So drivers basically call these things. That's one, source of leads. So we call it inbound call that comes. So other major sources, we, put a lot of, Facebook ads, social media ads, all those things wherein, the driver interested. So there are various portals where, like, we have Naukri and LinkedIn for, this group, which is here on this call. Drivers have their own job portals, so they apply in these job portals, and those leads, so we subscribe to those things, and those comes to us.
Fantastic. That's a great business. So I think we need to talk more about this, and I think you have a lot of use cases in finance, in banking. Okay, so I think we don't have time today. Otherwise, we would have definitely asked for presenting one more use case today. So with this, thank you very much, Ganesh ji. I know this is the topic is very heavy. Depends. I don't think they can really ask a question, but I'm sure they really enjoy the session of your 3 steps: audit, and then you have a process, standardize the process, then you establish the discipline, and then you measure it and approve the performance. It's fantastic. Okay, so I take this as an opportunity. If you have any final thoughts for a couple of 2-3 minutes, please feel free, because you lost a few minutes time in the beginning. So any final thought, any advice for supply chain organizations as far as the process excellence is concerned?
No. First of all, thank you, Abdul Qadir ji, for inviting me over, and this is I definitely love these sessions, because some contribution that we can do to people that are attending here. At least if they had taken 5% of what I had told, that I think that is my personal success of attending or participating in this seminar. I hope people had found it to be useful. That's one, and thanks a lot for that opportunity. Secondly, I feel process excellence is something that people do not pay a lot of attention to these days, in the hurry of doing business, and in their day-to-day pressure of establishing themselves or in their roles in the organization, because they have their own pressures. I have handled teams, the two highly regulated teams, immense pressure on the person who's handling things. So usually people tend not to invest in these things, assuming that this will not yield results. But trust me, if you have the capacity, influence your bosses, have somebody that bandwidth who will not be involved in day-to-day business, because this requires somebody who's like you, but who's dispassionate and who's able to actually contribute and comment in what you are doing. Because otherwise you will have 1,000 things to do in your life every day, at least 10 decisions, 15 decisions, tough decisions to be taken, which will eat your brain and minds. Very important to have a sounding board, a person who's separately there, who will drive things for you, like process excellence. That will help you have peace at work and also improve things.
Perfect. So that's a really wonderful advice, Ganeshji. Thank you very much. And I think if you want to give any final thoughts, otherwise we will just say your vote of thanks to you. So it is really, at least for me, I really enjoyed the session thoroughly, and hearing somebody like you is something which is very interesting. Okay, and after a long time, I see you also, so that's very interesting. So thank you, Ganesh, for joining and delivering wonderful lecture, and we look forward for more such programs from you. So thank you very much, and appreciate on behalf of all the participants and organizers to you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I wish you, success in your endeavors, Abdul Qadir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. See you. Thank you all.
Very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all your patience and continued. You keep listening to the program continuously, and it has been like 4 hours 13 minutes from the start. So it's 4 hours. So that's really great that the progress the summit is progressing very nicely. Now I would like to invite our special guest to give a lecture on something which is very unusual. Okay. We talk about is Bharat there? Yeah, Bharat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you, Bharat. Future proofing of your business. Yeah.
Abdulji,
Yeah.
quick thing. So I would be presenting along with my co-author Ram Kishore. He is also on the call.
Sure. Definitely. You can Deep. You can make presenter for both if you are able to hear me.
They are already the presenters. We can proceed.
Okay, so today we are talking something very special. I really like the book you gave me, Bharat. Okay, so thank you for that. So we are talking about future proofing your business with Figure It Out. Okay, by Bharat and sorry,
Ram Kishore.
Ram. Okay, Bharat and Ram. Thank you. You guys are 5. I know your team. Okay, so I'll just introduce Bharat. Ram, I don't have your details, but okay, you can introduce yourself. So Bharat Kumar is a serial entrepreneur over 19 years in the technology industry. He has led the delivery of 1,000 plus projects and 100 plus customers across 28 countries. Wow. So his experience includes techno innovation, leadership, business modeling, and bridging business and technology, most notably through the innovation of Zero Code for enterprise digital transformation. I know Zero Code is one of the robust platform for no-code development. Okay, I have seen the platform and it's really amazing. Okay, I would have seen this 3-4 years back. And very interesting gentlemen, Bharat and Ram. So you can introduce yourself and you have time. So, and this is completely a different presentation altogether. This is for supply chain managers and also it's business managers and everybody. I'm sure we can enjoy truly of your topic. Yeah, over to you. So I think Bharat has left and he might join. Ram, so you can continue.
Yeah, so I'm Ram. I'm basically coming from background of business strategy consulting. I largely work on business modeling and new opportunity creations is what my core area is. And a little bit of literature is always been part of my career. And this initiative, Figure It Out, as a strategy playbook for entrepreneurs, uh, we incidentally landed on it, but it turned out to be a very huge successful one. And
By the way,
this
I
the
just
way,
want to show to the audience.
yeah,
So this is
yeah,
one of
please.
the very high quality book. I think it's the most highest quality book in all my bookshelf. Okay, so this is something I'm very proud. I'm just keeping here. I have some more pages to read, but I will enjoy this for sure. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so fundamentally, hi everybody on this Saturday afternoon, taking your time to be part of this particular Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit, Day 2. Welcome. We are quite interested to be part of this particular summit and present. Rather than present, we would like to showcase what exactly this book is all about, and how exactly, as I said, we incidentally landed on writing a book. So we by and large come with an multiple industry, multiple initiatives across in our careers of almost near 2 decades of our entrepreneurial journey. So at one point of time, we have this question that uh, what exactly we are, how exactly we can showcase ourselves. So in the process, we have many thoughts, and we ultimately thought of writing a book on the way in which that we have experienced our entrepreneurial journey, and also try to bring and present ourselves uh, the key learnings that we actually thought they can work for us in the next 5 years. So that's what where we came in to design this book called Figure It Out. This book is actually a futuristic book. This book comes with a expiry date by 2028, 29. This book has an holds a strong 40 in designing, helping out as a playbook, as a reference guide to number of strategies that you would like to dynamically draft in your business across context. So this book as I say is not on as of now is not on retailly available. This now is being sponsored by Zero Code as of now, and anyone who would like to have this book can actually uh, uh, can actually find a new way of gifting to your clients or to your employees, to your teams, asking them to think much better, uh, think and contribute to the company's growth is what one of the basic core idea that we bought in. So what we did in this book is all about, we designed around 50 different themes that we have been experiencing, and the newer formats of these experiences in the next coming 5 years. We put each of the topic into 4 pages. These are some of the titles: Watermelon Theory, Ideary, Novism, The Pit Stop, Exitpreneur, Knowledge is the New Cholesterol. Uh, so there are around 50 topics here in this book. Each book is highly interactively designed. So each topic is presented in a just of 4 pages with largely with images, brief, precise content, very crispy content with catchy power content, and it is given with national and international or regional business instances that are actually can be considered like case studies. And we also gave an interactivity through a QR code that the reader finds this interesting. They can actually scan and reach to the website where they can actually refer more number of information or grab more number of books associated with the same kind of a topic, or if they are quite pressing need with this particular kind of a topic in their real life business activities, they can actually have an appointment with us, and we can actually help with some of our vendors that we have actually onboarded. who can actually partner some of the expertise they have across these topics. So this is a brief introduction on about the Figure It Out. Myself, I am Sriram Kishore, and the other 5 authors is Bharat is here present today. The other 3 are very interesting personals. Prashant Vignesh, Arun Kumar, and Vijay Kumar. So we are all the 5 authors. We came together in making this book happen, and it took almost 4 years for us to come out with this particular kind of a book. And now this book is serving as a visiting card for us. It showcases what exact way in which we are actually trying to see maneuver the way in which the entrepreneurship is actually taking up, and how we actually can actually collaborate and be part of in exchanging across the entrepreneurial communities. I welcome Bharat to take on a couple of topics. I think we'll both will share some of them, and I welcome Bharat. Bharat is currently the CEO of Zero Code Innovations, which is one of the pioneering low code, no code platform companies. Bharat?
Thank you, Ram. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Ram. Thanks, Abdulji, for giving us an opportunity to present this whole idea to a newer audience, even though it is somewhere unrelated to supply chain and technology related topics. But as you mentioned, it would be a little refreshing is what we thought of. So I'll also take a bit to add few more points about the book, and then we get into few concepts. So the very first idea about the book is as the reading habit itself has died down. So we wanted to write a book, and we wanted to write on a very boring topic called strategy, and it was very difficult for us to figure out how you can do something like that. And so it pushed our boundaries to really figure out what's the best way to present the whole content, what should be those topics. It almost took us about 4.5 years to write the book. Literally, we put together about a year of effort just to design the book alone. Okay, there were so many iterations that has happened. It majorly covers topics around marketing, topics around innovation, technology, and strategy. These were some of the elements that most of us would require, whether you are a startup or a mid-sized company or an MSME or a large enterprise. Each of you can take a leaf out of it and then try to get a different ways of solving your problems. That was our intent of why we put together this book. So today we would be presenting about 5 concepts from the book. Okay. The very first concept in the book is also exitpreneur. Why we started with exitpreneur is now everybody is talking about entrepreneurship. Abdulji have started much earlier. We have started 20 years back. So we know what to start, but we don't know why we are starting this, and we don't know the end goal and end game most of the times. The biggest problem for entrepreneurs today is they don't have an exit plan. They just look at some newspaper articles or articles on the internet saying that, okay, somebody raised $1 billion, somebody made 100 employees have become $1 million employee, worth $1 million as such. But this information is only pieces of information that is not going to help you what you can do with your organization. The most important element for most of the organizations, what we felt was figuring out what is your exit strategy. Exit strategy might not actually mean that you get out of your company, might actually mean you move to a new role, might actually mean switch a career, might mean breaking a relationship. It can be for anything. It can be for anything. If you precisely know when to exit, it gives you a much bigger ability for you to understand things, execute things in a specific time. And this is probably the one of the most important advice that we have been giving to some of the entrepreneurs when they ask, at least the startup, in the startup world, what we have been telling them is fix a time to exit, and fix what resources you can spend, and you will still feel okay, it's a good experience for me. Is it a year, is it a 2 years, can you spend 10 lakhs, 50 lakhs, or a 5 crores? You decide on it, and then you start building the company. This is very qualitative, a quantitative metric which would help you to figure out whether you have reached your goal. Even if you have not reached your goal, that's absolutely fine, but at least you know that you are heading towards that path, and everything that you plan towards is towards that. Okay. So there are multiple ways of exiting. There are multiple ways of growing businesses. We can we can look at what is the whether you are a startup which is trying to rapidly grow, or a serial entrepreneur, or you're looking at strategic investments that you want to make as you grow as a business. Okay. So there are multiple places where you can apply this idea of being an exitpreneur rather than an entrepreneur. Okay. If you really know precisely as to where to exit, that makes your winning a lot more easy, is what we felt. Is what we have been seeing all around as well. Okay. So we put together a few use cases as well. So if you look at it, Flipkart has made a right move, even though they built a brand for a global brand, but they made a right decision of exiting with Walmart. Same as the case with WhatsApp. As you all know, WhatsApp has been acquired by Facebook. Similar is the Instagram as such. Now, it is most of the times it is not just about the valuation, whether you're getting a right valuation or not. Okay. It's also about what you can do in future, how much time you have. Is this the only thing that you wish to do? When we go and meet some of the senior folks in our industry, for them it was like that was the only thing that they were supposed to do, and that was the only thing that they did. And for them, this is a retirement plan. Building a company is kind of a retirement plan for a lot of them earlier. Now you have much more opportunities, you have a lot more capability to deliver things, and there are better ways of creating employment, creating economies of scale as such. So you decide whether it is the value or whether it is your future opportunities that will give you a right way of exiting from this idea and moving on to the next idea. But at no point we are trying to teach people about failing fast. We're not talking about failing fast here. We're talking about you trying to set yourself based on your pace, based on your calculations, what should be your end goal probably in 2 years or 3 years or 5 years down the lane, be it for individuals or for the companies. Now I'll switch over to Ram for the next topic. Ram, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a interesting way that you have put, and I think my next topic is on $1 million answer, where it fundamentally means about when is the time and what is the time, and how exactly you are supposed to keep changing the way in which your business model is being designed. So a business model that is designed is not forever, and as you keep seeing the shift in the patterns, in the choices, in the preferences across markets, across customer community, the business models are also supposed to be changing. But by and large, a business model over a period becomes little religious, little rigid, and you start seeing a very diminishing results out of that very same business model that has actually given you a fortune. So entrepreneurs find it difficult, especially they come from a different perspective to look at, hoping what worked in the past will also continues to work in the present and also future. it appears to be, it assumes to be a little bit hopeful, but as you see, you find it very difficult to proceed with it. So that's what where the particular idea of timing the business model shift is quite important and critical for any entrepreneur or for any enterprise. So that's where this concept comes in, and it exactly trying to probably where exactly to use it, where probably the technological changes, as I said, or you find the way in which the landscape of the science and social of retail and e-commerce changing, and the value care that you see that an enterprise need to offer to its customers is actually changing, and that's where you need to find a shift in the business model you are. Uh, uh, Before I hint some of the business instances, I think quite interesting one I always find is that there was this blockbuster DVD rental company, which was a very huge, large and successful in US. Uh, suddenly, uh, uh, Suddenly, a small startup named Netflix went to them, asked them that they are there to buy most of the labels, and asked them the way in which the internet is going forward. They offered them to buy or asked them to change their business model, which Blockbuster denied. And over a period now, you see Netflix is not just a streaming company or a streaming platform. It is now a Hollywood studio. It's a producer. It's creating a giant differences that it actually brings in into the very entertainment and movie industry. So that's where Blockbuster is a classical case where we I always find it. And very recently, I would like to talk about Zomato. Zomato, which came with an interesting business model, as it one of its space of in its business model was Zomato Legends was a service which they found it very interesting, delivering across 10 different locations where you can order some special items across Lucknow, Chennai, Mumbai, Bangalore. So they found it quite difficult to see the way in which the order prerequisites comes in, and after a period of around 3 years, they decided to get rid of this particular business model, and the shift in which that happened actually gained a lot for Zomato, because on the other side they bought in Paytm's ticketing and entertainment platform for some huge $1 million business. So I think the shift in which they bought is so timingly well, so that Zomato is still continuing to be prosperous. Yeah, Bharat.
Thanks, Ram. Let me just get to the next one. Uh, so by all means, this is next to exitpreneur. This is the most engaging topic for a lot of our audience in the book. What we call as banana thinking. Okay. See, if most of us eat banana from the top, okay, but if you look at a monkey, it eats banana from the reverse direction. The idea is simple, which monkey knows and which we, at least most of us, at least I don't know, is we eat banana because of potassium, and the potassium, almost 15 to 20% of potassium lies at the bottom of the fruit, not at the top. And most of the times we don't eat the bottom, which means the very purpose of eating banana gets lost if we don't eat that 10 or 15%. Um, the idea that we took from this is when you get stuck with a problem, you don't solve it, you reverse it. That's, some people call it as out of box thinking, some people call it with different names. We came up with a word called banana thinking. How do you do this is, whenever you go on present, this can be applied in a lot of places. This can be including our very own company called Zero Code also got created because of such a banana thinking. We were always interested in how do we optimize the performance of a developer, because we've been a technology company. We were always looking at ways and means of optimizing developer performance. And finally, what we ended up doing is with zero code, we decided to remove them, which made a lot more sense than optimizing a developer. Okay. The intent is not to replace them with a job. The intent is to give them a new tool so that they become a lot more productive irrespective of what really happens with them or not. Okay. So how do you apply a concept like this is, let's say you want to be productive in a day. I'm just giving you an example. You want to be productive in a day. What you do is you list things where you spend most of your time. By avoiding to do those things itself means you are productive. Okay. So that's what reverse thinking is. You can use it to present a concept. Let's say even before you go and present a new concept to your management team, you can pick this thing and then you can use Chat GPT or you can use your colleagues to comment upon it. They'll give you, as Indians, we are very good at um, complaining. So we are very good at complaining. So you can collect all the complaints that you can hear and see how you can solve each of those questions. If you collect 10 complaints before presenting something to any of your customers, it can be your customers, it can be your management teams, solving those 10 complaints will make your case much stronger. Okay. You can use this. There are a lot of companies which did this as well, starting from SpaceX with reusable launch rockets, Dyson, which is a vacuum cleaner. They put together a new way of doing vacuum cleaning without a vacuum bag, which would reduce cost over a period of time. And Apple iPhone, which significantly came out with an option of no buttons based phone. There was only one button. At that time, there used to be a lot of buttons for every phone, but they said, okay, we would rather use touch screens and have only one button. That gave an altogether a different experience as such. And fundamentally, if you can apply this in places where you're doing sales, business strategy, your process optimization, product development, any place where you see that you're going to, where people think you're going to fail, let them be allowed and you solve those problems, you will succeed. No. That's for me is banana thinking. Over to you. Just a minute. Let me just switch to the next one. Yeah.
Yeah, so by and large, co-optation is all grounded within the attitude, within the culture of our team. We largely, from the day we have set up our company, began our entrepreneurial journey, we have never actually competed across any of the things. Either we have worked our way in working with the leaders in the industry, or we have went across on our own trying to do turning every possible opportunity that we have on ourselves. So in the process, we came across, it was one of our research that we have been long doing and calling ourselves that we aren't a competitor to anybody, but we are always a co-opetitor to anyone with the equal energy and strength. So that's where this concept of co-optation comes. The actual formulation of this concept, which got popularized in mid 80s, especially with the Japan electronic and electrical companies. So that's how they actually came up with this particular company, with this concept called co-optation, where two competitors come together and try to create a synergy between them for a focused area or focused outcome. And this how this concept of co-optation refers to a lot of interesting insights into it. Where exactly that we always see this to be used, especially in identifying common goals. That's a very common thing for most of the competitors who consider themselves equally ethical, equally strong, equally financially well, but still they are holding, looking out for an edge across each of themselves. They say, okay, let's join together here, one particular sphere, and work accordingly to it. So this is where co-optation happens, and by and large, we usually call it high potential market areas. That's where they actually come and work. And for me to give a lot of examples, I would like to instantly look something which is very recently happened this week itself. It was between uh, Tanishq and uh, De Beers, which are both competitors in the diamond segment. They decided to come together for a period of 3 years to establish equal market opportunity exchange opportunities across, and then see how they actually can engage themselves in either continuing this or on accomplishing a specific list of goals they have set for themselves. So it is not that easy asking a competitor to be part of something and started working to it, because competitor always demands a special respect or a special valuation, which actually part of a perspective ideology. uh, and I think that's what where that's a huge opportunity for any of the companies here. Can maybe the very thought of how you can actually go forward and ask your competitor that how we can actually work together itself can carve a very difference in the way in which you can work for your organization in the next couple of years. And this is an age of collaboration. And I know that there are a lot of other previous examples of instances of this, but this I would like to bring in because it was just happened in the very this week itself, and this is quite interesting one. And that's where I say we are a cooperating company rather than competing companies. So I think as a small company, as a growing company, uh, uh, being on a cooperating side, it brings a lot of huge advantages in both in terms of resources, in terms of their reach, their propositions, that makes this company much better. Thank you.
Thanks, Ram. So as Ram was mentioning, a lot of these ideas that we presented in the book are very much a cultural part of our organization. That's how we were thinking. That's how we were working, and it was kind of little odd for some of our team members and most of our competitors as such. So we always went back to them with proposals saying that, okay, why don't we work together to explore a new geography? Why don't we build together a new technology? Because we are small, we can do something much better in a much more quicker fashion. Saying that, this is the last concept that we want to present today. Uh, we always believed, as Abdulji mentioned, we as a company we've delivered more than 1,000 plus consulting projects around the globe. We always believed in delivering a right utility and a right value. We were never bothered about whether it is the latest technology or the most superior technology. We were always looking at what needs to be done to solve that challenge and create that solution for that customer. Instead of using a high performing Java application, if I can write a small DOS program and then use a print for a supermarket, I would rather do that because that serves the purpose. And it is not just my experience alone. Um, we've seen large companies doing that. They're companies like Mercedes, who manage systems for which there are no developers at all, but they still run because that is serving their utility. So we've always looked at not the most fanciest or the most newest technology, but we've always looked at what immediate value that it can bring together. So most of you might be aware of this whole idea called hype cycles, where whenever there's a new technology that comes in, there is a path that goes up and then it gets adopted. If it there's a lot of investment that goes into it, and there's a lesser use cases, and if it doesn't get adopted, it goes down, and then it comes back again with some more utility use cases as such. And right now what we are seeing with AI is a classical example. Now we are in the fourth generation from 1960s to what we are today. It doesn't happen with all the technologies, but significantly most of the technologies. And we have built technologies where we felt it is so fancy to build a product and it is so fanciful to build a futuristic product, and customers hasn't accepted it because they haven't found any big utility of that. Okay. Last year there was a whole last few years there was a whole um, discussion about web3, and there was discussion about 3D printing, that we're going to have everything in house and we're all going to have web3. At least at this point in time it hasn't taken that shape yet. Okay. So this again, when this has been our philosophy, that pick technologies which deliver higher utility value to customers or to that specific problem than trying to build because there is a technology available. Today, if you really see, just to be very clear on numbers, there's only 5.1% of companies across the US listed companies who are using AI. It came down from 5.4 to 5.1%. Okay. And India is probably, from the chat GPT standpoint, India has been contributing a lot to chat GPT because we found an utility. Most of the developers found some utility around it and we were able to use it. Okay. So if you can find a right utility, please implement technology. Otherwise, don't pick up technologies because it is there, because it is fancy to talk about something very, very new. Thank you. So that's it from our side for today, and we'll be happy to answer your questions, take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Yeah. So we have still some time, Bharat. See, those 3-4 points what you shared is very interesting. This especially, I really liked the first principle, the exit thing. So that is really, even as an entrepreneur myself, when I hear that, so that is something I never thought about. Okay. So that is eye opener for me. The moment I had a discussion with you and you told me about that, and I see the book, so that is really, I liked it. So that is something makes the individual businessman, man and woman to think completely in a different way. That is something. And you also talk about the co-opetition. I think that is the way forward now. Okay, that is the way forward. Organizations are going towards that. So organizations now started to move towards co-opetition, even without calling it as a specific name also.
Yeah.
People are going forward because even in the strategy consulting now, Samir, you are there in the call in the chat. Okay, so we call something as a micro consulting. So the gone are the days where you go for a complete strategy management consulting and bring a PwC or KPMG guys to do all those stuff. Now people are looking for easier way to do the consulting. It's more inclusive of the, and at the same time, best of the best consultants only for the shorter assignments. So things are going forward in that way. Okay, so so any final thoughts? We have some time still. So any final thoughts, if you can share, then we can bring our next speaker maybe after 5-10 minutes. Yeah.
Sure. Ram, you want to add first?
Yeah, so probably with technology and utility, I think with technology we are all supposed to make a fortune, but not consider it as a fancy thing of our discovery of our thoughts. That's what where we learned and resulted in zero code, where it was initially a lot of technological fancy things that are built or talked around technology. But that's what where we decided, and when we converted this particular fancy of things into a fortune of things, I think we found ourselves very interesting space, and zero code is actually leading the very true innovation space, and that's one I see. And coming with the book, the very idea of the book is to see how we can uh, uh, actually help each other in the way in which we can actually work across, and especially sharing through a book. And believe, since we always, an entrepreneur always believes in the future, so thinking of the way in which the things are turning, I think the future is actually set a clear a clear ambience, how an entrepreneur can drive himself through these contexts. And strategically, as you are mentioning, the space of strategy consulting has actually is been fragmented into multiple things. And this book can be one such playbook. This book can be one guiding base on your table with your team, which can actually throw a lot of thoughts in carving a better strategy out of the context that you are in. So that's what one we see at it.
Fantastic. Yeah. Any more questions? Samir, would you like to have any questions? We can unmute you. Yeah.
Thank you, Sheikh Saab. I actually typed my question. Uh, and thank you very much for Mr. Bharat and Mr. Ram. My question is about the customer value proposition in context of today's business models, and how do you guys foresee the need for the value proposition to be continuously evolving, or how much importance do the, let's say, the entrepreneurs or the exitpreneurs, as you mentioned, should focus on relooking at it, because they're always almost operational, and they're trying to generate revenue, they're trying to maintain their profitabilities. So how do you see the importance of this? Thank you.
Okay. I'll take this question. For some reason my video is stuck. Sorry for that. So the value proposition that you offer to customer is the magic formula for your business. Okay, and I'm not going to give you an answer. Probably I'll give you possible alternatives. Okay. If you know business model canvas, the one page that you can fill, value proposition is the most important thing that you can offer to customers. But filling that value proposition is very, very difficult. Identifying that is difficult, because more or less, if you look at it today, what Zomato offers, what Swiggy offers, is almost the same. There is no other player in the market because they've all gone out of business, but they've all been doing the same. They've all been delivering food. What is great about it? Okay. In the commerce, in certain kinds of businesses, there are winner takes it all. There are, in certain kinds of businesses, there is a possibility for large number of players to play around. But leaving this aside, we've also been searching for what can be the true answer for value proposition. And your value proposition cannot constantly evolve. It can evolve, but it cannot change, because if it keeps changing, then entire model changes, and you cannot fit your model to for every possibility. Is there an answer for that question? Probably yes. What we've been doing research is, we've been working on a model called as outcome driven innovation. So the whole idea of outcome driven innovation is, uh, why people buy something, what is that people are looking at, what kind of jobs that they're trying to get out of certain activity of buying something. If I just take an example, and these problems are like constant across ages, across decades. Okay, if you can identify and relate your product to those problems which are constant, then your value proposition is very fit. Just to give you an example, we always wanted a cool breeze. So at some, probably our grandfathers used that hand fans. Maybe we've used ceiling fans when we were kids. Now we're using ACs. Tomorrow we are already seeing Dyson's bladeless fans. Okay, so the technology has evolved, but the problem that they were solving was always constant. Okay, they were trying to offer something. If I'm to the whole point of transportation was to help you go from one place to another place. It might be faster, it might be cheaper, it might be convenient, all of that added. But the actual problem that they were solving was making sure that they help you move from one place to another place. From an examples, from a theory standpoint, it looks a lot more easier. But to identify that value proposition to your company, you have to, one of the biggest things that we've been missing out, and which was my last statement that I wanted to add to this conversation, was also most of the Indian companies, for us, it is only technology. I was just looking around for a piece of information. The five big companies, Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, as of August, they value about 8.78 trillion. 8.7, they're close to about $9 trillion. And the value of big Indian four IT companies is probably close to about 500 billion. I'm not very clear on that number. It would be less than 30% of what the value of US companies. And still we recruit more people, we do a lot of work, but what we don't do, what Microsoft is able to do better or Meta is able to do better, is they've identified problems which can bring business. But for us, everybody's else business problem is our business. So you go and build applications for somebody else, you go and build technology for somebody else. You are only solving their problems, you are not solving your problems. If you keep this in your mind, you'll figure out what is that problem that you should be solving so that you can grow. Not your customer will also eventually grow, but the important point why you're running businesses for you to grow. I'll end this here, and probably if Ram has anything to add, please.
Yeah, so by and large, the same. These are all rooted in the way in which, in our education system or in our knowledge system, especially in entrepreneurial communities, that we are here to solve a customer problem rather than converting a customer problem into our business. And value proposition only happens is when we start believing what next for my customer can be the kickstart for creating new customer value proposition, rather than poorly working on the straight away. The value proposition can be a little bit redundant. As Bharat said, we are a company who works as alternatives to many problems rather than providing answers. Thank you, Samir, for asking an interesting question, and hope we answered that.
Thank you very much, Bharat. Thank you,
Yeah,
Ram.
if not,
Really
if
enjoyed
not,
the session.
if not, our book is the right bet for you to receive a copy of it and go through it, and we can
Uh,
actually
how do
work.
I how do I get it, Bharat and Ram? Is there any way I can pursue it? Is it available on Amazon or something?
It's as of now, you can I've typed the website address. You can go there and raise a request. Somebody will reach out and send the book across.
Okay, okay. And just one more point, Bharat, before we close. You mentioned something about the research you're working on right now about the was it delivery based outcome? Is it
No, no, it's called outcome
uh,
driven innovation, ODI.
ODI? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Is the book having some information about it, or are you
Uh,
guys? It's still under the kitchen. You guys are still working on it.
No, no. ODI is an old framework that was created by Clayton Christian 30 years back. It's an recognized
Okay,
global framework. Okay. But the
okay,
underlying point that I want you to consider is, before defining anything, go out and talk to possible prospects and do a market research. If you need to spend money, please spend money there, because we as Indian companies, we don't spend money on market research. I would recommend you to go
yeah,
ahead and talk to your prospective customers, get data. Then you can identify patterns which can be clubbed together to create a value proposition, which can solve a lot of interesting problems to your customers.
Okay. Okay. All right. Clear. I thank you very much, Bharat. Again, thank you, Ram.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sheikh sir.
Yeah, thank you, Samir. One more question. You talk about the life cycle about this technology, and then you gave a right example of AI as a fourth generation. Okay, so one interesting thing what I observe is about the blockchain. So what happened that the trend? So it took up in a very high note. Okay, in I think in 2013 or 16, I think I remember. Okay, then what happened? Everybody is talking about the blockchain use cases. There is no problem with the technology. It's an adoption is an issue. Yeah, but what happened to that? From a technology background from your side.
Firstly, I'm not an expert in blockchain, but whatever little info that I have, the only utility that we were able to see from blockchain was cryptocurrency. And cryptocurrency had all the bad faith in the last couple of years, and the last nail of FTX being banned, the FTX scam that went out has gone down. Now, still people are using, they're typically using blockchain for cryptocurrency mining. To the best of my understanding, there are countries who tried adopting a blockchain for land records, countries who tried adopting blockchain for a couple of other things. But as you said, they people were not able to adopt. And probably I can give you a much interesting example that I heard from ISRO, even where we debated to them. We all access Google Maps, okay, and Google Maps has only one layer of data, or probably 2-3 layers of information, traffic data and some buildings information. But NRSC's, ISRO's combined work of Bhuvan, it has more than 175 different layers of data. There's huge amount of data, and probably you can do different kinds of analysis on that. But this is not accessible. Accessibility has been the biggest question. If people are able to adopt, it can fly.
Yeah. So
Yeah, can I add something to that?
Please.
I have my own reservation for that, but I would like to hear from Ram.
Can I add something to that, Abdulji?
Please, go ahead. Ram, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Usually the visibility of technology always been associated with the invisibility of its outcomes. With blockchain, the invisibility of the technology was so huge that the outcomes, you can understand it. So I think that was one of the serious difficulties that went on. So I think that's the invisibility across the spaces of its utilization, adoption, and going around, as I said, the fancy technology. I think it bought in its own nails on its own coffin.
I think that's exactly. See, one conflicting observation from at least for me is, so we talk about the shared databases. So you have your own part of it, okay, and then distributed databases, okay, and then now we are going into a cloud, okay. Now, so again, so your distributed database, instead of keeping it with you, you are keeping it into the cloud. So you have to depend somebody to support you. Okay, I think there is some kind of mismatch, and also scalability, the technology adoption, all those things together. Even though it's a technology, maybe it may come back again in due course after some time with a little simplified version of the blockchain technology later. But at this moment, it did not go to the maturity level, and then it flattened at a particular point. That is my observation, Ram. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Bharat. Thank you, Ram. Very insightful. I know you guys want to communicate and you want to stick to that. I know. Okay, so it's fantastic. I always admire very crisp, very crisp and the way of presenting things. Thank you very much for joining, and thank you, Ram, for joining. If you should have shared your details before to publish into our marketing content. So thank you for joining the session. On behalf of the team, presenters, the participants, and I wish you all the best and good luck. Okay, for your business. And if there is something, we always invite you. Okay, so thank you very much for your time and efforts and fantastic insights. So even if the participants take one insight, that's good for them. Okay, so thank you very much and wish you all the best. Okay, thank you, sirs.
Thank you.
So yeah, we have actually 5 minutes left in the session. So yeah, so it's almost 5 hours 7 minutes now from the morning. So continuous sessions are going on. So just very interesting session next, which is upcoming. So we'll talk about it. So thank you guys. Thank you very much. Then we will just move to the next presentation. I would like to invite Dr. Alan Clean. I think I made, Deep, you made him presenter already, right? Okay, so we have, I think, 5 more minutes, but we can start with the introductions. Today, let me give a quick introduction to Alan Clean. Yeah. So Alan Clean, thank you. So what is the topic we are talking today is how supply chain works in Nigeria. So this is something which is very interesting. Okay, so the participants, please stay tuned. So you can hear somebody, supply chain expert from Nigeria. So he's talking about how the supply chain works in Nigeria and what are the key challenges and what is the way forward. It's a completely different way to think. So once we know about Nigeria as one of the most important country in Africa, so we can see how the whole Africa is moving forward. And this gives a tremendous opportunity for everybody across the globe about join hands with Africa to take it to the next level. Okay, so let me give introduction to Alan Clean. Alan Clean, Dr. Alan Clean. Okay, so General Manager Operations and Risk and Quality Management Systems, okay, from Nigeria. So Alan Clean, an ISO QMS 9001-2015 lead auditor and a teacher at Lagos State Polytechnic, boasts over 10 plus years of supply chain expertise, renowned for saving millions through exceptional negotiation and strategy planning. Alan excels in procurement, logistics, inventory management, collaborating with diverse global teams for optimal results. And I have seen so many posts from Alan, very motivating. How supply chain works in Nigeria and the perspective of Dr. Alan Clean. Dr. Alan Clean, over to you. So you can start with a quick introduction from your side, and then you have all 1 hour session left to you. Yeah. Your microphone is mute.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. Thank you very much. Nice to be here. We're discussing supply chain in Nigeria and Africa. And then, of course, we cannot just discuss supply chain in Nigeria without mentioning Africa. So this conversation is around what happens, the overview in Africa, and then in Nigeria on the Global Supply Chain Excellence Summits organized by Data Labs. All right, so okay, so of course, we are not here actually to define supply chain. A lot has been said, a lot had a lot of conversations had happened since yesterday when this summit began. So we'll just be focused. So I am assuming that we are all abreast with what supply chain is and what it is globally. But here in Africa, of course, supply chain is growing rapidly. The profession in Africa is growing rapidly, driven by economic growth, urbanization, and increasing trade. And so its importance, there's a recognition of its importance in driving business success and wealth creation, which includes distribution across the continents, especially still talking Africa. And of course, we all know that Africa is an import-driven continent, largely import-driven continent. And then because of increasing urbanization and the retail consumer economy, Africa is a fantastic place for supply chain because unfortunately it does more of consumption, less with productive activities, with skyrocketing populations. So it's a country that's, it's a continent that is more into importations, practically everything, less productive activities. And you would agree with me that importation is an aspect of supply chain, which is logistics. So there is a lot of, under supply chain, logistics is a very big aspect. And here in Africa, logistics is a very major aspect of supply chain here because most things here are important. And so there's a lot going on with logistics, with our ports here in Africa. Africa has over 54 countries with over 1.5 billion persons, and yet it is projected to add another 1 billion in less than 25 years. And putting the figures, matching the figures to 2.5 billion by 2050. However, with these figures, it still presents opportunities for supply chain profession and businesses. Because I did mention earlier that it's an import-driven continent, and being an import-driven continent, logistics is a big business here. And so here in Africa, you have litany of logistics companies, which I can immediately remember the names. And these companies are also helping in last mile deliveries because of trying to reach remote areas due to network challenges. So logistics is the main thing in Africa when it comes to supply chain because it is import driven, and then we do lots of consumption. These also present serious challenges. Having said that, it has opportunity for supply chain profession and then for businesses, but it also has serious challenges for the African continent, especially with the exponential increase in population. Like I mentioned, that by 2050, we are looking at a population hitting 2.5 billion people without much to cater for this number of persons. However, we would look at these challenges and see how, whilst it is a challenge, it also presents opportunities for the African continent and its residents. So it is known to have scarce resources with lots of political instabilities. And then we'll be looking at a few of these challenges because we are looking at overview of the supply chain management in Africa. One of such is infrastructure. There's inadequate transportation network because of bad route, poor route conditions, and limited storage facilities. To start with, to have a storage facility in Africa comes with a lot of money because the global currency is a dollar, and the exchange rate in Africa is something out of the blues, something very, very tough on the African continent. And so it becomes very expensive maintaining a storage facility. Electricity is a problem as well because for a storage facility, you need to get electricity and so many other things. So the road network also is a big problem. So these are part of the problems or challenges in Africa. Infrastructure, corruption, of course, corruption is everywhere in every continent, but we are talking Africa. And so bribes, extortions, and other forms of corruption delay shipment and increase cost. So meaning if you intend to invest in Africa, you have to factor kickbacks. It has to be factored, because if you are assuming that, oh, this costs XYZ and ideally it should hit the desired consumers, you might not find it exactly so, because you might be required to make some payments that are not in Africa. It is called PR, public relations, or else they will look for reasons, excuses, and so many other things to delay your shipment. And that's why I keep saying that supply chain in Africa is largely logistics. And if you are not very careful, your cargo can be impounded for flimsy reasons and excuses. So corruption is a big problem. Here in Nigeria, we call it wahala. So it's a big wahala for you. Wahala means problem. So, and then political instability impacts supply chain poorly too. Conflict, government changes, policy uncertainties. These disrupt supply chain management. How? You have a government who is probably friendly to your business. And then this, because of course it is democracy. So a new government or administration can come in and then bring in policies, or if you didn't support or chose to stay neutral, at some point, some of these administrations come in and feel that you didn't properly support them during electioneering. And so this can impact you negatively. So, but the best of it, of course, is complete neutrality and staying to what we call here in Africa, to your lane, minding your business. So political instability, like in other places, like in Mali, like in Burkina Faso, like in Niger, and other African countries where you have coup d'etat and all that, could also mar your businesses, because the government can decide, especially when coups happen, what happens, they tell you borders are closed and all that. So if you were expecting shipment and all that, then you find it very tough because the borders are closed. And if you have perishables, these goods or items could actually be perished on the road. So these are part of the challenges on the African continent. Limited technology adoption. So most things are still done manually, and digitalization is still a problem here. Why? For example, it is expected that most businesses take up for warehousing and inventory management, you do what we call RFID, radio frequency identification. That is the one you use your barcode to pick and pack your warehousing. And so this is to help you seamlessly pick, then the system store it in the computers very effortlessly, and then the data are quite accurate. But because it is expensive, some of the things are expensive to procure, like I did mention, dollar to different currencies in Africa, and the lack of having one currency in Africa is also a challenge. Like in the Europe, where they have euro, it is just one currency. Here is multiple currency. In Nigeria, you have naira. Other places, you have the France, different cities and all that. So because of these exchange rates variations and all that, to procure these things, the cost of bringing them in as well, like I did mention that there are kickback, corruption and all that, makes it difficult. And then inflation too in these African countries are making it somewhat difficult. So people just resort to manual processes. And then this slows down efficiency. What about skill gap? Limited training and expertise in supply chain management. So number one is that not everyone actually understands that supply chain is a profession. Not everyone actually sees it that way. People still somewhat in Africa feel that supply chain, some don't even understand that you can actually go to the school, learn supply chain, run degree courses, even have your postgraduate degrees on supply chain. So people don't really see, you see most businesses, we'll get down to that. Most African businesses are run by SMEs, small companies. And then these companies don't really have supply chain department or procurement person. The same man is doing procurement, the same man is doing accounting, the same man is doing practically everything. So they do not really know that there is a specialized skill called supply chain. So these are part of the issues. And then border crossing. Complexities and delays at border crossing can slow down shipment. I did mention this earlier as well, in that, you know, there's security, there's that Africa or sub-regional cohesion and pact is usually lacking. And sometimes they seem to be at each other's neck and, you know, envying each other. These are part of the issues that could mar supply chain in Africa, especially with regards to moving of goods and services. Inventory management, inefficient inventory management leads to stockouts and overstocking, which I did mention because of lack of digitization and adoption of manual processes. So limited technology could actually empower inventory management. And because we must understand, to digress a little, that inventory management is a big aspect of supply chain, because if you do not manage your inventory properly, it can actually wreck your business, because inventory is an investment. Inventory is finance. Inventory is money. And so a company's inventory that is properly managed can actually destroy the company, because that is a resource, that's an asset for the company. So that posed a challenge here in Africa as well, a big challenge actually. And then theft and a lot of other things. So, but if you have technology, you have a camera being cheap and all that, RFID and all that, it becomes difficult for theft, for lifting and all that to ever happen. So these are part of the challenges: supplier selection, difficulty finding reliable and quality suppliers, because reliable and quality suppliers has to do with people giving you what you have actually asked for. So, but because of widespread corruption and all of that, it becomes easier and more of a day-to-day theme for people to easily try to cheat, deceive their customers. These are part of the challenges on the African continent, even though they are bound in every other continent. But because of this conversation is on Africa, that is why. It's not to say that this is synonymous to Africa, but corruption is a big problem here in Africa. But having said all that, I did say earlier that yes, there are challenges, serious challenges, like we have mentioned, but there are also opportunities, and these opportunities abound too, much as the challenges abound, and they are serious and far-reaching, no doubt about that. The opportunities too abound, and no doubt about that too. We have growing economies. In Africa, 54 countries, most of these economies are growing. Increasing demand for goods and services have continued to drive effective supply chain. Because I did say also, and it's a fact that Africa is more import-driven, because it is import-driven and you have a consumer society or people, there is a demand for goods and services, which has also, you know, improved supply chain, because supply chain is the demand of goods and services, and to ensure that it gets to the final consumers or users. That is the shortest and easiest way of defining supply chain to a layman. So if that is so, and Africans, we want more of importation, it means that in Africa, a lot more of supply chain is happening, even though supply chain deals with production and productive activities actually, because, you know, supply chain start from planning, forecasts and all that, warehousing, shipping and all that. So productive activities has to happen too for supply chain to thrive. So they work hand in hand, but here in Africa, it is more of importations. And then also part of that, so the economies, there are more people requesting for these things because of urbanization, and the middle class strata is also coming up, and so people are demanding for more and more. And then infrastructure development. Having said earlier that connecting to remote areas is a problem, there has been some effort in ensuring that most places are reached. So there has been investment in transportation networks, logistic hubs, and ports. Today, especially in Nigeria, you have FTZs, free trade zones. People are building, even in the film industry, people are building things like film villages and all that. These hubs are helping supply chain because you move items there, logistics is happening, warehousing is happening, and then inventory is happening. Procurement negotiations are happening in these places. So infrastructure development is really taking shape on the continent, and technology adoption too is growing because most companies or individuals are using digital tools and platforms to enhance their supply chain visibility and efficiency. Some companies are already doing the RFID. Some are able to get NVR cameras and DVR cameras. So, and this has been aiding their planning and their forecast. So supply chain, the technology adoption like IoT, like AI is also on the rise here on the African continent. There is regional integration initiative like AFCT, FTA, aim to simplify trade and reduce barriers. The African leaders are coming together to see how they can form a united and common currency, okay, to be like the euro, such that it is easier for me to move from point A to point B, meaning from Ghana to Nigeria, Nigeria to South Africa, something that can unite Africans on in business. Talent development, increasing focus on supply chain education and training programs. These are now happening. People are gradually understanding that supply chain is a specialized skill. It's a skill that can be learned in the universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. It can be learned. There are so many academic centers for supply chain certification programs on the African continent, one of which you can see on my platform. Most of them were gotten here on the African continent, Nigeria precisely, and some cut across Africa. And then innovation, opportunities for innovative solutions such as mobile-based supply chain management. What about diversification? Growing importance of intra-African trade and regional value chains. All of these are currently happening on the African continent, and these are the opportunities I did mention, that everything is not just about challenge. There are also opportunities that can attract FDI. So if you intend to do business on the African continent, it is just for you to understand the aspect where you'll be asked to pay more, that even when they are not the right thing, you just have to pay it. It is called PR here, but there are opportunities for you to invest and make your money, and then also improve the African continent and its people. But there are trends too: digitalization, increasing adoption of digital technologies such as blockchain, IoT, and AI, sustainability, growing focus on sustainable and responsible supply chain practices, regionalization, increasing importance of regional supply chain and trade agreements. So there have been trade agreements in inter and intra within countries and outside the country, even outside African country, outside the African continent, with China, Russia, and some other countries. So supply chain on the African continent, we can see the trend so far that things are really moving in the right direction, that is also creating the opportunities. E-commerce, growing demand for e-commerce and last mile delivery solutions. Like today in Africa, we hear Jumia, we hear Konga, and all sorts of names like that. And these businesses help with you staying in your apartment and requesting buy things online, and then it is delivered to you wherever you are, regardless of where you are. Last mile deliveries, people are using motorbikes. Here in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is called Okada. People are using Okada to deliver to people wherever they are. So now there are more online shoppings. You can go online on Facebook, Instagram, to procure things like shoes. You can buy office furniture. You can buy home equipment and appliances. You know, so many things you can actually. People are negotiating and doing businesses through online means, partnerships, collaborations between public and private sectors to improve supply chain infrastructure, relative stability, stable political atmosphere. Of course, earlier we said, oh, there are issues, cool details and all that. But today too, you will agree with me, gentlemen and ladies, that Africa too has embraced democracy and other forms of government that is suitable for them. And then it's to a large extent to working for them, increasing awareness to peaceful change of governance and political stability, especially in Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, and the Northern African countries like Egypt and Morocco and Tunisia. It has been somewhat peaceful compared to what it used to be. So now it is quite relatively peaceful to do business in Nigeria, Ghana, and these other countries, South Africa, because it is certain that, you know, government change of government will come in seamlessly almost without issues. Of course, there are legal issues and all that, which does not directly impact businesses. So these are trends. These are the way forward. Sorry, guys. Maybe after the slides, we can ask questions. I'm also looking at your time, so we will give opportunities for questions or for insights or inputs as well. So also we now have critical industries you might need to look out for when you're coming to Africa. Whether you're coming to do business, you have supply chain at the back of your mind to implement supply chain in Africa or to do anything that is supply chain related here. The critical industries are agriculture, critical for food security and economic growth. Because of vast land in Africa, on the African continent, agriculture is a mainstay too. It's also a mainstay in that you can have vast land to plant, to, you know, do lots of things that will provide for the African people, and then you'll still make your money. So for the supply chain, how does it impact supply chain? So, which is movement of goods and services. Food is part of goods that can be moved from one place to another. Mining, significant for exports and economic development. These are opportunities that Africa presents to the world. And then manufacturing is a growing sector here, particularly in countries like South Africa, Nigeria. Manufacturing is really taking a strong root here in Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt. And then retail. I did mention earlier that we are having an expansion in middle class, which has driven demands for consumer goods. So the population is growing. Much as somehow you look at the population as disadvantageous, you also look at it as advantageous to an extent too. It's a two-edged sword. It's quite good on one side, and in different contexts, it also poses or presents challenges. So on the side where it presents opportunities, it also helps to increase the number of people who will be involved in productive and supply chain related activities, meaning that more people will request for goods, more people will go into productive activities and all that. All of these happenings are chains of activities, which is largely supply chain. Pharmaceuticals, critical for health care and medicine distribution. Some will say some pharmaceutical companies are leaving Nigeria, but also you have to know that some are coming in too, and then it's also encourage the local guys to increase and to find opportunities in the areas where the multinationals had a few of them had left. So it's also encouraging the local players to see what they can do to up their game or their ante. So, but what is the way forward for the African continent? It is to partner with local experts to navigate complex environments. It is to invest in technology and digitalization, develop local skills and talents, which Data Lab is currently doing, because with trainings like this on the African continent, skills and talents will be developed. Focus on sustainability and social responsibility, and finally build flexible and adaptable supply chain strategies. So with these suggestions to fellow Africans and friends from other parts of the world, it will really be helpful. And this provides a glimpse into the complex and dynamic supply chain profession in Africa. If you would like more specific information, Data Labs and I will be available to provide this. So the next is the Nigerian supply chain. What is supply chain in Nigeria? So I wanted to run us through the African continent, but what about Nigeria? Overview of supply chain in Nigeria. Nigeria is the biggest country on the African continent with regards to population, number of people, not landmass. So with regards to population, Nigeria has over 230 million people. Like in many other countries of the world, supply chain is practiced in Nigeria, and it is accepted, it's widely accepted, even though some don't really understand that this can be a skill learned. But a large chunk of persons, a great number of people are beginning to understand that, and universities are now having supply chain classes, programs, lectures, degrees, postgraduate degrees, private and government institutions for supply chain. Because wherever there is buying and selling and distribution, there is supply chain. Wherever there is demand and supply or human needs, where there is exchange of goods and services or trade by barter, then that is supply chain management. So, of course, like I said, I'm sure we all are aware to a large extent what supply chain is, but to further expatiate or put emphasis, it is wherever there is demand and supply or human needs or exchange of goods and services, either by trade, by barter or whatever means, it is supply chain. So supply chain management predates most countries like Nigeria and has always been with the human creation, and so is with the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Supply chain predates most countries because from the earliest, people had always exchanged in buying and selling. Nigeria is a country of over 230 million people, the most populous Black nation in the world, and the sixth most populated, with a population growth put at over 250 million persons by 2050. And so supply chain is huge in Nigeria, has really gained traction and evolved over the years, especially due to population, urbanization, and technology. Nigeria has witnessed 25 years uninterrupted democracy after a long military rule. These has therefore brought relative stability and certainty. As power transfer from one administration to another has been stable and almost certain. So now, due to these factors and others, supply chain has thrived in all sectors of the Nigerian economy, especially with the petroleum industry, which remains the mainstay of the Nigerian economy, which requires a great deal of supply chain. Of course, oil production is a productive capacity. And you remember, I did say that wherever you have production, you have supply chain. And wherever you have supply chain, you have production. Wherever you have consumption, you have supply chain. Wherever you have supply chain, you also have consumption. Nigeria, with a GDP of $472.6 billion, has an informal trade and MSMEs, that is medium, small scale enterprises, which is about 40 million here in Nigeria, account for about 90% of the trade volume of businesses. Yes, that's big. That's big. 50% of the country's GDP and 80% of the employment in Nigeria. So the informal sector and the small-scale businesses account for about 80% employment in Nigeria and accounts for about 50% of the country's GDP, gross domestic product. It tells you that it points the drivers of Nigeria's economy so easily from these figures or from this data. So the Nigerian economy contributes, so these MSMEs and the informal sector of the Nigerian economy contribute half of the overall GDP and the biggest employer of labor in Nigeria. So that taken or given, due to MSMEs contributing largely to the Nigerian economy, along with the petroleum industry, 230 million population, busiest seaport and airport in Africa, especially West Africa. It is therefore safe to say Nigeria has the largest supply chain activities on the African continent and in many other countries around the world, and has fared tremendously well. So, like I said, due to the population being the busiest seaport, it tells you that Nigeria has the biggest supply chain activities on the African continent. Therefore, the profession is on the rise, with many higher institutions of learning now being accredited with first and postgraduate degrees in supply chain management, with litany of certification programs and courses with international recognitions being offered, some of which are APICS, Association of Supply Chain Management, CIPS, which is CIPS, Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, recognized a UK based institution, but heavily recognized here in Nigeria. SILT, UK-based too, heavily recognized. It's also part of what APICS will give, can give, part of their certification. Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport also gives this. And you also have Chartered Institute of Supply Chain and Management. And then you have other local training programs and workshops among so many colleges and institutes, too numerous to list here. So Nigeria is a wowing ground for supply chain. It's a place where you cannot stay in a day in Nigeria without supply chain activities. It's a big ground for supply chain, presenting big opportunities for anyone investing in supply chain in Nigeria, because even the government and the likes are purely and heavily in supply chain. You also have Institute of Supply Chain Management, you have Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, you have Nigerian Institute of Procurement, you have Supply Chain Management Association of Nigeria, and all more and more that we cannot begin to mention all here. So what is the success factor so far, you might ask, about Nigeria? Strong network, building relationship with suppliers, logistic providers, and other stakeholders. Adaptability, ability to navigate Nigeria's complex and dynamic business environment. Risk management is a very important aspect of supply chain. Risk management, identifying and mitigating risks such as cargo theft, corruption, and infrastructure challenges. Because you can have a 40-feet container en route to delivery, and then because of bad road, the container, the trailer skids or falls, and then have the entire goods or consignment damaged or almost damaged. So the risk management in Nigeria has really helped supply chain, with people running to insurance companies or banks to share their risk or to hand over their risk to these institutions, these experts. So it's a big business. Insurance is a big business, especially supply chain insurance or types of insurance is a big, big business here in Nigeria and the African continent. Digital literacy, leveraging technology to improve supply chain visibility, efficiency, and accuracy. What about collaboration? Collaboration, which is working effectively with cross-functional teams, including sales, marketing, and finance. Sometimes we are asked, is sales or marketing part of supply chain? A lot of persons are on the divide, but I think that they are somewhat a part of supply chain, especially when it comes to marketing, which has to do with design, and supply chain has design as part of what makes up supply chain. Sales goes out to sell and then come back to tell the supply chain guys to distribute the items. So they must work collaboratively. Finance is there to also monitor and advise further. So there's a lot more collaborations between these different units and departments of businesses. Knowledge of local regulations, understanding and complying with the Nigerian laws, regulations, and standards. So one of the things that the Nigerian system has done is put in place regulations that are not that are friendly with supply chain and businesses too. So as long as you are able to get an expert who handles your regulatory and compliance department, then you don't have a problem. Just ensure that these laws, and just like every other country, that these laws are being managed properly. Cultural competencies, appreciating and navigating Nigeria's diverse cultural landscape. Continuous learning, staying up to date with global best practices, industry trends, and professional development. Nigeria has really done well, or Nigerians in supply chain has really done well with this. A lot of us doing business here are doing fantastically well with supply chain, trying to stay up to date with new technology, new ideas in supply chain, and then we go for refresher courses or training programs to assist. Having mentioned success stories or factors, it is important to mention that also there are challenges. There are challenges, and these challenges, it's not right to shy away from challenges, because in challenges, when you identify challenges, it becomes easier to manage them. So these challenges we will enumerate, and then so we can have it at the back of our mind that yes, these issues are there, but there is a way to navigate these challenges and or improve them. There are, however, serious challenges affecting supply chain in Nigeria, which has really impacted both the profession and the activities. Here are a few of them, which is infrastructure. One, we had mentioned this earlier when talking about the African continent. Poor road network, inadequate storage facility, and limited transportation options. We had mentioned whatever bedeviled or bedevils Africa, somewhat bedevils Nigeria. And then corruption, yes, bribes, extortion, and other forms of corruption, which has delayed shipments and increased importation costs doing businesses, because now you have to begin to think of markups. When you're thinking of markup, you have to begin to remember that when I'm looking at catalog prices, so if a catalog price is XYZ amount, you begin to think about 40% markup. A 40% markup or 50% markup will definitely impact how you sell and how people see your product. So it's important when doing business in Nigeria, you bear in mind this aspect of the challenge. Very important, corruption, because it's impact in other countries. Markup will probably be like 10% or about 15%. In Nigeria, it's a whopping 40 to 50%. Bear that in mind, please. Security, cargo theft, robbery, and kidnapping are significant concern, big concerns. So sometimes you're moving from point A to point B because of insecurity in Africa, especially in Nigeria. It has become a big problem. You could be kidnapped, cargo could be stolen, or item could be stolen, robberies on the road and all that. These are part of the challenges on the African continent, especially Nigeria. Regulatory environment, complex and challenges regulations can create uncertainties. So sometimes unknowingly they create laws that seem to be a bit stifling to business climate. And when business is stifled somewhat, supply chain is stifled. Because like I did say earlier, supply chain and business are one and the same. They cannot be devolved. They are the same thing, because supply chain thrive where there is business, business thrive where there is supply chain. And limited technology adoption. We had mentioned that earlier, manual processes and lack of digitalization hinder efficiency. Skill gap, also mentioned, limited training and expertise in supply chain management. Like I did say, some persons are still not convinced that this is a skill that should be learned. But I did also mention in the success factors that, see, this is growing. A lot of people are doing so many courses, and then there is a great improvement with regards to upping skills with supply chain skills in Nigeria, especially Abuja, Lagos, and major cities of Nigeria. Dependence on imports. I mentioned that from the beginning, that Africa is an import-driven continent. Nigeria is one. High reliance on imported goods can lead to supply chain disruptions, because supply chain has two legs. It cannot stand only on importation. It has to stand on both legs, which is both importation, which has to do with logistics, movement of goods from one location to another. It also has to stand on the other leg, which is productive activities. So on this both leg, with supply chain, stand well and work properly and efficiently. So the two has to go pari passu. So this aspect, Nigeria currently also is trying their best with government interventions with regards to relaxing taxes and all that for productive capacity in Nigeria. Political instability, conflict, government changes, and policy uncertainty disrupt supply chain. So during elections, you have the government announcing no movement. So imagine if you have an item to dispatch from one location to another, you have to stay for a whole day or two, and elections happen within 2 weeks in Nigeria. And within these 2 weeks, you are going to pause whatever you have, because you are not certain things will go very well because of conflict, political conflict, parties fighting each other, and then you are not very sure of what next to do. And then so it becomes, and then what about conflict? Some part of Nigeria, you don't work on Mondays. So how do you relate with that? And then you're a businessman and you need to have some meeting, hold some meetings, or move items on a Monday because there is expected time of delivery or arrival. But because of this day that is out of the picture, it is hampered. These are part of the challenges. And these challenges, we are discussing a no-hold-barred scenarios in Nigeria, telling you what is actually happening. Technology adoption, we mentioned the manual processes and lack of digitalization and all that. But we have talked about the aspect where it is tough. But let us also look at, again, like we did with the African continent, the aspect Nigeria is doing fantastically well. These challenges, those challenges I did mention, is just for you to have at the back of your mind. It doesn't paint a gloomy picture. Nigeria is a fantastic place to do your businesses. I live in Nigeria for over 4 decades, and it's a great place to be. Growing economy, increasing demand for goods and services drives the need for effective supply chain. Nigeria is a growing economy. Currently, our GDP has rebounded to positives. So it's no longer in the negative, where it was in minus after this. After COVID-19, we had some issues with growth, but currently I think it's about 3 to 4% growth rate. Infrastructure development, Nigeria is growing. There is more network being constructed. We have over 30,000 road network or thereabout, and then these are being developed. As we speak, most roads are being connected. There are major roads linking. There is a train. We are doing high-speed rail across the country, and then there are Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, current almost near completion. There is currently the one just initiated, the Lagos, through the flank of Calabar down to the coastal regions. These are all to aid the supply chain and movement of goods and properties. There is flight, almost stable flight in Nigeria. And then technology adoption, of course, AI is here in Nigeria to stay, and a lot of businesses are adopting technology, and it's a big business in Nigeria. Technological advancement is really, really happening here. Trade, regional trade. Nigeria is reaching out to other countries and being a leader of ECOWAS. Nigeria is set and ready and looking out to allow other countries to, of course, currently there is a temporary ban to the borders, but that is going to be opened in no time. But Nigeria is also reaching out, and this was done because people come into Nigeria, ensuring that the right things flow in and not a dumping site. And then once this is fixed, Nigeria will return to what we used to be, together with the African countries, ECOWAS specifically. Diversification, growing importance of non-oil sectors such as agriculture and manufacturing. So Nigeria is currently investing heavily on agriculture. Manufacturing is on the rise. A lot of more bottling companies are coming in, and a lot of more companies that are into tractor and other equipment are flowing into the country, and Nigeria is not doing badly with regards to agriculture, which is contributing about 18 to 20% to I think 15% to the economy. We have the largest sea and airports. Nigeria has the busiest ports in Africa with FTZs, along with technological advancement. We have Lekki Free Trade Zones, and then the one in Calabar. We have the only the seaport, and we have the Apapa Seaport, with being manned by Nigerian Ports Authority. So all of this, because of a lot of productive activities and importation. You have very busy airports, the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport and the Murtala Mohammed International Airport here in Lagos. These two cities, especially Lagos, has more of the productive businesses or activities going on. And then you will be much happy to come into the cities and do your business. There is largely security in Nigeria, especially with regards to Lagos, Abuja, and some other cities. The major cities, you have security. Digitalization, increasing adoption of digital technologies, sustainability, growth focus on environmentally friendly practices like Nigeria is adopting. Because of lack of enough electricity, Nigeria is adopting lots of ecologically friendly options like solar energy, like inverters and all that, reducing emissions from generators and all that. So that is currently on the rise in the country, and it is being encouraged by government while they fix the power sector, while they continue to fix the power sector. Regionalization, increasing importance of regional trade and cooperation. Then I did mention e-commerce earlier and how last mile delivery has been quite on the rise in Nigeria. And then for FDIs, foreign direct investments in Nigeria, and where this sectors you would like to really invest, that I can assure you that investing in these areas will give you your money, and then that these areas also deals more with the supply chain activities, agriculture, critical for food security and economic growth, manufacturing, a growing sector. It's a growing sector, particularly in food processing and consumer goods. And you and I would agree, or you would agree with me, that manufacturing has a lot to do with supply chain activities. I was in a manufacturing company for over 17 years, and I was in both manufacturing operations department and also in the supply chain. And I can tell you, if I tell you what supply chain activities going on in these manufacturing companies, you will know that Nigeria is a big place for supply chain. Retail, expanding middle class. The middle class, Nigerian middle class is growing, and then because the middle class and urbanization is happening, people are having more resource to request, to purchase and procure. And then this drive demand for consumer goods. Oil and gas, dominant industry, like you all are aware, with opportunities for supply chain optimization. So these are areas you can actually invest. In conclusion, by understanding these challenges, opportunities, best practices, and trends, business can really develop effective supply chain strategies in Nigeria. It's a great place to invest. It's a great place with lots of productive activities. It's a great place with lots of supply chain activities, a place where supply chain now has degree accreditation, now has postgraduate. You can have your master's in supply chain, master's in logistics, and all that. And there are litany of programs, both public and private institutions, where supply chain certifications are happening. And Nigeria is a wet ground. It's a very fertile ground for supply chain, the Africa. Thank you. We can entertain questions and answer briefly before I hand over mic back to Sheikh.
Yeah, so thank you. Very interesting and insightful. I was just following you, what you are saying, especially those challenges and also followed by the opportunities. Okay, so I think you covered majority of, and you try to be very transparent, and you try to be very realistic. Okay, so that is something which is very good. Now, taking forward, how things will shape up in course of time, Alan? Like, for example, if somebody like us, we would like to introduce our products and solutions to Africa, and especially through Nigeria, apart from all those challenges. So what is the way forward? So what do you advise? What is the timeline that we may expect some change? I know the change will come sooner or later, but what is your advice from the time point of view, and then from the step-by-step approach point of view?
Okay, Sheikh, I kind of was straining to hear you properly. If you can rephrase the question, I know you asked something like the time frame and all that, and step-by-step advice.
You covered all the challenges. You covered the opportunities in Africa, and in Africa in general, and Nigeria in particular. You elaborated it very nicely. So we understand the whole challenges, opportunities, and then what are the take care. But I just want to see how to proceed. So in form of timeline, okay, so you expected government regulations kind of thing, what is that? Like in next 3 to 5 years, these are the things going to happen. So this is the best way to step in for the foreign investors. Okay, so what is the advice? To actionable advice. Okay, in general, yes, doing a business in Africa is something very lucrative for everybody. There is no question about it, given the challenges and opportunities. But what is the best way to step in like step-by-step approach. What do you think?
Okay, thank you very much. Like I did say earlier, Nigeria is a great place for supply chain. So if you, it depends on what aspect you're looking at, if it is supply chain training or business. Well, if it is for business, of course, Nigeria is all set for business. But for supply chain, I think the area you're needing to focus more on is on training. Training, you need to come in with more supply chain schools or academy. There are not much like in other countries, academies with international accreditation or certification. There are only a few, and then I tell you, Nigerians are yearning and prefer to have accreditation that has international recognition. And then Nigerians like titles. So when you see an Alan Klein and you see all the titles around, and then these titles are recognized, this is what Nigerians actually would prefer. But we have a few of that. We don't have much of it. Something like the ISO. ISO came in, Cognizant, and others came into Nigeria, and a whole lot came in. So on the Nigerian regulations, the regulations, all you just need to do is to have a Nigerian who is somewhat known, somewhat popular, who can guide you. With a guide, especially a Nigerian who is somewhat popular with Nigerian laws and who is also known, you would almost find it seamless. There's nothing really deep or major as to setting up supply chain academy or doing business in Nigeria. All you just need to do is to do your feasibility in terms of marketability. So the area you're going, the product you're bringing, how is it acceptable? And I tell you, acceptance in Nigeria is very big because the population is big, and the Nigerians are not. We don't have a population that can easily be defined. You don't have, Nigeria is not a population that you can say this is how they will react. Nigerians will take anything. So you can sell anything in Nigeria, do any business in Nigeria, and make your money as long as you're within the ambit of the law. The Nigerian economy welcomes any business.
Okay, so for similar, I think the same thing is applicable for software companies like us. Okay, it is the same. I think it's the same assumptions are applicable, I believe.
Yes, for software, Nigeria is also growing with software, and there are lots of Nigerians going into data management and all that. So, and most organizations are dealing more with data. You know, part of the problem most companies have is ERPs are expensive. Employee resource enterprise resource planning are quite expensive to manage. So most smaller companies that are doing that are into manual processes, if they can find companies that can manage their data and software, and they will pay less to what these ERPs are charging. They charge heavily in dollars, and then most companies are then using Excel. But if they have alternative capturing of their numbers that is not very expensive, they will definitely latch onto it. So I assure you, software and data management is a big business in Nigeria because you are having more of young Nigerians being tech savvy and really, really interested in doing, in knowing. So when it is software, you will do very well in Nigeria. Very, very well. We have Decagon in Nigeria. Decagon started not quite a long time ago, and they are doing fantastically well. They are now offering, you know, what you do is get a university, connect to a university. Nigerians like institutions that has connections with international universities, and so you can have that connection, that affiliation get such affiliations, and then you run your programs. You can, with time, you can improve from diploma programs to degree engineering or software engineering programs and the likes.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. So any final thoughts? So excellent presentation. Any final thoughts, Alan, for all the audience participants?
So my final thoughts are just a few things. All has been said is that Nigeria is a great place to do your business. Nigeria is a fantastic ground where you don't, the population is not definable. It's not a population you can say they will react to this like this and react to that like that. It's a population that will welcome whatever you bring in, as long as it is something that will improve their lives and within the ambit of the law. So it's a great place for supply chain. It is the biggest supply chain activity on the African continent. I assure you that, and it's a friendly economy, a friendly country. It is not a country you come and people treat you with disdain, with disrespect. It is a country that welcomes investors. So, but just bear in mind the challenges and find a way to navigate through those challenges. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Alan. Thank you, Alan Clean. Really an excellent, insightful presentation. And you try to cover everything with a very clear idea of what to do and what not to do and what are the key challenges. Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Clean, for joining. And with the time constraint, we finished 1 hour. So any questions from the participants, we collect you and share you through offline, and you can always answer them. Okay. So thank you very much, Alan, for joining all the way, and it was a really insightful presentation. So give Dr. Alan Clean a big hand, and I on behalf of participants and on behalf of organizers, I would like to thank you, Alan, once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sheikh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so very interesting. Now it's 6 hours and 13 minutes now from the start of the session. So we'll just go to the new session, which is again a different concept. So let us see, always supply chain managers have challenges in the field, out of the field. Okay, so let us introduce something very interesting for them. So balance scorecard for supply chain managers. So we talk about very quick brief about balance scorecard will be presented, which is useful for supply chain managers. So how the supply chain management is connected to the strategy, and what they need to do to execute strategy from the supply chain management point of view. Okay, so just to hear that, so I would like to introduce our expert speaker, engineer Gopal Sharmaji. So he's a very experienced balance scorecard consultant. He's engineer by profession. Let me give a quick introduction. So Gopal Sharmaji is a certified balance scorecard graduate and a PMP. Has for over 40 years of experience in industries like construction, manufacturing, and services. An expert in strategy management and business excellence, he has driven growth for numerous organizations and authored a very fantastic book, Mastering Strategic Excellence. So with this, I would like to introduce Gopal Sharmaji. So I think your mic is mute. Okay, so if you are able to see me, okay. So let's talk about. So we have 1 hour time. So let us give a very nice briefing about balance scorecard to the supply chain managers, and then talk about some use cases. Okay. So over to you, sir. Please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul, and giving this opportunity. I think this is my third session. Earlier two conclave I spoke about same thing, balance scorecard and strategy management, and it was fantastic to hear all the participants and all the presenters about supply chain management. Though I have not worked in supply chain management, but I help supply chain management organizations in developing strategy and implementing that strategy using the framework, what we call as balanced scorecard. So I will try to do in 1 hour. Of course, it is a very vast subject, and I'll try to see in 1 hour. I hope I will be able to give you the key elements about the whole concept of strategy management and balanced scorecard. So I'll just share my screen. I hope I'm able to see. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can. Yeah,
you're able to see my screen, right?
we are able to see. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. And I'm audible to everyone, right? There is no problem about it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So this is about transforming supply chain management using balanced scorecard, right? So this is the topic of my subject. Sorry, I'm not able to go to the next slide. Oh, okay, now it's working. Okay, so introduction is already done, so I will not waste any more time. I have overall 40 years of experience. I'm a mechanical engineer. First 18 years I was into engineering and construction, and then I moved gradually to corporate strategy and business excellence role. And as independent consultant, I have helped almost like 25 to 30 organizations in Middle East in developing a long-term strategy and implementing using balanced scorecard. So I am a certified balanced scorecard practitioner. Quickly looking at reasons for poor organizational performance, this is based on my own research over the last 20 years, what I have observed in my clients' organization and doing my own research. So the first one comes as inadequate planning. Either the planning is only for short term or there is no planning at all. Many of the businesses, especially those small businesses or medium-sized businesses, they work mostly on annual plan. That was the case with one of my employer when I joined them. And then I introduced them with long-term planning. So long-term planning is very, very important for having visibility of the performance and what the organization can achieve in long-term basis. The second one, some people, they have the strategy, but then they are not able to execute the strategy properly, and they are not able to achieve those results which actually they plan. So it's not only the strategy which is important, the capability to execute your chosen strategy is equally important. The third one is many of the businesses where I worked, they were like single owner businesses, and most of those businesses, private entities, they maintain secrecy, especially the owners. They don't want to share their strategy. They don't want to share their business secrets with the rest of their employees. And then employees, they don't know why they're doing what they're doing. And they don't know whether they have long-term career with the organization. This is even in India now. I'm in India. I work mostly in Middle East. But in India, this is really a big problem. So employees, they don't find the why of what they're doing. The fourth major reason is inadequate resources, because if you don't have long-term planning and you try to arrange resources on ad hoc basis and as and when the need arises, it creates a bottleneck for the organization. Lack of clarity is another one about this competition, market, and demand and pricing, those external factors which influence the performance of organization, because they don't look in long term. They don't have the data with regard to market size, the customer requirements and needs, and even the competitive pricing strategy. Then, of course, there are external factors which keep changing. So you need to go with what is happening in the market. That includes competition, that includes new products which are being introduced, the new players emerge in the market, and all those external factors which influence the business. And the last one is the resistance to change, especially even for some owners as well as the employees. So they are reluctant to adapt and change based on the customer needs or based on the market conditions. And they try to maintain the same strategy or tactics which they have been following. And obviously the business decline. So if you look at these 7 factors, most of them are associated with either they don't have a well-planned strategy or they don't have the capability to execute the strategy which they have developed. There are other factors which actually contribute to the misery of these owners, especially those private companies, that 80% of the value, business value, is latent because you have systems and processes and resources. You might have some patents and all those things. These are not reflected in the balance sheet, and these are not given enough importance. So the value is latent most of the time. If you look at the Apple, their valuation, if market valuation is maybe, I think, almost like 100 times more than their book value. They don't have any manufacturing plants. Everything is outsourced. They are only focusing on selling and, of course, the product design. So those intangible assets are not given enough importance in traditional strategy or traditional business plan. And they are most critical, more critical than physical resources, because physical resources you can acquire easily. But it takes time to build the capabilities and systems and processes and having those kind of things which actually differentiate you from your competitors. And based on various surveys, these are the other factors. If you look at, only 5% of the staff understand their strategy because the strategy is not shared with wider audience in the organization. 85% of the owners spend less than few hours in a month to discuss this strategy. And then traditional reporting and management systems focus only on results. What leads to those results are often ignored. And then focus is primarily on doing things right rather than doing the right things. So doing things right is mostly your operations, but doing the right thing is the strategy. And then majority of businesses, especially which are owned by single owner, which are not large entities, it's more of control and compliance driven businesses rather than mission and customer driven. So if you look at, we take just one factor, that if the organization's intangible assets, which include patent system, processes and capabilities, human resources and all this, they represent 80% of the value, the organization's strategy, formulation and execution need to explicitly address the mobilization and alignment of intangible assets. It's just common sense. Obviously, these factors which are intangible in nature need to be part of your strategy development process and later on part of your strategy execution process as well. So quickly looking at, before you develop the strategy, probably most of the organizations, they have mission, vision and values. But to what extent these are imbibed in the systems and processes and in their culture, it's really a big question mark, because everybody, if you go to any business website, you will find these mission, vision, values, but they are not really used for successful strategy development and execution. So as you already know, mission, we talk about why do we exist? What is the purpose of having the business or an entity or an organization? What it is supposed to achieve? Vision is, where are we going in 3 to 10 years time, where as a business we want to reach. So that's a vision. Normally most of the organizations, they will set for themselves. And value is part of the cultural factors, that what we will or we will not do to get where we want to reach, right? So I'm just giving, I'm moving very quickly. The reason being because it's just 1 hour and I have a lot to cover. So once organizations, let's say they have mission, vision and values, then they need to develop the strategy in line with what mission, vision and values they have. And strategy, if you look at the definition of a strategy is an integrated set of choices that position a firm in an industry to earn superior returns over a long run. right? So these three elements are important. It's an integrated set of choices. You can't have different choices, for example, for your product, and you might have a different marketing strategy and you have entirely different market. It's not possible. They need to be integrated. They need to serve each other, right? And the aim of having a strategy is to earn better than your competitors, and the business need to survive over a long run, right? According to various surveys, which are Bain and Company, I think they are doing every year, they are doing surveys on strategy and balanced scorecard. And according to the latest survey, 88% of the organizations claim that they conduct a formal planning and enjoys highest user satisfaction. But then only 45% of the respondents were satisfied with the strategy planning process. They do the planning, but then the process they use is not up to the mark. And then the respondent claimed that only 20% of the major decisions were made within its confines. In the sense, they develop the strategy, but then therefore don't follow the strategy. Okay. To have a good strategy, there are three tests which strategy need to pass. One is that it has to be based on external factors, which we are talking about, the business environment and competitors and all those factors. And that need to be consistent with the factors. It should address those factors which are external to the organization. Then strategy needs to be internally consistent. It should be based on the capabilities and resources and what the organization wants to achieve in a medium to long run. It has to be consistent with that. And then the third one test is the dynamic consistency, which is you should be able to adapt the strategy based on the changes in the external or internal environment or factors. Right? So this is very, very important that you need to have the strategy which is consistent with external environment, internal factors, and then you should be able to adapt it based on the change in the external environment and internal factors. Sorry. Quickly looking at the strategy development process, the first, of course, step is to doing the strategic analysis. An analysis has to be done for external environment, external business environment. Then you need to do the internal analysis, what capabilities and resources you have, what you want to achieve, what targets you're setting for yourself. And then based on that, you need to identify the key factors which need to be addressed by the strategy. What we call as a SWOT strategy. A SWOT analysis where we identify the strengths and weaknesses based on the internal capabilities of the organization. And then we also look for the opportunities and threats in the external environment. So your strengths and weaknesses are supposed to address those opportunities and threats in the external environment. And then you develop the strategy where you take decisions on where we will be competing, what will be the geographical boundaries for the market, which customers we will serve, what kind of value proposition or differentiation we will have, and then how we are going to compete. This is a complete game plan you need to develop so that you are able to beat the competition. And the last one is the financial model that, okay, from where the revenues and profits will come, how much revenue and how much profit we will be able to generate. Right? So that is the crux of the strategy formulation. And then we identify if it is a new business, of course, you don't have something to compare with, but then you also do a value gap analysis. If you're doing year-on-year business, it's an ongoing business. Then you look at the gap in the current and desired performance, and then you decompose that, okay, the gap in, let's say, revenues and profits, we decompose and we find out and decide that, okay, from where this gap will be bridged, from which sector, which products, which area we will be getting the business, and then we will address the gap. And based on that, finalize the strategy and an action plan. And then we need to measure the progress, and then we need to define that how the performance will be reviewed, how the action planning will be done, what will be the planning horizon, and at what frequency the measurements will be taken and reviewed formally. Okay, so I'm just quickly covering the strategy development process. So when we look at internal factors, these are all the factors we need to look at: what human capital we have, what kind of organization culture we have, and if we want to change, what kind of organization culture we would like to have to achieve those objectives or the targets which we are planning for. And then we look at the business, brand equity, processes, technology, financial resources. All these factors need to be looked at as part of internal analysis. Then we look at, these are quickly, I will introduce that, of course, every organization, they have resources, capabilities, competencies, and core competency. There's a fine difference between these things. Resources are tangible and intangible assets. These are on a standalone basis. You might have financial resources and human resources. For example, you might have physical infrastructure. These are called resources. When you combine these resources and put some processes in place to make use of those resources, then you build capabilities in an organization, right? And then when you have those multiple capabilities, you are able to combine in a unique pattern, which is unique to you and maybe better than your competitors, then these become core competencies. And finally, we have core competencies, which is an organization's greatest expertise, which is very difficult for the competition to copy, right? So if you look at the time taken for developing, as you go from resources to core competencies, it takes more time. And then it is more difficult to acquire. So core competencies, very rarely organizations will have. Maybe few organizations who are really market leader in their industry, they will have those kind of core competencies. Right? So it is important when we are doing the analysis, internal analysis, we look at each of these four elements of the capabilities of an organization. Quickly looking at value chain, of course, everybody is aware of it. We have those support activities which help us in running our primary activities, and primary activities are industry specific. Typically, this is for a tech firm. They might have strategic portfolio management. So they have number of products or services or for the IT. Then you have analysis, you have development process, marketing and sales, product services, and then you combine those support activities to run those primary activities to make profit. For manufacturing, you might be having a procurement and manufacturing as those key processes. Typical support activities, more or less, they remain same. Maybe for supply chain, we might need to add a supply chain management also as one of the support activities, if it is considered as a support activity, depending on how the SCM is operating for that. Okay, I think customer value proposition in one of the earlier presentation was already discussed, right? So it's a value proposition is basically uniquely meeting the targeted customers' needs. You can't serve every customer, so you need to target certain customers, and what kind of value you will be providing to those customers in terms of product and services. That is, we talk about customer value proposition for that specific segment. And it differentiates one business from the competitors, and it needs to be sustainable. So there's three qualities need to be met when we talk about customer value proposition. And it is unique for each business entity as it will uniquely address its customer needs. So you can't serve all the customers. You will target certain customers with whom you will be able to provide them with the customer value proposition which you are developing for your product or services. And finally, we need to understand that, as you will see, that balance scorecard and a strategy map, it helps you in understanding that how the internal processes address the customer perspective by focusing on those value propositions which you are planning for your customers, right? So value proposition, by definition, it describes a unique mix of product, price, service, relationship, and an image offered to a customer. So people who buy Apple products, they will probably they will not go for Samsung or any Android phones. So the value proposition is very unique and targeted for specific customers. And if you look at those three value propositions, generally we have these three value propositions. We call it as operational excellence strategy, customer intimacy strategy, and product leadership. And the targeted customers are entirely different, and focus on those attributes related to product and services are totally different. When we are talking about operational excellence, we are talking about the quality of the product needs to be reasonable. Price is very, very critical, which is highlighted with red tick mark, right? And then functionality has to be there, which should be able to address the customer requirements in that particular segment. Service is not that important. Relationship building is not important. Brand, of course, for all three value propositions, it is important. The second one is where we are talking about customer intimacy strategy, where price, quality, time, and functionality is not that critical, but the relationship with the customers is very, very important. And the customer intimacy generally is applicable or is used in professional services, for example, for the doctors, for surgeons, for lawyers, and those kind of services where you build long-term relationship with your customers. That is where the customer intimacy strategy is used. Brand is still, of course, important, but here the focus is on the relationship, which is include service and relationship. And the last one, as the name suggests, it's a product leadership strategy where the product features and quality and functionality is very, very important. Service and relationship, not that critical, but brand, of course, has to be. So targeted customers for any business are those customers who will place the highest importance to the attributes which the company is offering in its products and services, right? So this is very important. Whenever you are developing a strategy, you should know which market you are catering to and what are the attributes of your products and services which are important, right? So this I have already explained. Operational excellence will be on the competitive price, customer perceived quality, on-time delivery, and lead time. Customer intimacy is the focus on relationship with the customers and completeness of the solution. And product leadership, of course, is the product features, functionalities, and the performance of the product. So developing this strategy, we need to develop this strategy as we looked at earlier. It's based on the external environment where we are going to operate. And this includes macro environment as well as micro environment. Macro environment is generally, it's related to overall business environment, which impacts all the businesses irrespective of the industry. So here, what we look at are those pastel factors, which is political, economical, social, technological, environmental, and legal factors, which impact the businesses irrespective of the industry. So we look at how those factors, we identify those factors and then look at how they will be impacting our business. And then we go to micro environment where we are looking at a specific industry where we want to operate or we are already operating, which includes customers, competitors, substitute products, barriers to entries, and suppliers. Right? So these are specific to the industry where we are already there or we are planning to start. Right? So that specific industry specific factors we will be looking at related to customers, competitors, and other three factors. So we identify all those factors. These are external factors, and based on that, right, we do the analysis and we identify the most critical factors which will influence our business. So we list down all the factors, then identify the most important factors, and then we look at and then identify what are the opportunities and threats and related to competitors and what strengths and weaknesses we'll have. And similarly, based on that, we look at the pestle factors and do a SWOT matrix where we clearly identify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Now, many let's say professors or people who are using these kind of frameworks, sometimes they say that SWOT matrix is no more relevant. I believe that SWOT matrix still can be very useful unless you are coming up with entirely new business where there is nothing which is comparable to the existing products or services. Maybe you don't have to do SWOT, but if it is an existing business, it is always useful to do a SWOT analysis. Then we look at the competitors. So we identify all the competitors, which will include direct competitors, indirect competitors, and of course, we also need to look at the substitute competitors and products. We gather all that information related to 4 Ps and the marketing mix and other important attributes, and then analyze those competitors, and we do some kind of qualitative or quantitative analysis that where do we stand in terms of our competitors, and identify those competitive advantage if we have any. So those 4 Ps, of course, you know, the product, pricing, place, and promotion. So we look at all the competitors, we place them, and then there are 4 Ps and 1 more R is added recently, which is positioning, people, partnership, processes, and reputation. So all these factors we look at, and then we try to, this is one of the easiest way of doing it, is that we take all these 9 factors and then we look at the competitors' products and services, and we try to score them out of 10. So you have total score of 90. Out of 90, you give them the score, overall score, and then you can take the average, and then you can compare yourself with your competitors that where they stand. And you can have a minimum threshold level of a score, and then the highest, of course, is 10. So you do this kind of competitive analysis. You can also use some other management models which can be used depending on, or you can appoint even consultants for doing that kind of analysis if you're serious about the competition. So these are another frameworks which can be used with BCG matrix for placing your products, positioning of your product. Then a strategic group analysis, we look at the same strategic group products and services, which is relevant to our industry or products. Then we do perceptual mapping. We take feedback from the customers and then try to map their perception about our product and service. Of course, I think one of the session we talked about business model canvas also can be used, and we also can now, which is more relevant, is customer journey map when we are talking about online services and products which are being marketed. So we can map the customer journey starting from identifying or discovering our product and service up to the final purchase decision. And that whole mapping can be done, and then you can identify the areas where you need some kind of intervention or further enhancement in the services. So putting all together, the strategy development, we look at the external factors, identify all those factors related to a pastel analysis. Then we looked at the portfolio forces, market intelligence, competition, and we also look at the customer. And then internal factors or internal environment, we look at resources, capabilities, competencies, what we have and what we need to acquire in case we are going with the strategy, what we plan, or the expansion we are planning. Then we look at the infrastructures, we look at intangible assets of the organization, then we look at the internal value chain, We look at the innovation and R&D capabilities for product enhancement and new product development and all that. And the most critical is organizational culture and structure, that what kind of organizational culture and structure we need to have for our strategy, successful execution of our strategy. Based on that, we identify the key issues, right? This is one of the critical steps when we are developing the strategy. Initial stage, we need to look at all the factors, whatever has been recorded through the various analyses, what we looked at. And then we should be aiming for few most important critical issues. Otherwise, a lot of effort will be wasted in focusing on too many factors, and then our focus will be diluting. So this is typically SWOT analysis, what all it has. So strengths, you look at all those factors, successes, annual review findings, and core competencies if that organization has distinctive competencies, capabilities, and all those. Weaknesses, we look at recent failures and those process audits. If we do some capability gaps, we identify, and customer complaints and all those. So generally, strengths and weaknesses come from your internal factors, and opportunities and threats will come from the external environment. Where opportunities, you can have some kind of deliberate strategies. Market industry analysis may identify some gaps in the product's offering, and probably you can offer some product to bridge the gap. And we also look at the adjacent industries. We look at competitors' weaknesses and all those to identify that. And threats, of course, is competitors' strategies can be a threat. Industry trends, if the products and services are in declining phase and which are going to be outphased in some time. So those can be threats. Regulations, more stringent regulations can be a threat. New entrants emerging in the market. The competitors' analysis also can disclose or identify some threats. And then, of course, the pestle analysis also. You can get some idea about if there are threats. So what we do is we identify the strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. Strengths, we are supposed to capitalize and build on them. Weaknesses, we need to overcome. Opportunities, we need to exploit. And threats, of course, we need to analyze, and somehow we need to mitigate them. And based on that, we also, based on SWOT analysis, we also identify the strategic challenges and strategic advantages. We need to evaluate our ability to compete in context of what mission and values we have. And then we identify the key issues and what strategic options we have available to achieve the vision. So that's how they all, join together and combine. So there are two major decisions we need to take: where to compete and how to compete. So what product portfolio we are supposed to have, and in which segments we will be competing. And then how we are going to do it is the value proposition. What unique value proposition we will be providing to our customers so that they will come to us and they will not go to our competitors. So this is typically SWOT matrix. I have just put it, and we convert that into TOOS matrix, we call it. So here what we are doing is we are looking at the strengths and opportunities and try to find out if we have an advantage, and we call that as a strategic advantage. So if we have any strengths which can be used to encash an opportunity which is already existing, then we have a strategic advantage, right? But if we have a strength, but there are also challenges or there are threats in the market, then we call those as strategic challenges. If you look at the right upper corner, strategic challenges, right? So we need to overcome those threats in case we want to use those strengths. So those are challenges, right? The strategic challenges. And then if there are opportunities in the market, but we have certain weaknesses and which will hinder us from encashing those opportunities, we call them as critical success factors. Because unless we work on our weaknesses, we will not be able to make use of those opportunities. So those are critical success factors. These are the definitions when we try to identify. So strategic advantages, we need to make use of it. Strategic challenges, we need to overcome. And critical success factors, we need to really work on if we want to encash that opportunity. And generally, I won't suggest that we go into the fourth quadrant, which is the combination of weaknesses and threat, because if you already have weaknesses and there are threats as well, it will require a lot of resources and effort to address both simultaneously. So this is overall strategy development process where we look at the external factors. We have market intelligence with regard to the competition, market positioning, and then we develop the marketing and selling models. We look at the internal factors. We do competitive scenario and industry analysis. We do the synthesis. We use these various models. And then we also have the aspirations and values. Then we do the validation. We do some kind of let's say scenario planning, and then validate our findings and our strategy, and then we develop the strategy and the business plan. Right. So now we will quickly move to the balances scorecard. I'm just taking one example to explain the balances scorecard concept. Right. Okay, so I have taken a supply chain management company, for example, just because to make it more relevant for all the participants. And the company's name is, actually, we are looking at the supply chain management division of FMCG company, right? So it works as one of the division. So it's not a profit center. And the current turnover and margin of the FMCG company is 1,000 crore and with 12% margin. And company's vision is they want to, in 3 years, they want to double their turnover and then increase margin from 12 to 18%. Right? So in line with that, supply chain division's vision is that they want to have 30% reduction in logistics costs with 99% on-time delivery rate in 3 years, right? So this is something which has been cascaded from the business to the supply chain division, right? So the thing is, if we look at supply chain division and they are already tracking daily sales and costs and all this, is it going to help them in achieving that 30% reduction? Obviously, it is not going to help them. So what they need to do is they need to reduce the logistics costs, improve delivery time, and enhance efficiency, right? So we are just, logically, we are trying to figure out what needs to be done, right? So how they are going to reduce the logistics cost and improve delivery time and all that, they need to optimize their supply chain network, enhance supplier collaboration, and invest in technology for better forecasting and inventory management. And how can they improve the supplier collaboration? By working closely with the suppliers to improve lead time, share real-time data, and align on quality standards to reduce waste and stockouts. And how technology will be able to help is investing in advanced supply chain management systems and automated inventory management will enable quicker decisions, and it will help them in reducing the cost. And the key elements for improving the delivery performance is reliable transportation partners, predictive analytics, and adequate safety stocks. And how to ensure consistent improvement? Implement Lean or Six Sigma, regular training of the staff, new process and technology, right? So this is, we are just, thinking out loud that how we can achieve it. And then what role employee engagement, because they are already doing some kind of employee engagement. So how it is going to help them is engaged employees, obviously, as we know, who understand the importance of supply chain efficiency will be more committed to implementing changes leading to better outcomes. right? So what we have discussed is we have discussed not a problem, a target that we need a reduction of 30% in the supply chain costs in 3 years' time. And we are logically thinking that how we are going to achieve that, right? So now what we are trying to do is we will try to map the whole thought process. Okay, I call it as a cause and effect map. Okay, so I'm starting from the bottom. What I require is we require the technology and systems. We need to train those staff related to supply chain, and then we need to create the right kind of environment so that the employees are engaged and they are more productive, right? That will help us in inventory management, suppliers collaboration, and we will be able to forecast the demand more accurately. All these will help me in improving the delivery process or on-time delivery. Okay? So that will help me in improving on-time delivery, and the customers will be satisfied, and probably the business will get more orders from them. And that overall will help me in reducing the costs. Right? So this is, I'm doing a cause and effect mapping. Right? So what I do is I'm just giving a name of this because the bottom part is related to employees training, the systems and processes and all those kind of things. So I call this as a learning and growth perspective, where I have a lot of intangible things which will help me in running my processes. I call the next slab as internal process perspectives, where I have all the processes related to my activities, which is inventory management, supplier collaboration, demand forecasting, and all those things. That will help me in satisfying my customers, and that will help me in reducing the costs. Because I am a division of FMCG company, I don't have the revenue targets. My target is only how will I be able to reduce my overall cost by 30% in 3 years. Right? So there are 4 perspectives I have put, and I am covering not just the financial performance and new customer, but I am also looking at my internal factors which will help me. And then I put some kind of KPIs. Right? So for learning and growth, I have the technology readiness because I need to deploy some new technology and new systems. So I have that I will have to track. Then training man hours, how much training I'm giving, and I'm just making sure whether my employees are happy. So I'm taking a survey of employee satisfaction. Here I'm taking process-related measures where average delivery time, inventory turnover ratio, supplier lead time, and forecast accuracy. Those are the things which I'm measuring to see whether my processes are working. And in customer perspective, on-time delivery and customer satisfaction, these 2 measures, and ultimately the financial, I have 1 measure, I need to reduce costs from 100 crore to 70 crore in 3 years, 30% reduction in my supply chain costs. Right? So this is how I'm able to show on 1 single page the complete strategy of the supply chain management division, that how I'm going to achieve it. And what I do is the cause and effect map, I call it as a strategy map, because if you look at it, this is what my strategy is. This is how I'm going to achieve that reduction of 30%. Right? So this is, I call it as a strategy map, and this I call as balanced scorecard. Why I call this as balanced scorecard? Because I am no more measuring only financials or even customer measures, but I am also looking at my internal measures. I'm looking at my capabilities. I'm looking at overall processes and factors that influence the performance of my division. So it's a kind of a scorecard, and it is balanced because it is no more just a financial or customer measure, but I have all the internal measures, and these are well thought of based on the strategy which I developed in the previous, let's say, step. So the solution is very simple. You need to develop a business strategy based on your business. So you do the complete analysis. Then you make a one-page representation of your strategy using the strategy map, and then implement the strategy using the balances scorecard. Okay. So now my strategy is based on SWOT, strategic advantages, challenges, and everything. More than 75% of the assets are intangibles. I am already taking those into consideration when I'm doing all those analyses. And then business exists because of the customer. So customer, I'm really taking care, trying to identify the requirements, value proposition, everything I'm looking at related to customer. And then most of the time the execution of the strategy fails rather than the strategy itself. So balance scorecard and strategy map helps us in, one is that communicating the strategy across the organization, everybody is able to understand, make sense out of it, identify where he will be able to contribute, and then we are able to execute that strategy, right? So this is a simple framework, what we call as a balance scorecard. So balance scorecard, little bit of history. It started in 1980s, actually, American company, Analog Devices, they were already using some kind of a scorecard they had. And looking at that, and then KPMG, they hired Drs. Kaplan and Norton for 1 year multi-company study for measuring the performance. They wanted to look at how various companies are measuring the performance. And based on that study, Drs. Kaplan and Norton, they published their first paper in Harvard's Business Review in 1992, and they called it as a balance scorecard. And since then, balance scorecard actually has become one of the primary tool for strategy development and execution and performance management solution. So as you know this already, I'll quickly go through. I think we will be running short of time otherwise. So learning and growth, I'm looking at the employees and infrastructure, that how they will, help us in sustaining the changes and the improvements which we are bringing to the systems and processes. Internal business processes are for managers and process owners, that how the processes are operating and how the performance is being tracked. Then we have customers, how do we create value, it explains, and then what benefits customers need to be provided. So the customer perspective covers those kind of things. And financial measures are, or financial perspective is related to business owners, that how the value is created for the shareholders. So it's a cause and effect relationship, that what kind of skills and knowledge I need to have to run my internal processes to satisfy the customer requirements, what customer is looking for, to have the financial outcomes. What we call this as a strategy map and balance scorecard framework. So these bottom two, if you look at, these are enablers, and then the top two are the outcomes. Right? Whether the customers are satisfied, this is an outcome. Financial results are outcomes. And the bottom two, we are looking at internal processes and learning and growth and capabilities. That is actually the enablers. And this is what the strategy map looks like. You have 4 perspectives. As I took that sample, the 4 perspectives, bottom is the learning and growth, and top is the financial. Right? So financial perspective looks at what will be the economic model look like, then which customers we serve and what we will provide them. And then internal processes, how will the value delivery system be configured to serve these customers? And then what skills and technology we need to have to run those systems. And strategic initiatives are supposed to address the gap between the current level of performance and the desired future performance, right? So we need to have some initiatives and action plans to bridge that gap.
Gopalji, we have like 10 minutes. Huh? So let us.
Yes, I'm coming close. I'm trying to rush. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's a huge thing actually. So okay, sorry. So this is what the balance scorecard look like. You have number of measures, you have those 4 perspectives. Same, you have the financial on the top, customer, then you have internal, and then learning and growth, and you have number of strategic objectives. You give them weightage, and you can identify the overall score of each of these. Implementing, I think very quickly I'll go through it. Once you do the complete analysis of internal factors and external business environment and all that, then you identify, okay, what are the key strategic themes I need to focus on, right? So that will help me in identifying those major areas where I need to put trust and then expect some results, right? And just giving quick example from real example. So what we have is, let's say they want to achieve a revenue of 200 million and 25 million of profit by 2025. So the mission is there. Then you have the high level strategic themes. There are 2 themes here. What I have shown is that consolidate, strengthen position in existing markets. So you have looking at growth in existing market, and then you're looking at geographical expansion of your business. Right. So then you have those 2 themes which will help you in achieving those targets what you are setting. And then you break it down further when we are talking about consolidating or strengthening position, then you are looking at the strategy of developing strategic partnerships with key developers and then market penetration for additional segments and all that. So you have the themes and then you have the strategies. Then you develop the strategic objectives, what we saw in the strategy map. You need to have a strategic objectives. Typically, you will have a verb and you will have adjective because you putting a, let's say, develop world-class process as in a strategic objective. So you're targeting to improve your process and bring it up to world-class. Right? So you have verb, adjective, and noun together, they will become strategic objectives. Once you have strategic objectives for each of the 4 perspective, and then you look at cause and effect relationship map, or you can leave as it is also, because the one of strategic objective in one of the perspective may have impact on the multiple objectives in other perspective. Then you have those KPIs. So you need to have both lead and lag KPIs. And the performance measures, what we are talking about. So on the left-hand side, you have those lead measures, and then you have those outputs and outcomes. Depending on where you are measuring, you will have those as lead and lag measures. Both are supposed to be there when you are doing balanced scorecard implementation. And then you have strategic initiatives or special projects which will help you in bridging the gap in the current level of performance and the future performance. So those are discretionary projects and programs outside the organization's day-to-day operational activities. So those specific projects you will take up to address the gaps in performance. And if you put it together, now you have those 4 perspectives, and I have objectives for each of those perspectives. I have the measures, I have targets, and then I have initiatives. So I have on one single page my strategies there, that how I'm going to achieve what I'm going to achieve and what actions I need to take. And this is how it is actually, if you look at it, cascades. Starting from the mission, you have the vision have quantity, like quantifiable measures, and then based on that, you develop the strategy. Based on the strategy, you develop the objectives. For those objectives, how you're going to measure the performance. So you have KPIs. And for those KPIs, you have the targets. And then if there are gaps between the current level of performance and the desired performance, then you have those specific projects and assignments or initiatives which will help you in bridging that gap. So this is the complete cascade starting from mission to everyday activity in the organization. So the line of sight, if you look at the bottom level of people, they will also understand why they are doing what they're doing. So they will find a purpose. Okay, this is how I'm contributing to the organization's success, and probably it will motivate, and then probably employee engagement will also increase. Next one is automation. Depending on the size of the organization, the automation, which I think Mr. Abdul's products and services cover. So he's doing this automation part. And then you need to cascade it. Your support functions also need to be aligned to your business strategy. If you have multiple divisions and then you have a corporate office, then you need to develop the corporate strategy first and then cascade it to the business unit level. And then you need to implement at the support functions. So this is overall a strategy execution process, that you translate the strategy, you develop a strategy map, you have the strategic initiatives, you also do the risk management, which I have not covered actually. You're supposed to do the risk management as well, whether you will be able to achieve or not, especially those projects you're doing, some experimentation you will be doing. And then you need to align all those entities, and then you plan the operations. Right? Your external stakeholders also need to be aligned to you. Your customers, your suppliers, your partners, and everybody need to be aligned. And the final step is you need to have the regular reviews, maybe quarterly or monthly reviews, and obviously annual reviews, that how the performance was against the strategy which you had chosen, and whether you were able to achieve those objectives. This is the book actually which Mr. Abdul was talking about. This was published last year in December. And this covers, I have just covered some part of it, but most of the frameworks, the whole process, and with a lot of samples about scorecard strategy maps are included actually in this book. It's a good book if somebody wants to implement, learn, and then implement the balance scorecard and the strategy. So that's from my side. And I think it's exactly 5 o'clock. Huh?
Yeah. Thank you, Gopalji. Thank you very much. It's very. I see what we are trying to do is we are trying to empower the supply chain management professionals.
Yes.
All the available concepts which are relevant for them. Sometimes maybe they don't know. So what we did today is we had session of balance scorecard for supply chain managers. So we had session for ESG for supply chain managers. Other concepts which for the manufacturing and some business topics. So it's a fantastic thing. So Gopalji, thank you very much for a wonderful session. Okay, so what we
sorry,
do is
there's no time for taking question, or maybe if somebody has any one question I can address, or we leave it for the future. Maybe you can share with me if anybody shares any question with you.
The questions, and then he will just compile and share with you, and then these questions can be discussed offline. Okay, and then definitely there could be any call or so. Kuldeep will organize. Okay, so thank you very much, Gopalji, and for an excellent lecture. I think it's a very intensive lecture for balance scorecard for supply chain manager. Thank you very much.
Yeah, normally whole thing is covered in 3 days workshop.
You're right, sir. You're right, sir.
Okay,
yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for continuing the session so far. So I request participants stay tuned for the session now. We are talking about global trends in supply chain management, and then the key takeaways. So this is the topic what we are going to discuss now. So we have experts, expert panel joined who talk about manufacturing, supply chain, aviation, and technology and planning. All what we need to do, all what we think of global trends now, what's going on in supply chain, we are going to discuss in the next couple of hours. So we will be having an action-packed discussion on supply chain management trends. Okay, so first of all, let us try to onboard all the panelists. Kuldeep, if you can help make Alberto a presenter. Okay, so then Venkat Garu, Venkat as a presenter, and then Rajivji has joined. Thank you, Rajivji. Okay, so make Rajivji a presenter. So is Vasu is joined? Can you check Venkat?
No, I don't think so, but I think then he must be joining. Any moment he will join.
Join at any moment. Okay, so let me Deep, if you can organize the screen in such a way that
it is done. We can start. It is already done.
Okay.
When
So,
it is recording, it will be all 4 participant panelists are already on stage, so we can start.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I would like to do a quick introduction. So the main theme of this talk show is to discuss about global trends in supply chain management. Okay, the key takeaways. Okay, so we have 5 panelists today to discuss. So I'll start with Alberto. So Alberto Manjo, a founder and CEO of Impact Consulting from Qatar, joining from Qatar. Hi, Alberto. So thank you for joining session today. If you're able to hear me.
Hello. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. So let me give a quick intro. Alberto Manzo is a result-driven leader specializing in change management, transformational roles. Okay. And known for his ability to achieve the strategic results, especially in aviation industry and postal logistics, and then many more. So he spent a lot of time in Middle East, Europe, and served very large organizations to achieve excellence. Okay, so we will hear more from Alberto. Okay, so yeah, so let me onboard Alberto, and then I will leave it to you for a quick introduction from your side, Alberto. Okay. So I would like to onboard Engineer Rajiv Ganju, the Senior Vice President for Manufacturing and Global Supply Chain from Luminous Power Technologies India. So thank you, sir, for joining. So I know you are not feeling well, but you have joined. Thank you very much. Okay.
You're
so
welcome.
Rajiv ji is a senior global supply chain and logistics executive, over 30 years of experience in electrical and electronics manufacturing industry. He excels in end-to-end supply chain management, industry 4.0 deployments, business strategy, and also Rajiv ji has led a lot of transformative initiatives for smart factories, logistics, and digitization. So thank you, Rajiv ji, for joining the session today.
Thank you. Vasu is joined.
So Vasu Garu, yeah. So you can onboard Vasu also. So we have. I would like to introduce Venkat. Okay, so thank you, Venkat Garu, for joining the session today. Venkat is a senior vice president at Soft. He's a visionary cloud architect with over 20+ years of experience in service-oriented architecture, cloud security, ITSM, and whatnot. And he's a very seasoned professional in SAP, and then help all the organizations to achieve excellence in IT and IT-enabled services. And his experience in Middle East and India and whatnot. So we'll try to hear more from Vasu Garu as we go on. Okay, sorry, Venkat Garu as we go on. I think we have onboarded Vasu Garu, right?
Yeah.
Vasu Garu. Yeah, I would like to introduce Mr. Vasu Maganti. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Soft, and he's joining the session from United States. So thank you, Vasu Garu, for joining the session today. So Vasu Maganti is the CEO of Zellersoft, has driven profitability of startups to Fortune 500 companies through optimized technology infrastructure and product development. He has spearheaded cloud native initiatives, quality assurance strategies, and cost optimizations, delivering substantial ROI and scaling global teams, all the while enabling significant market share growth. We would like to hear from all of you. So I will be very happy to hear from you. So I think let us take a few minutes to introduce individually. So we can start with, we can start with Vasu. Yeah, so you can just quickly, because you joined late, so we cannot see you. You are here, okay. Okay, if you are able to. Kuldeep, can you make Vasu Garu presenter?
He's on mute and his video is off, so he needs to unmute himself.
Make presenter. I think we made him presenter. Yeah. Vasu, if you are able to hear us. Yeah. So meanwhile, Vasu get ready. So let us start with Alberto. So Alberto, please introduce yourself just for a few minutes because it's a long session. So let us start with that.
Okay, so thank you so much, Abdul. I really appreciate your calling us and discussing these kinds of topics as people sort of based in different parts of the world with different experiences. Introducing myself as I'm going to keep it quite simple. I had the opportunity and the luck and the honor of working in different organizations, both in Europe and the UK, and now in Qatar for the past 13 years. And my experience is primarily aviation and logistics stroke postal in terms of corporate experience. And then with regards to other types of experiences in consulting, I've supported many organizations, both at government level as well as sort of private sort of level in the US as well as in Europe and Qatar to turn around and become better at what they're meant to do strategically. So delivering, much higher KPIs, turning around financially, and so on. So, it's an honor to be here and getting to know the other speakers and obviously, hopefully taking some questions from the audience. So thank you so much.
So thank you, Alberto. Thank you, very, very nice introduction. Rajiv ji, please feel free to introduce yourself.
So thank you. First of all, is my audio clear?
It's very clear.
So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. And thank you, co-panelists. I think it's very great. So I'm Rajiv Ganju, engineer by education. I'm also Six Sigma Black Belt, executive coach, and I've done my MBA in INSEAD, France. So I worked in various organizations, started my career with LG Electronics. I worked in various aspects of manufacturing and supply chain. I also worked in Motorola, in telecom, building their factories, working in quality, working in R&D. Then I joined Samsung India, worked in Samsung, and now I am with Luminous. Luminous is a 100% subsidiary of Schneider Electric. So here I take care of manufacturing and global supply chain. So I take care of, as you know, Luminous is an energy storage and energy management business. So we are into solar industry. We manufacture solar solutions, including solar panels, storage systems like battery, whether it is lead acid or lithium ion. We also make on-grid, off-grid, and hybrid inverters to convert DC current into AC current. So anything to do with all renewable energy and helping planet remain green. So that's what we do. I also coach a couple of students. That is what I want to give back to society. And also I have guest lectures a couple of managements and engineering institutes in India. And I also write for certain publications so that global concepts are discussed in India about the supply chain. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you all co-panelists.
Thank you, Rajivji. Thank you very much for joining us. Vasu Garu, we are running an introduction. So please, can you introduce yourself?
Yes,
I did introduction, but you can just introduce.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Abdul, for having me on. Yeah, sorry for joining late. I've been with Teams and then here struggling with the video a little bit. Finally, I'm here. Yeah, so pleasure to be on this event and hear from all the other leaders as well. Coming to me, I've been in the technology industry for close to 30 years now. So primarily working on all kinds of industry verticals, starting from manufacturing to retail to everywhere, figuring out how logistics and this technology transformation can help them to drive the profitability, ROI, and everything. So our simple thing we have been focused on is how can this technology help the business, right? What kind of business problem does it solve? So very excited to hear and share some of our experiences here.
Fantastic. So thank you also. Thank you very much. Venkat, please, yeah.
Thank you, Abdullah. I hope I'm not on mute. Okay.
Yeah.
So my name is Venkat, and I carry around 38 years of experience, spanning across different countries and primarily associated with IT infrastructure as well as with software business applications. In the process, I had the opportunity of working with very large enterprises who had serious challenges in the supply chain management. Entities like largest LNG exporters like Qatar Gas, Gas, Fabric type of entities. I know through that I was closely associated with SAP and Oracle solutions. And from 1987 till now, I've seen the various evolutions that happen and the importance of supply chain management somehow I witnessed in 1995 onwards, including its various complexities for end-to-end visibility. I have the opportunity of being associated with almost like 21 supply chain management implementations on enterprise scale. Apart from that, yes, I have exposure to various domains of software engineering, including right from coding to delivery. That's how I would like to put it across. And currently, I'm associated with Zellersoft, and I'm working alongside of Vasu. And through my association, I have the opportunity of learning something on the analytics side, then the IoT, AML, that has a sort of a strategic importance and guidance to the supply chain management evolution from now on. A sort of a new paradigm that might be coming to a near future in next 2-3 years. And here we are along with Vasu to share our observations with all the panelists. Thank you, panel.
So thank you, Venkat. So I think we set a tone now for the very insightful discussion now. So let us start the discussion. So I think let us start with the manufacturing first. Okay, so with the current technology revolution, generative AI or artificial intelligence, and of course the technology within manufacturing itself. So there is a tremendous opportunity for the organizations to grow. Okay, so I would like to ask panel members, what are the top manufacturing trends going on now, which affect almost all the companies across the globe and make the companies very competitive, and then those who don't catch up, they have a big problem in survival. So Rajivji, I think you are experts in manufacturing. So I leave it to you. Give us the quick insights and what are the manufacturing trends from either from technology side and from functional side. So over to you, Rajivji.
So thanks, Abdul. Like as you see globally, so a lot of things are done on supply chain, and I think India is quite ahead in all of them now. So after COVID, what has happened, like a lot of focus has come to the supply chain. Supply chain and manufacturing, which was only discussed in shop floor, has now come to the top floor, and there is no board meeting where discussion on manufacturing and supply chain is not happening. So that is some good effect after COVID, which has happened. So are the opportunities. As you know, Industry 5.0 is already being discussed, and it is talked on three pillars. We talk about sustainability in manufacturing now. We also talk about resilience. We talk a lot about resilience and manpower back to the factories. 4.0 was complete digitization. Now it is collaborative approach between manpower and the automation, which is being discussed. Now coming up, how does it make sense practically is that earlier the focus as we see now, collaborative robotics is being discussed a lot. So because somewhere where manpower rates were competitive and automation was not making sense, so there this concept is coming into the light that we focus on collaborative robotics. Then when you talk about lines, predictive maintenance is being discussed a lot. So rather than preventive maintenance. So predictive maintenance, lot of focus is there and lot of things are there in by machine learning by which to the accuracy of 95%, you can you can predict failures in the machines and the machine will start speaking to you. So recently, we saw a mix of hardware and sensor, which can monitor the vibration and sound of the machine, and with 95% accuracy, it can tell you what can be the downtime of the machine. Similarly, coming to quality, like the quality which used to be on papers, control chart, everything, lot of AI and generative AI. So I has come into picture that which can predict that what could be the field failure rates, what could be the process robustness, how process capability of process will be good, how it can be improved, and what can be the reliability outside. So in any temperature, in any kind of electricity condition or usage condition, you can predict failures with that. Similarly, to improve upon the productivity efficiency inside the shop floor, lot of video analytics has come. Due to video analytics, you can see M2M, what we call as man to motion study. So how it is improving the efficiency of the plants. Now coming to processes, lot of robotic process automation is being focused on. Take a simple example of inspecting some product in incoming quality control. Now earlier there used to be an inspector, he used to check, note down the parameters, then say whether the lot was okay or lot was NG. Today with robotic process automation, everything is automized. So you just incoming lot will come, video analytics or certain measurement systems will measure whether it is okay. Decision will be automatically taken and it will be allocated a place in the store. So, and automatically payment to the vendor will be done. So these kind of automation are happening within the campus. Now, going outside the manufacturing campus, and because supply chain starts with customer and a lot of demand sensing. We used to do forecasting. We used to do SIOP meetings. So we had accuracy issues. Accuracy used to vary between 60 to 80%. Today, demand sensing has started increasing it. It will take some time as the data will stabilize. I'm sure it will go to around between 85 to 90 and 95% will be accuracy there. Now, there are lot many demand sensing tools which have taken into consideration how the changing demands can be sensed, and then how the pre-intimation to the manufacturing guys can be given for organizing that kind of material. Similarly, then a lot of improvement has happened in TOC, what we call as theory of constraints. Theory of constraints gives you the exact movement of goods, because everybody talks about freshness. Gone are the days where you would store an inventory and keep it there. Everybody wants everything fresh. So we have in India a system known as Blinkit. Even if you have to get one egg in the morning and you don't find it in the refrigerator, you put it in you just have to put it in the app, and the moment you press button that, okay, I want this, the payment is done within 2 minutes or 5 minutes maximum, it will come to your doorstep. Even with one small egg, it can come. So that is the kind of freshness, that's the kind of speed customer is expecting. So theory of constraints help us in that to identify where the required material should be stored so that it is given to the customer fresh and square. So I think a lot of evolution has happened there. And finally, coming to the logistics centers, we know a lot of work is done on digital twins to make it very efficient. A lot of work is done on transportation systems to monitor to the accuracy of 98% how the material travels. Multimodal logistics is happening to bring down the costs. As we know, that logistics costs of India are higher than the global trends. So a lot of innovation is happening there. So then, so even the drone technology has started what we call as cyber physical systems, to use them for warehouse accuracy, to use them for looking at safety, security of the warehouses. So these are some of the trends what we see, and a lot of them we have deployed in our factories.
Fantastic, fantastic, Rajivji. I think you summed up in a very nice way. We'll just break it down so that our participant will be very easy to consume for them. Now we talk about manufacturing, you talk about the whole supply chain. Let us talk about the aviation. Okay, so let us hear from Alberto. So how is the aviation industry and aviation logistics going on? And give us a quick insights. Then we talk about other part of like a technology things and also supply chain systems. So we'll talk more. Okay, so over to you, Alberto. Just give us the insights on the aviation and
I think it's a really good link, Abdul, between manufacturing, what Rajiv is talking about, and how do we make whatever is being produced and manufactured available across the world. And that is really, for me, that's where aviation comes in and supports logistics movements across the world. But let's just like go down a bit more into this. And so there is clearly a link between air cargo connectivity and increased trade value. Okay, so back in 2015 already, from memory, IATA already came up with some numbers, and it said that 1% rise, only 1% rise in air cargo connectivity correlates to about 6.5% of increase in the total exports and imports. So there is a disproportionate amount of value that aviation provides to trade, to the point that 1% point would actually equate to 6+% in terms of the total exports and imports. Already in 2015, pre-COVID, airlines transported something in the range of about 52+ million metric tons of goods. That was worth about $6 trillion USD. This is 2015. Now, bear in mind that in 2020, we were hit by COVID. We'll talk about that in a moment. Those numbers have nearly doubled since 2015 to today, because we've basically gone about 10 years almost since then. Air cargo accounted for 35% of the global trade by value. Okay, so just by value, 35% of that trade was air cargo moved. despite covering less than only 1% in volume. So you're dealing with only less than 1% in terms of volume being carried, but that less than 1% equated to 35% of global trade in terms of value. So air cargo is crucial for this global value chain, where the rapid transport of components and supporting the just-in-time manufacturing that Raju was talking about, but not at a local level with the example of the egg that he was talking about, but actually globally across the world. So this is really kind of like where I see the value of aviation. Now, over the years, air transport has established itself as a crucial link between manufacturers and consumers, right? Now, think about the e-commerce, B2C organizations like Shein, the likes of Alibaba, the likes of Temu, and think about, all the customers around the world, the consumers, how they can get hold of these products. Within anything between 7 to 10 days, you can receive your items at home through the current sort of very well developed sort of logistics and supply chain. And especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, when it expedited the shipments that would have otherwise been delayed, air cargo played a major role, especially for aviation as well, because as you know, aviation was at its knees during COVID. All aircraft, passenger aircraft were grounded pretty much. Nobody was actually able to move or travel. So what helped some of the major airlines, and the last one I worked with here in Qatar, Qatar Airways, was actually the cargo business unit was maintaining and sustaining the entire business from actually going into the red. So, this is really, really critical. Now, if I move on to talking about essential medical supplies, imagine, all the PPEs that were produced in certain areas such as China and so on, and being distributed across the world, masks, and gloves and all sorts of things. Very, very critical that air transport was able to support and oil the wheels of the whole ecosystem to keep going during such a pandemic. Now, we don't know if in another 7 years' time we're going to be getting hit by another one of any other type. And we've certainly sort of mastered some of these critical ways to operate, right, during these sorts of very difficult sort of periods. So for me, just to conclude maybe, and then we move on to other topics later about aviation. So within 24 hours, only one day, air cargo providers around the world utilized more than 100,000 aeroplanes in one day, transported over 20 million parcels, and shipped up to $20 billion worth of cargo. So this is kind of like to put things into perspective in terms of that. And for me, it's all about facilitating economic growth. So it's an enabler, air cargo, that facilitates economic growth, expansion, performance, efficiencies, and almost like a spin-off or a benefit such as a catalytic benefit that provides byproducts, by benefits to other industries. So I'll hand over the mic to you. I don't want to keep it too long, but clearly a very passionate sort of supporter of aviation, specifically in this particular context, not passenger, but cargo and freight movements. We'll come on to other challenges in a minute, but over to you.
So come back, because this is aviation logistics is something a special domain. So very rarely we find people like you. Okay, I'm bringing one more for the marine. Okay, so he will join us in 10 minutes. For a few minutes, he will share his insights. So meanwhile, let's talk about the most trending thing, the technology, the generative AI. We call it as IoT. We call it's a blockchain. And two gentlemen here, Vasu and Venkat. So they are experts in technology in a global scale. So Vasu, please share your insights. How this artificial intelligence, okay, and of course, in combining IoT and other technologies. So what do you think? How is the trend in supply chain going on, and how the companies become competitive advantage, and then what they should do, okay, to react. So how to implement those things will come in a second round, but let us hear from you. Yeah.
Sure, sure. So let me share a few of the things what we are noticing here in the United States, right, in terms of technology adoption. So we have just heard very good from Rajiv about how manufacturing is evolving, predictive maintenance to all other things, right? In terms of generative AI, one of the things which is rapidly happening here is generative design, right? So the previous way of designing, right, where it is to take a lot of time with engineers sitting together and then design with CAD/CAM and then do multiple iterations and figure out all of that. So this is evolving to be one of the game changers. So the important thing there is all that you need to do is set up, enter these parameters, what kind of weight, composition, what parameters would you need. And using the AI ML now, with the generative AI, it can come up with the design models. And unbelievably, it can go through millions of iterations to figure out which one is the best one. So where I'm seeing applications this, leading automotive manufacturers, there are excellent cases here where they were able to come up with parts which are like 40% lesser in weight, but about 20% stronger. So this is kind of creating a revolution, and we see more of this getting adopted as we move forward. Even so adoption is happening by companies like Boeing also in this, right? In terms of generative design, where the impact is how do you reduce your cost and how do you reduce the weight, and then eventually impacting on the fuel consumption. This is coming up like a bigger adoption. As I think as we move forward, this is going to impact many other industry verticals as well. Yeah, aviation, also logistics, coming to the, so technology is always there, but it was just, how we measure and track. Now with the advent of all this IoT based things, we get tons of data now in terms of IoT data coming from the real-time data which is coming. So what was lacking from previous days to now is the compute power. Right? With the billions and billions of data points coming, so previously the compute power was not there and it was not cost effective enough to churn the data. But as the compute power has become more and more affordable now, we're able to generate great insights that can help the business, right? In terms of logistics, even in terms of determining the capacity planning and the demand, and then you can even actually tie it back to what exactly the stores are required, right? You can get the inventory and plan. So it is just-in-time concept is always there, but now with the advent of this technology, it is becoming more and more efficient, I would say. Those are what our observations are.
Fantastic. I hear the generative design. It's very interesting. We'll come back to that. So Venkat Garu, so would you like to share some insights on this? And I know you have very clear insights on some of the topics. Please share your insights.
Yes, my insights are more or less based on the experience that we as a company Zellasoft have implemented various solutions across the globe in terms of big data and predictive analytics, IoT, AI, and ML. In fact, we were fortunate to be associated with a lot of supply chain management and logistics companies. One thing that I noticed is basically the big data and predictive analytics is revolutionizing supply chain management. Basically, this is transforming the organizations on forecasting the demand as well as optimizing the operations. It is through analyzing vast amounts of historical data. What we noticed is businesses can identify patterns and trends that is enabling them to predict future demand and more accurately. That is now becoming a feasible approach. And this is translating to our clients in terms of having a better inventory management and contributing to the overall operational efficiency.
Yes,
So,
working, yeah. Thank you.
so any problem?
No, somebody is speaking. So Deep, please, can you check the mic?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
please.
after big data and predictive analytics, we are actively involved with the IoT AML solutions division, where what I noticed, it's a sort of a reflection of our experience, what Zelasoft is delivering in terms of IoT AML, where these are not merely trends. That's what I started feeling. They're going to represent a sort of a transformative shift in how this supply chain management will operate, uh, where basically a sort of enabling greater efficiency, accuracy, and resilience. So if you take, for example, the IoT is basically playing a crucial role in enhancing real-time asset monitoring. Uh, if you buy simply just as an example, employing sensors and connected devices. Through this, companies, they are able to achieve continuous visibility across their supply chains. For example, I just take it as an example. I do not like to name our client because I don't have permission on that. A logistic firm basically if they use IoT enabled. They're using IoT enabled tracking devices to monitor the location and the condition of shipment in transit. That is one thing. This real-time data is allowing their business to quickly identify and address the potential issues such as delays or temperature fluctuation sensitive goods. As, you know, through this, they are having a sort of a proactive nature of IoT, not only to improve operational efficiency, but also enhancing their customer satisfaction uh, by providing a sort of a timely update and ensuring product integrity. That is one thing. And in terms of artificial intelligence, it is revolutionizing. One of the largest trucking company or the sort of Uber type of an entity in US. It is helping them in their decision-making process with supply chain. Basically, it is automating a lot of various functions. And the most important aspect, AI is facilitating or minimizing the human error and the speeding of the operations. So that is one thing that I noticed. Like, for example, AI algorithms, they can analyze sales data, market trends to predict inventory trends. Therefore, a sort of optimizing the stock levels and reducing the holding cost. That is the most important factor for any enterprise, that being considered. So it can further, AI also, it can streamline this procurement process also through evaluation of supplier performance and recommending the best options based on the historical data and current market trends. So that is what it is on AI. And in terms of ML, basically ML is complementing all these advancements by to enhancing logistic optimization and inventory management through analysis of historical data. And like ML algorithms, basically they can identify most efficient logistic routes. Trust me, this was a great surprise to one of our clients, the trucking aggregator, I can say. That is one thing. Taking into account, account factors such like traffic patterns, weather conditions, delivery windows, sort of thing. And this optimization not only reduced the transportation cost also, but it ensured minimization of delays, means timely deliveries. therefore resulting in some sort of a stronger relationship with customers. So in inventory management, ML algorithms are now able to predict, and we have delivered such solutions, demand fluctuations, and it
We
is
will come
allowing
to.
enterprises to adjust the stock levels and also dynamically and risk of overstocking or stock out situations, the most important aspect. This is what
So,
my submission to begin with.
Venkatji, we come back in another round, the second round. We discuss more details. Now
Yes.
we completed so manufacturing, we completed aviation. I just I just pulled Captain Vivek Sood, okay, just to give an introduction of marine logistics. Okay, so without marine logistics, it is not complete. So, Captain Vivek Sood, thank you for joining from Australia. I just pulled him, okay, because I don't, we have a limited exposure to marine logistics. Okay, so Captain Vivek, if you can hear us, so can you give us
Yes,
a
I
quick,
can hear you.
just to give us a quick insights, what are the global trends in marine logistics now? Okay, sorry to disturb you in the evening, late evening in Australia. Yeah.
No problem. I can answer this question. Global trends. So we are really dealing with the fallout of what happened in COVID times. Basically, all the supply chains fell apart in COVID. We are still trying to put them back together. We haven't been able to do that so far. So the reason that it fell apart was because there was congestion in ports like Los Angeles and many other ports. Nobody was geared for this kind of disaster. People didn't know how to manage things like COVID, and they're still learning how to manage these kind of backlogs. On shore, people were not ready for the backlogs in America, and that's what happened in many other countries too. And that has created big disaster in supply chains. Unfortunately, those disasters have not been put together. Think about supply chains which have been twisted and turned all over, and we are still trying to untangle those things now. So,
okay,
I'll just give you a short gist of what I think it is happening here.
Yeah, so thank you, Captain Vivek. I think you have visited more than 100 countries, and then he's a pioneer in supply chain management from Australia. We talk more. Okay, so thank you, Vivek ji. So now, since we have a very high level,
I started working in the company that invented supply chain management in 1997.
yeah,
So
okay.
I worked with the guy who invented supply chain management. He coined the term. In 1979, he coined the term. So I wrote one of the first books in the world in supply chain management, and that's still very popular book. I gave the whole story in that book.
Yeah. So we talk about it, Captain Vivek, very soon. Okay, so now we have finished the high level discussion. So let us take to the executable things, actionable insights. Okay, so let us talk about, again, we'll start with the manufacturing. So in manufacturing, sir, Rajiv ji, so let us take about, there are very nice concepts. And then when you talk about in a realistic, in a field, so the companies still have a basic ERP in place, and they don't have manufacturing execution systems or warehouse management systems or fleet management systems or some kind of planning systems. So they have a basic accounting ERP in place. Okay, now from here, and then how they will go to the process and excellence, and then to catch up with the latest technologies and whatever you have very nicely briefed. So what is your advice for the manufacturing organizations and of course in supply chain organizations in India and
You have to find
elsewhere?
better systems, and you have to build your own system.
Vivek ji, sir, I'll come back to you, sir. Okay. So Rajiv ji, so over to you.
Thank you, Abdul. I think it's a great question. Like we hear about these technologies now, how to have this journey. So first my recommendation is like it's not a journey which is a 1 year journey or 2 year journey. Making smart factories takes time. So for smart factory or industry 4.0 compliant factory or the most productive factories, the first thing is people. So you can have the greatest automation, you can have the greatest processes, greatest softwares. But if people are not aligned and they don't use them, it will be a big waste. So the journey has to start with people and people have to start. So I'll tell you like when we started this journey, what we did is we formed a small innovation team where people from production, maintenance, quality got together and we told them, can we just first make a simple robotic arm, which is pick and place. So we send them to, for example, we send them to one university and we told them, you go there and let's do it as a project. So we gained two insights out of it. One is they made this robotic arm. They were so passionate about it. They had all the spares with them. They were pre-aligned with it and they were 100% sure and they spread it across the shop floor that they may use other automation or not, but they have to use this robotic arm. So this kind of passion, so I think we call it as low cost automation. With small low cost automation where they see lot of repetitive processes there and where which people are doing can be much better effective and it's not very expensive. And normally in this low cost automation, return on investment is between 6 to 8 months. So they have to start with this. So with this, what will happen? The mindset of the organization will change and they will move towards what we call as uh, industry 4.0 or industry 5.0, or in our language, we call them as smart factories. So once we spread this culture, so one is the teams get together, this spreads this message, so people will start becoming smart. After people becoming smart, we have to focus on smart infrastructure. Yes, it needs capex, so we have to take our decision that where we have to have this smart capex, so that smart infrastructure is made. So after smart people will spend on smart infrastructure so that people will start seeing like at least the factories look like hospital clean and garden green. So this is a term we have coined that they have to look like hospital clean and garden green factories. So it doesn't cost money, it costs only the mindset. So we have to focus on that. So once the smart and we have this smart infrastructure, we'll focus on smart machines. So ultimately, it is the same 4M what we say that we have to only make it smart. So we have to have connected machines, start collecting small data, try to improve that process, have lean digital system, have small end-on system so that we can know about how much shortage is happening, how much breakdown is happening, how much defect is happening. And once we have this data, we'll definitely improve some part of it. Minimum science says that if we don't do much, we can improve it by 20%. So once you start realizing the result and harvesting those results, you will be keen in deploying more and more. And that is how this journey will start. And once this journey starts, there is no end to it. Start with low cost automation, start with like smart people, smart infra, smart machine, and smart process. This is how we should go about it. And once we do it slowly, you can do about it. Last, I would advise all that if you see any manufacturing company, whether it is small, medium, or big, so you see a lot of these video cameras. And we sleep at night and thinking that these cameras are taking care of the factory. And we put 2, 3 security guards and monitor that camera. But trust me, like it doesn't have how can it's a repetitive job. How can one security guy for 8 hours look at camera and detect faults? So you should use video analytics, use them so you can do a lot of robotics out of these cameras, which is the most idle asset in the, you already have it. Just attach some program to it. Any camera can be attached with this video analytic program. You can take care of your safety. You can take care of your proper measurement of scrap. You can do even dispatches through with 100% accuracy through this video analytics. Small example. For example, look at horribly we have been discussing some screws are loose, some screws are tight, some screws are missing. Use interlock intelligent screwdriver. It is not very expensive. One is it ensures correct torque. It ensures that all screws, at least they are fixed where they were supposed to be fixed. And the second rip process will not start till the first interlock is complete. That is why it is intelligent. And you have all data. You can take it to your server or take it to your cloud, wherever you want to store it. So anytime you want to do any analytics out of a small screwdriver, whether it is electric, whether it is pneumatic, in your shop floor, you can make it. So you have started with the smart screwdriver in the first beginning, and you can boast of that today we have at least the fasteners which we do, they are smart. So like this, you can start smart, go to, then you can analyze through simple end-on systems, your shortage breakdown defect to improve yield, to improve productivity, or you RTY, what we called as rolled throughput yield can also be measured through this. So ultimately, slowly, and once you have all this in place, a good manufacturing control tower will be there, giving you a completely making a smart factory.
So fantastic, sir. So I think I really liked make smart people first. That is something very, very interesting. So once you have the smart people, I think everything will be smart. Okay. So then, yeah, so that is a nice way actually. So you empower people first and then make them smart to think smarter. And it is applicable not only in manufacturing. I think it is applicable everywhere. So once you train people, empower people, then the rest of the technology and other things, it will be a journey. So fantastic. So I think you gave a very, very high, nice glimpse of how manufacturing companies practically do it. So from the people to the infrastructure to the factories, and then how to use the video cameras, smart fastener. Okay, I think you touched the key points. Let's talk about more on manufacturing. Just a quick. Uh, Now we do have like when you talk about the systems in place. So manufacturing execution system, we have automation, robotics. Okay, so there are multiple things which can optimize manufacturing process from technology side. Okay, so what are the top 2 or 3 technologies organizations should adopt, and just in this journey? Not everything can be adopted at the same time, but just they need to phase it out.
When we talk about technologies, so ultimately first, if you talk about hard technologies, so as we told that robotics is there, collaborative robotics is there, intelligent cameras are there, intelligent screwdrivers are there. So ultimately, it is ultimately whether the product is made good or bad is what affects our life. So that can be made. That's the first thing which should be made safe. So you can put, I'm talking about the hardware, like ultimately what does that man do? He sees good or bad. So all this can be done by a simple process. You can make that decision making autonomous because it's a repetitive decision. It can be made autonomous. So we can do some robotic process automation by which they will be qualified OK or NG. Similarly, when we see non-value added activity inside the shop floor, so lot of AMRs, autonomous mobile robotic system. Material handling is the most where it's very difficult to measure the productivity. You cannot measure productivity of a material handler, bringing raw material from store, kitting it, giving it to line, then FG taking it to warehouse, going it to truck. So I think AMR are very helpful today. You can do AMRs, you can make them. A lot of these AMRs can help in material movement and they are very productive, cost effective. Similarly, when we see movement of goods, so a lot of highway conveyors can be used. So instead of trolleys roaming around the factory, I think we can conveyorize it. It is becoming very productive, very cheap, and these conveyorized systems will directly take it to the wherever they are supposed to go, including trucks. Directly, products can go, so you can use these highway conveyors to improve. So I think most of the people where measurement is not possible, these non-value added activities either can be robotized, conveyorized, or especially in material handling, you can use even if you don't want to use AMR at the first beginning, but a water spider is fine enough. So you can start with water spider, and then you can go up to autonomous mobile robotic systems. So this is on the hardware part. Now coming to software part. So lean digital systems, there are so many which can which can automatically compute the quality of the shop floor, whether it is process audit, whether it is incoming part audit, whether it is FG audit, whether it is what we call as reliability audits. So all these aging audits, all this can be done through those lean digital systems. Plus, best part in that is they will talk about predictive quality again. They will not tell you whether it is okay or NG, but they will tell you when it is going to become NG. That is more important because they work on the science of process capability and process capability index. And to control it, they work on various control charts, whether it is mean range charts or whether it is P chart, whether it is N chart. So they work on process. Ultimately, they work on fundamentals of Six Sigma. And once ultimately all this generative AI, ML, what we are learning today, it is fundamentally based on the fundamentals of Six Sigma only. So
Fantastic.
that is about the quality. So then coming about the most important thing is how many people first are in the shop floor. It is always a big thing. Like tomorrow you have safety drills or anything. So you have lot of cheap face recognition systems. So at any moment when they enter the factory, you will come to know how many people are on the shop floor. Lot of struggle is in the manufacturing industry. At any given moment of time, you don't know how many people are there inside the shop floor. You don't know how movements are there. So you can use those face recognition systems to check how many people are inside the system. And on systems, I'm a strong believer that unless you know how much, only three things happen in shop floor. Either it's a material shortage, or it's a breakdown in the machine, or there is some defect happening. So any end-on system, it can be connected to the phone, and you will come to know about how much actual we have wasted the time and how we can recover it. And finally, as I told you, predictive maintenance softwares can be deployed and sensors can be deployed, by which we'll know, one, how much preventive maintenance is happening and how much that preventive maintenance is effective. Is it really reducing the MTBF and MTTR, that is mean time between failures or mean time to repair? So whether any improvement is happening in that or not. So ultimately, everything in manufacturing depends on defining the problem properly, measuring it, analyzing it, improving it. So we may be good up to improving it and then finally controlling it. This principle is known as DMAT principle. If we do it properly, we can become very smart in manufacturing.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So a little extension for that is raw material. So one of the, as you said, there are three things. One, raw material shortage. I just worked with one Mitsubishi client last week. So one of the key challenge for them is the material shortage. So they have so many parts coming up from so many suppliers. So certifying them and then bringing them to the shop floor properly on time is something which is very important. Even if the one part is missing, then the whole the lead time of manufacturing gets increased. So for that, what Mitsubishi guys are doing is they're trying to automate their warehouse operations by doing some kind of warehouse management system and connecting to their suppliers all the way backwards, and then trying to have the visibility of the material flow right from the supplier to the warehousing and then to the shop floor. So that's something which is very important. Of course, in the downstream supply chain after manufacturing also, we can always see how the material flow happens uninterrupted. Fantastic, sir. Sir, we'll talk about more about the challenges in the context. Okay, that is in the next round. So now let us talk about aviation. I think that's a big industry. So you worked in aviation industry for so long, and you work with so many larger organizations. You can just tell about them if you would like to brief. Okay, so how are the things? What are the trends now? Actionable trends now, you think, Alberto?
Yeah, thank you. I think look, I've worked in cargo as well as in passenger, and there's if I could just focus quickly on the cargo freight rather than passengers, as it is the topic of our conversation specifically. What I notice is that IATA is a very important sort of beacon in aviation, and all airlines need to aspire to essentially hit those particular sort of requirements and compliance. Now, one element that came to my mind is this Air Trade Facilitation Index, right, which ATFI, and it is widely recognized that the integration into this global value chains is facilitated by the ability to move goods across the borders quickly, reliably, and cost effectively, right? So the speed and reliability are particularly crucial for air cargo. We've addressed it earlier when we were talking about manufacturing and so on. So the ATFI, this Air Trade Facilitation Index, was developed to measure the key aspects of the trade facilitation that are important for air cargo, right? For example, performance metrics, the presence of supportive legislative frameworks. I mean, the law is very important as well. And this can vary from country to country, right? But for where we are now in the Middle East, it's a different animal from where I was in Europe or in the US. So within the context of this sort of Air Trade Facilitation Index, there are some top performance, interestingly, performance like Austria, Slovenia, Korea, Italy, Sweden, Holland. These are some of the most powerful ones that facilitate the trade. But there is another index which is about e-freight friendliness, right? And this is about the digitization, which I want to touch on in a minute, the digitization of the industry. So the e-freight friendliness index is also a very important factor in the quality of air cargo services. And this is all about the ability to conduct transactions electronically. So electronic processing can save an awful lot of time. We talked about lean a second ago. We talked about Kaizen or continuous improvement. But implementing transactions electronically can really save an awful lot of time, reduce costs, administrative kind of burdens and complexities, and enhance the service offerings altogether, right? So, this is all about the measures that extend of electronic transactions used in air cargo shipments and logistics. It also considers whether customs is very important. Customs are also interlinked within the electronic ecosystem, so that they can accept electronic processing, which is a key to speeding up and not blocking the freight at customs points. And in the E element, so in the digitization element, interestingly, the top performance that we talked about earlier in terms of facilitation of trade are different. In the e-commerce, for example, the digitization space, interestingly, I noticed that UAE are at the top of the list. So United Arab Emirates, Denmark, Hong Kong, Singapore, Sweden come up. And the United States and even Holland are 8th and 10th place. United States at the 10th place and the Netherlands at 8th place. So, and this is kind of like what I noticed in Qatar as well. We're very good here in terms of electronic and digitization, but there's quite a bit of way to go when it comes down to sort of the whole ecosystem and making it flow without any, too much of interruptions. So the key practical, as you called it earlier, practicality-wise, the key practical air cargo specific implementation interventions that are needed, in my opinion, are the facilitation of electronic processing, for example, through the airway bill and e-freight, the implementation of what we call the single window processing, ultimately enabling the submission of all regulatory documents for trade via one channel. So every other sort of stakeholder is linked to this one single window, coordinated border agency procedures that would enable the elimination of duplicates, so duplication of work, implementation of risk management controls at the border to combat illicit activities and facilitate compliant traders and get rid of the ones that are non-compliant. So a lot of those are actually damaging the industry. Okay, and finally, the deployment of processes that approve the release of shipments in advance of their actual arrival. So imagine what we could do is we can actually intercept shipments ahead of their landing at the destination airport, and we could actually do the clearance of those goods before they even land. So the whole concept, Abdul, of digitization is a very, very important aspect. And Hong Kong, specifically Hong Kong and Cathay Pacific, Cathay Cargo, are really at the forefront of the industry. So Hong Kong International Airport has long been the world's busiest air cargo. Interesting, right? So think about Atlanta, Georgia, as we have a colleague here in the States, is the busiest in terms of passenger movements, but Hong Kong is the busiest from a freight movement. Of course, its proximity to China helps a lot. And regaining its top position after a brief dip in 2020 because of the pandemic. This quick recovery that the airport witnessed is driven by the surge in e-commerce. I mentioned earlier the amount of the volumes that we're moving, particularly out of China, thanks to Shein and thanks to Temu and so on. A significant portion of the global online orders are passing through Hong Kong as the main hub, because China doesn't really have, even Beijing is not a particularly strong hub for them. So Hong Kong becomes that very developed hub, handling over. Even in 2023, they were handling already 4.5 million tons of cargo only in Hong Kong. The airport is equipped with some of the world's most developed sort of facilities in cargo space. Look into the future, you can think that this place in Hong Kong, key stakeholders at the airport are planning further expansion, and a new UPS hub is slated to handle around 1 million tons annually, and expected to become operational in 2028. So strategically, these organizations are looking forward to the next 4 or 5 years to equip themselves to be on top of the e-commerce wave, complementing UPS, complementing a DHL hub of similar capacity, which already opened back in 2023. So DHL's partnerships as well with Cathay Pacific, Cathay Cargo, through Cathay's subsidiary Air Hong Kong, supports the overnight express services of 14 Asian destinations. So this is really kind of where we are. So we're talking about e-commerce, digitization. We are talking about collaboration with other, rather than competition with DHL, actually collaboration with DHL, with UPS. And the airport in Hong Kong is investing heavily in maintaining the quality of the temperature-sensitive goods. So, for example, the moving, temperature-controlled fruit, veg, medicines, skincare, and so on. This is absolutely critical to ensuring the integrity of the products when they arrive at the other end, but also the opportunity for organizations and firms in those countries to be able to trade. As I mentioned earlier, the facilitation of trade through air cargo is very much a strong enabler of economic growth. So, these types of considerations are really, really critical, Abdul, when it comes down to, facilitating worldwide economic growth and e-commerce. And in terms of the of where I also, the other element I come from is postal. as the traditional postal traffic starts to dwindle, or has already begun to dwindle many years ago, the upcoming e-commerce and parcels and packet movements are really, the future generation in terms of keeping even the postal companies afloat. Okay, so an awful lot of what we did in Qatar Post was where I also served for 6 years, was also about diversification of the industry into non-postal products. And particularly powerful is the money and the revenue coming from e-commerce across the globe. And of course, whereas Royal Mail has in the UK, where I also worked, has its own aircraft, and UPS has got its own aircraft. Qatar Post doesn't. A small organization don't. But also some of the Italian and European postal administrations have got their own planes. We need to rely on aviation to be able to move parcels across the world. So these are the types of things, Abdul, that spring to mind when it comes to practicalities. And what Rajiv said earlier, finally, in terms of the people aspect, people, don't forget that nothing is fully automated. We still need individuals to be able to operate whatever industry we're in. At the end of the day, there are customers at the other end, and customers are people. So very, very important what he said when it comes to the cultural development, the cultural aspect of a business, which also is very powerful in aviation and very important in aviation, both on the passenger side, but also on the freight side. Last but not least is the security, the aviation security, AVSEC, how important that is. If you think about some of the unfortunate events that happen in the security aspect from the 9/11, but working backwards to even the late 80s with Lockerbie and baggage and cargo containing, unfortunately, devices that made the carrier explode and so on. So it's very important that we look at the security aspect of air cargo movement. So this is a very practical as well element of it. So I'll just hand you over the mic for now, but these are the types of practicalities that spring to mind.
It's a very nice explanation. I think it's a very insightful, Alberto. Thank you very much. Before touching the technology part, Vasu and Venkat, I'll just try to give you a different point of view. Now, we all know that supply chain management is very crucial. Now, it's one thing is popping up. The latest trend in supply chain management is, or it's a practices is, so multi-enterprise supply chain business networks. So now, with the evolution of that technology, now everything is getting connected. Now it's about the competition is not about the company to company. It's about supply chain to supply chain. Okay, so now a multi-enterprise supply chain business networks is evolving, and it is for a specific industries. It's already in place. Like in aviation, it is in Europe, and some kind of a pharma they have it there, and it's in the fashion it is there. But what it would do basically is it connects all the members of supply chain. Okay, when you talk about the food and beverage industry, so right from the farmers to the storage guys, to the raw material suppliers, to the manufacturers, which are like value-added services manufacturers, and then the manufacturing of the processing, and then the distribution centers, the retailers, and the end consumers. So now all these people can come to a platform which is called a multi-enterprise supply chain business network, and each one can interact with anybody, and then they can make a direct procurement, and then all the supply chain execution systems work as a platform to support all of them. So, for example, a manufacturer directly he can procure from raw material trader, or he can directly procure from a farmer. Okay, and he can pay directly in the system. Okay, so now the platform what we are talking about, multi-enterprise business network, will take care of the whole operations. Even the warehouse guy can do his processes in the same platform. So this is a trend now. we are witnessing, and we are working on that, especially for the food and the beverages industry. In this, I'll just give an example. When you talk about warehousing, third-party warehousing companies, okay, so who are their customers? They are more worried about their customers. So now the customers set very high standards. Somebody like Rajivji, you put a very high standards to your raw material suppliers. Then they eventually they go for 3PLs. So, okay, so to meet that, and of course, the cost is very challenging for them. Now, to maintain and run that 3PL warehouses, they need so many support services, like quality certification, the security, they have automation, they have so many things, logistics enablers, the packaging, the value-added services. So there are so many, at least 20, 30 services required to run a warehouse successfully. Now, what I witness is, you forget about the whole multi-enterprise supply chain. Just take about the 3PL warehousing and their customers and their suppliers. If you take this part itself, it's a big enough, okay, to connect all parties, the warehousing enablers, okay, so warehousing customers, and then warehousing suppliers. So this itself a big network. So if you connect them, so majority of the supply chain inefficiencies will go. And on top of it, if you connect them, and then if you connect to the supply chain finance for this as a bottom layer, even the financial transactions can happen through that, and also even their the credit part. Okay, so even the banks can step in, and then even they can finance for the accounts payables and receivables across the supply chain. So this is the one trend which is taking up by industry. I think in India, we are from Data Labs India, we are trying for food and beverages industry, and eventually it will come up, whether we do it or not. In next 3 to 5 years, the things will come as a multi-enterprise business networks. One of the most important part in multi-enterprise business networks, and of course, whatever you have just said in aviation and manufacturing, is the integration of disparate systems. Now, when you talk about integration of disparate systems, connecting multiple systems together. Now, I leave it to Vasu. So how you connect all the disparate systems using whatever technology, it could be whatever RPA or whatever AI. So how do you think that given scale of the requirement, so what are the key insights an organization should follow in step by step? And many people still think this is an expenditure, not as an investment. So what is your advice for those companies? And what are the key technologies, insights they should take up? So over to you, Vasu.
Sure, Abdul. So on integration right now, pretty much all technologies today, every platform, they open up an API, right? So it should be, back in the day, it was pretty tough to do the integrations. We had to build custom integrations, but now with API-based thing, integration should be relatively easy. Majority of this newer technologies, newer platforms, all of them enable API-based integration. But in that concept, right, one of the biggest challenge, which at least we are seeing, is about data security and trust. When multiple organizations come together, data security becomes a challenge, right? We talk about 3PL, right? So now more and more organizations, because of the government compliance requirements, they are also required to prove the compliance by third party. Right? So the data security, how are they storing the data? You need to have all those things also squared up. That is one big challenge. And the second issue I see there, all will have to see. The way to think about it is identifying a problem is half the solution. Right? First, we identify what the problems are, then eventually it can be solved. Then comes to the point of what you're talking about, right? The analytics part, where again, getting the data from disparate sources, again, building that visibility also, and the analytics, and give the prediction about what can be expected from this is also an important concept to do. So coming to the point of the company seeing it as an expense, that is slowly changing, I would say, because of lot of awareness being created in the markets, right? It's primarily from the boards and the executives, right? Now they are also bombarded with all this technology and everything. When they go out, attend a conference, they see, learn from the peers how they're doing. So slowly, what we are seeing is that they're now ready to make those investment into that area. Like Rajiv was mentioning a little while ago, right? It's always people, process, and technology, and you have to start small, right? You start small and then see some results, and then eventually you will start embracing it more and more. But it's a no-brainer. It's absolutely a no-brainer. And one of the things which service providers like us do, right, like what we do at Zellar, is we never approach this as a technology problem at all, right? We start viewing it from the business side of it, right? So tell them how this is going to impact their business, right? And what is the ROI? It is hard to make an ROI assessment, but put some numbers there and showcase, hey, you're investing $100,000, but guess what? It's going to give you an eventual ROI of millions of dollars, right? That kind of messaging is absolutely required for the founders because, funds are very expensive now, right? With the global investment, the interest rate scenarios, it's very expensive. Every entrepreneur, every executive has to be very prudent about where they're putting in money. It boils down to companies like ours who would justify why this should be done with a clear ROI. And what we end up doing most of the times, the way to overcome this is we take a pilot. And we build the model and everything and showcase on that simple pilot what is the impact it's having on the business. And once they see the impact, the adoption is pretty quick. That's what I would say.
Perfect, sir. Yeah. So I would like to see the different perspective on the technology. So now we talk about artificial intelligence, blockchain. There are many things. Okay, so we talk about, everybody is now talking about artificial intelligence. Everybody, you name it. Okay, whether it is really artificial intelligence or not, forget about it. Now everybody is talking about AI. Whether it is real AI or not, that is something different. Okay, so what about the blockchain applications for supply chain and in manufacturing, or it could be anywhere? So, Venkat Garu, can you throw a light on application of blockchain? Because we want to be some specific. Okay, so based on your understanding, so how can these blockchain technologies can help for the supply chain, especially in the global trade management or any other applications? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I look at it. Blockchain is basically, certainly, it is revolutionizing supply chain transparency and security. You know, by way of providing some sort of decentralized and immutable ledgers. And blockchain also, it allows organizations to, track their products from their origin to the end customer. That is something that I've noticed. And this capability is basically essential for product provenance and as it basically enables companies to verify the authenticity of goods and ensure compliance with the regulatory requirements. Also, blockchain, it can facilitate use of smart contracts that can automate the agreements between parties. That is one thing that we all know, and reducing the need for intermediaries and minimizing the transaction times. So I just take a small example. Walmart basically, it employs blockchain technology to trace food products. They are, allowing them for rapid responses, especially in case of recalls and complying with the food safety. That is one thing. Fine. That is something about the blockchain, but the integration of AI, IoT, and blockchain into supply chain operations can enhance the visibility. It can automate the decision-making process, and it can improve the overall efficiency also. So by adopting this combination of technologies, organizations can not only streamline their process but also position themselves for a sort of success and increase competition wise it is increasing day by day. That's what I noticed.
It's fantastic. So now we have like a 30 minutes remaining. So in this, what we'll talk about two things. One is any specific industry, uh, any specific industry trends within this gambit of all the technology, general, whatever we talk about, any specific industry insights. That is one thing which anybody can share. I don't have to sequence it. The second thing is the key takeaways. Okay. So what are the key takeaways, top three key takeaways for the participants from manufacturing, aviation, and supply chain and technology wise? Okay, so we can start randomly. We don't have to follow a sequence.
A small request. Can you take a minute? As a technocrat, what I noticed is, especially from supply chain management, watching its advancement since 1995 to adopting higher technology, latest technologies. The way I look at it, as a matter of fact, this is a sort of a consensus that goes on within our company also, among myself, the CTO, and the data division head also, that there are a couple of things. Before we embrace any technology, it is basically, we always recommend to our clients to look at a sort of a data-driven decision making, and especially we request them to evaluate the diversified sourcing technologies, diversified sourcing strategies. That is something to the key of supply chain management. I think it is, of course, I'm not a core SCM guy. And lastly, adopting the technological innovations. Today, you are seeing blockchain, AI, IoT, ML, but tomorrow something else could be there. But the bottom line is basically, in fact, there are two things that I learned by watching supply chain management since '95. One, it teaches the operational efficiency, and the second factor, competitiveness. Even which other domains, the technology industry, others can learn from this by studying. So this is what my small submission to all of you.
So thank you, Venkatji. Thank you very much. So let us talk about two things, as I told. So anybody can share in this. So give us like one or two industries where any specific industries where the supply chain trends you are witnessing from your experience, and also then what we talk about the second round is key takeaways for the companies. So we can start. Please feel free, Rajiv ji. Please feel free. Yeah. No, you are in mute. Huh? You are in mute.
Thank you. So I think it's good, like if we share the practical industries. So I think FMCG, durables, a lot of examples. If you see LGs of the world and Samsung of the world, you will see all deployment of these processes, including Luminous. Most of the things we have done it here, and it has helped them. One is being very competitive, like giving the value to the customer and making products where the customer feels yes, it's value for money to them. So, and they have made it the processes are so efficient, like they have become all world leaders in their product categories. So coming to the takeaway, so automobiles is also a very good industry. For example, if you see BMW or Benz, it's a complete robotic plant. You will hardly see any manpower. So warehouse, even if you see Amazon warehouse, it has everything deployed right from cyber physical system. Anything we discussed today, you can see practical implementation of that in an Amazon warehouse. So you can check it there. So similarly, coming to, as I said, demand sensing part of it, you can see in various FMCG industries, these practices, because FMCG, if their demand is here or there, everything has a shelf life. So you can imagine, and pharma industry, like we discussed today, for them, demand sensing is very, very important. And they have done lot of automation in those kind of things. So these are the industries where the best practices can be seen while they are practically implemented. Three takeaways is like, first, always in a supply chain, if it is shorter, if it is simple, and if it is smart, it is beautiful. So we have to make this chain short, we have to make it simple, and we have to make it smart. When I say smart, doesn't mean, it means that everything should be visible. We should be in control of things at least. We should know what is happening where in various elements of this supply chain. So if it is visible, we can solve. If we know a problem, we can solve it. If we don't know a problem, we'll never solve it. So that is the first thing, is like we should directly capture the demand. So we tools, whether they are simple, like start with demand planning at least, if not sensing. We can start with good, very effective SIOP meetings, at least to capture those demands till we automate that process. Coming to manufacturing, we have packaging, movement of things, start with automating that and start using, like we heard Venkat, we heard that so many like soft tools have come which can be deployed so that we can see efficiencies coming. We heard Vasu talking about it. So we can use those tools and we can see ROI is coming, we can see efficiency is happening. So that is how manufacturing. And finally, how to make it easily, speedily, and freshly available to customers. So we should look at making that process short, making it transparent. And we discussed today, like it is a very good concept, and we have been debating in our company that how we can do this multi-enterprise business solutions, especially with warehouses, because lot of seasonal and non-seasonal goods are there, which means that you have taken a productive place, and when it is not your season, you're just wasting that productive space. So it's a excellent, and it will happen there because lot of seasonal and non-seasonal products can be combined together to improve the space productivity there for 3PL warehouses. So I think ultimately these are the three principles: make it short, make it simple, and so I think these are the take.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I think.
Alberto.
Yeah, Abdul, thank you. So before I come to the takeaways, I'll cover about 4 or 5 points in my view for the takeaways. I'm actually thinking about one point of reflection, which we certainly haven't covered, but it's come to my mind, and is the last mile delivery, Abdul, right? So we've talked an awful lot about what other colleagues and the panelists are talking in terms of, facilitating lean and the cultural aspect. We talked about automation, machine learning, AI potentially, but at the end of the day, once the goods arrive or the freight arrives at its destination, those parcels, right, those e-commerce parcels, or those eggs that we were talking about earlier, they need to reach the consumer. So the last mile is something that deserves a couple of words, right? And maybe we certainly don't have the time to look at this as a one topic, but certainly could be treated as one topic. Because once the freight has arrived in Doha, in my case, in Qatar, it needs to be custom cleared, and then it needs to go to the customer warehouse. At that point, it needs to be distributed. So, just to give you an idea, just Shein, if you know, right, the Chinese Shein manufactures sort of clothing and apparel and so on. In Qatar alone, we distribute something in the range of about 2,000 to 2,500 parcels a day, right? Temu has now reached about 10,000 10,000 parcels a day. So how do we put in place the last part of the supply chain, which essentially goes to touch the consumer in terms of the overall lead time from the day when he or she ordered the tablecloth to the point and date and time when she receives it? See what I mean? So we can do all sorts of things. My point here is that we are just as good as the weakest, or as the strongest link, or we are just as poor as the weakest link. We can be great, all of us 9, but if the 10th cog in the mechanism is not smart enough, to use a previous word, then we are not going to make that overall A to Z supply chain process effective and efficient for the benefit of the consumer. Okay, so just wanted to sort of like share a point of reflection, because at the end of the day, there is still a consumer that has ordered a pair of trainers, and she needs to receive them within a reasonable amount of days in order to be satisfied. Anyway, otherwise all of us fail. That's my point. I'll give you the mic to discuss that if you wish. But finally, in terms of takeaways for aviation, look, improved air cargo connectivity correlates with a substantial increase in trade value, driving economic development and competitiveness. That's one element that it really is very important. Air cargo, in terms of economic impact, air cargo, though less than 1%, I mentioned at the beginning, by volume, but still it accounts for 35% of the global trade by value, highlighting the importance, especially in the global value chains, of this particular mode of transportation. Obviously, the other colleague talked about marine and sea, ocean shipping and so on. Air cargo has a completely different dimension, and it is about simplicity. It is about reachability, speed of moving of those goods. Digitization, number 3 for me. Cathay, I talked about Cathay Pacific Cargo commitment to digitization. It includes, they have reached 100%, Abdul, of EAWB, so airway bills, and 100% API integration. Another colleague talked about integration. I think you did as well, actually. Integration with other supply chain stakeholder systems. This is key to enhancing the efficiency, the cost savings, and the competitiveness. Technological advancements, investment in AI and electronic processing. This aims to streamline customs and compliance, boosting the overall speed and reliability in air cargo operations. This is really important. Global leaders, countries such as global leaders leading the trade facilitation and electronic processing, like the UAE and Denmark. These guys have set the benchmarks for air cargo efficiency and effectiveness. And lastly, and I'll give you the mic as I promise, future infrastructure. So Hong Kong, I told you earlier, International Airport is allowing UPS to set up a facility that will go live in 2028, and DHL, of course, has got one already in 2023. So these kinds of takeaways, for me, underscore the important role of air cargo in facilitating global trade and driving economic growth through digital and infrastructural advancements. Over to you.
So thank you very much, Alberto. Very nice. So I'll just try to give some insights based on my experience, having visited hundreds of manufacturing, supply chain, and warehousing organizations over a period of 3 to 4 years now, as we are providing solutions for warehousing, manufacturing, and fleet as part of supply chain suite. So what I notice is, especially the mid-size and smaller manufacturing and supply chain companies, so they are a little skeptical about the technology. They are willing to invest, but they are skeptical. Now here, they are unable to decide between the most popular technologies, most popular software companies, or whatever, and then what is required for them. Okay, so they are unable. So they go by the recommendation, the most popular softwares like SAP or whatever. And then at the other hand, they have the major challenges of selecting the best of the best softwares, which are not meeting their requirement. So my advice for them is select the right solution for you. You don't run behind the most popular, because today's most popular solution may be not so popular tomorrow. So select the right solution for you. Select the right partner. Okay, so it's not that you select the right software, but if you don't choose the right partner to help you, then you are going nowhere. So you will actually you will end up in a bigger problem than not having the solution. So select the right partner who can grow with you. Be generous with them. So don't penny pinch everything so that it will come back to you. So you will have your quality delivery problems kind of thing. And then think about the total solution. Don't think about the bits and pieces. I give you an example. I talked to one company, I don't remember the name. So I don't know, maybe they had a bad experience with IT companies kind of thing. So what the managing director told me is, so they don't want to give all the solutions to one company. So what they have done is they have given the CRM. They took one CRM, they took one purchasing solution, they have a manual inventory solution, and they have another accounting solution. So they have 4 systems. So I told them, guys, why don't you do all in one? And then why don't you find the right partner to do it all in one? So it will help you from investment point of view and also from services. They said, no, these IT people will create a problem for us. And then once, if we depend only on one company, we will have a problem. So it is like a mindset. So it's a big mindset problem. Now the organizations are going forward on a collaborative mode. It's like a win-win. So if you don't build right partnerships, either it could be a technology, or it could be a raw material supply, or it could be anything, services supply or whatever. If you don't build up the right partner ecosystem, you are going to have a big problem going forward. So you have to build the right partner ecosystem to be successful in manufacturing and supply chain domain. So that is something which is very important. The secondly, if you stay behind, so there is a chance that you will never catch up. So there must be some kind of contingency. They need to invest on research and development in technology wise. So you cannot say let other guy try everything, and then once it is successful, I'll take it. So by the time everything is successful, they might have done as 2 rounds of learning. Okay, and then you still starting, and then maybe it could be very expensive for you to start, or you don't have the right people to start your journey. So you have a bigger problems. So what you do is you need to have a right budgets, a right allocation of the resources, bring the core team, and then invest on them and the research and development. It could be a technology or it could be anything. So put up the investment. So even if it is losing, no problem. So at least you gain experience and you learn. So consider IT expenditure as an investment, not as an expense. It's not really an expense. You need to consider this an investment. So if you the more you think about expenditure, it will be a big problem. So many people told me, so you are implementing a warehouse management system. You are implementing us for manufacturing execution. So what is ROA? Okay, so one of the very big, very good company. So he asked me, sir, we have a big problem in raw material supplies. Because of raw material supplies, we have a manufacturing lead time problems. Okay, now we want to implement a warehouse management system. So can you give me ROI? I told them, so ROI is a secondary. Now you need to have a service level. So you need to make sure that your manufacturing runs smooth. So what is ROI for that? Your manufacturing loss is ROI. Okay, so how can we estimate that? So that you know this. Okay, so think about enabler. So technology is enabler. You cannot have ROI calculation for everything. It's not possible. Even if you do that calculation, it could be something based on some unused assumptions. Okay, so invest on things. So And the third thing is the people. Okay, it's always start and ends with the people. If you have a good people, young people who are trained, invest on the people, try to retain them as much as possible. So if you have a pipeline of building people process for the technology perspective, so you will not have a problem. So the technology adoption will be faster, and then it is a continuous thing. So these are the three things I would like to say. And then finally, before we talk about, tell about something about sustainability at the final thoughts at the end of the session. Each one of you can share the sustainability like ESG final thoughts. So now over to you, Vasuji. So now you talk about the key takeaways and your insights.
Uh, yeah, Abdul. So great points. I think your observations are spot on, right? We see this day in, day out. So one of the things I would say, right, like the way they're looking at this as an investment versus an expense. So there, I think they have to be more open to have a discussion to really, right? We all have a role to play there. See, some of the times what happens is, like the old saying, right? If you're living with a pain for long, then you stop even realizing that it's painful, right? So the old habits die hard, right? If you are used to do a certain things, you do not even understand how much of productivity loss you're having because of that, right? So the way we have seen to overcome this is approach this problem from top down, from the executive level, right? Talk to them about the business first and explain them, hey, this is what your peers are doing. And to your point, it's absolutely fantastic. If you do not innovate today, if you do not adapt to technology, your life is very short, right? So it is like, look at what happened to BlackBerry, right? So you all probably remember back in the day, the smartphone, right? I distinctly remember when Obama became president in 2008. In the first interview in the media, he was flaunting his BlackBerry. Hey, I use BlackBerry. I message on it. I can type so fast, everything, right? So what can a brand get? Kind of advertisement more than president of the United States, right? That was the brand 2008. They were raving. It took just 1 year for them to get to the bankruptcy because they were not innovating, right? Apple came and they released the iPhone, and then boom, it's done, right? Within no time, it's done. Of course, Kodak and other things, they took a while to go away from their markets because they were not innovating. But if they do not innovate, you will get wiped out. The entire business is lost. So this is something which they need to be aware of. Entrepreneurs, if you put feet in their shoe and think about it, right? They have million problems every day to deal with, right? Technology, and this is one part of it. So we need to work like a true partners with them and make them understand, hey, think of like I am also kind of a non-paid board member thinking about your problem, trying to solve or trying to help how your business can be built. So that is what in terms of technology and choosing the vendors also, absolutely you're right on that. See, end of the day, tool is a tool, right? So whether you drive a Ferrari or you drive a Maruti depends on the driver, how you drive it, right? It doesn't matter. Tool doesn't matter. Tool may have inherent capabilities, but how the driver drives it. So people end of the day matter, how they work and how they look at, do they understand the big picture they implement. That's what I would say. For takeaways for me, I'm thinking it from point of view of a business person, right, who is running a warehouse or running a company and everything. There is so much of noise outside, which is hard for somebody to even understand and comprehend. What should I be doing, right? Okay, understood, I have to adopt to technology, but which technology, where, how? These are the bigger questions which make them keep postponing the decision. So if you look at our discussion today, right? for a key takeaway, simply if you want to put it in simple blocks to understand where this technology is going, I see it like three different buckets, right? So there are technologies which fall under visibility and transparency mode. That's one bucket. What are those technologies talking about? Be it IoT, tracking devices, and all those things, right? Where it gives you visibility and transparency of what is happening. Rajiv talked about cameras, the face recognition things, all of this, right? These are all basically technologies falling under your visibility and transparency kind of operations, right? And the second piece of second bucket of technology, if you want to put it under, is we talked about is automation, right? We're talking about robots or robotic arms or how we are using this or whatever automation techniques we are using. Those are all technologies falling under process automation and automation. That's the second bucket. Third one, which mostly Venkat and you were talking about, Abdul, come under, technologies which help you make data-driven decisions, which is primarily analytics and ML. That's the third bucket, right? So when a company starts looking at this in these three buckets, now problems look smaller. I don't have to worry about, let me think about what investments do I want to make in which bucket and which one is the priority to me. Maybe my industry does not allow me to, or automation is a big deal for me to invest right now. I may not be able to afford robotics or anything. Now let me look at visibility place. Can I make some investment there? Or can I make investments in the data-driven side of it, right? So if you put them in buckets like this, it will be easier for them to think and adopt and allocate budgets also. Which one is priority and everything? Because we are hearing so many things, right? In terms of technology, it's often very confusing. What do I do? Where do I go? Right? The same problem, right? We face as individuals on a day-to-day basis. One day I see somebody says coffee is good. Second day I see, oh, coffee causes cancer. Then they say, oh, eat protein. Then they say, no, carbs are good. No, everything, every day there is confusing, right? I stopped hearing to it anymore now. I said, okay, it is what it is. I'm good, whatever it is, right? So that is the inertia which steps in. Those are my key takeaways, I think, for them to do. They have to certainly invest. It is not at all an expense. If they do not invest, the entire business is at risk. Choosing the right people, right technology is absolute must. Before I hand off, Alberto, thanks for bringing it up. The key essential part in all this is the last mile delivery. Without this, right, it's all meaningless. Right?
It's true.
That's so important. Thanks for bringing that up. That makes this discussion like a 360-degree discussion, right?
That is true.
Absolutely. Because see, in a soccer game, you dribble, you show all the skills and take ball to the goalpost and you hit it outside. Nobody remembers it. It's all waste. All your skills are waste, right? Similarly here, if you do not do all the things you implement in data-driven decisions, you do optimization and you do automation, you do visibility, everything, but you fail on delivery and end user consumer is not happy, then whole thing is gone for a toss, right? So the interesting things, what at least we are observing here, I would talk about two things, right? One is in terms of delivery itself, what is happening. Last mile delivery, as you would have all heard, slowly it's in the POC stage. The drone-based delivery is coming up, right? And the second important revolution which is happening is crowdsourced delivery. Like you are seeing in the food industry, it's happening, right? India also, you see Swiggy's and some other companies also doing. Here it's a big revolution like DoorDash and other things which are doing. And Amazon has launched a service like that called Amazon Flex, where people can pick up and then deliver from their thing, right? The other part, which is very important, I don't know if it is there in India or not. There is also a new method which has come up called locker delivery, right? So people go to the big stores everywhere. There are lockers put up there. So they don't have to deliver. Whenever you go to the store and they give you the locker number, you go and pick up your product there from the locker. Right? That is also being very effective in the United States. Amazon has put up lockers In literally every a large retail outlet you go, they have lockers there. You can order there and take it. That is on the delivery part itself. And in the improvements also, we are seeing a lot of improvements being made in last mile delivery, like the optimization of the routes. So particularly in the United States, there is a clear way of predicting the traffic and everything, what times are actually the best times for delivery. Where you're not stuck in a rush hour and you take a lot of time, instead of delivering 10 addresses, now you're able to deliver only 2, right? So the delivery optimization, the route optimization is also a big deal, which is happening on the last mile delivery. Yeah, those are my points, but thanks for bringing it up. Such an important point.
It's very
So
important because at the end of the day, you cannot satisfy the consumer if you mess up on that bit. But also, you know, when we talk about local supply chain, Abdul, we talked a lot about international supply chain, right? But when you talk about supply chain locally, for example, a consumer that just goes onto their app and orders his grocery, her grocery, and gets it delivered within an hour. Okay, this is some of the stuff that I've implemented personally here in Qatar. I mean, 1 hour from the point of in time when you've actually ordered your grocery and you receive it at a ding dong on your door, it's quite something if you consider that we are not in South Korea, we're not in Japan, we in my case in Qatar. So, you know, how do you put together an A to Z supply chain that enables the consumer to receive their goods within an hour? I mean, that sounds like, you know, something simple, but if you think about all the stakeholders that are involved from the point of view that the consumer gets what she's ordered within an hour, it's something that, you know, you'd be quite surprised. And back to the point made here by Vasu, when it comes down to route optimization, when it comes down to integration of API between stakeholder systems, all of these elements are really key to ensuring that supply chain locally is done efficiently. Last but not least, if you think about here in Qatar or in the Middle East, we've got temperatures up to 50 degrees in the summer. So the government during the World Cup started to say, right, okay, no motorbikes between the times of 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So some of these bylaws, some of these regulations are also impacting negatively, although they protect the employee, right, the rider. So all of these elements are all to be taken into account when you factor them all in ensuring that the supply chain guarantees what it says on the tin and improves it, you know, day after day, week after week. So, you know, this particular point is really, you know, I'm pleased that we're discussing it at the very end. Abdul, I'm going to give you a couple of points on sustainability. I think that's what, because I've covered for you the key takeaways. But on sustainability, I just want to give you a couple of points on aviation. Carbon emissions reduction. Aviation is working towards reducing its carbon footprint through more fuel-efficient aircraft, as you know, sustainable aviation fuel, and carbon offsetting programs. Okay, so it's a lot of effort has been done by aviation to reduce the carbon footprint. Now, sustainable aviation fuels, or SAF, is seen as a critical solution with the potential to reduce life cycle carbon emissions by up to 80% compared to traditional jet fuels. And innovative technologies, the industry is investing an awful lot in electric and hybrid aircraft, aiming to reduce dependence on fossil fuels. We'll see that probably in the next 15 to 20 years, in my opinion. Operational efficiency, airlines are optimizing flight routes, improving the air traffic management, and implementing more efficient ground operations to lower the fuel consumption and the emissions. And also regulatory and industry initiatives like, for example, the global organizations such as ICAO or ICAO have set ambitious targets such as the carbon offsetting and reduction schemes for international aviation to achieve carbon neutral growth. noise reduction, and as well, modern aircraft designs aim to lower that noise reduction and pollution, benefiting the communities near the airports. For example, in Europe, we have a curfew between the hours of 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Whereas in other parts of the world, I'm sure that also in India you don't, but here in the Middle East we don't have that either. So it's important to create aircraft that are less noise polluting, and stakeholder collaboration. Finally, collaboration across the aviation ecosystem, including government, airlines, manufacturers, passengers. It's really essential to advancing sustainability goals. If you just think about all of the lobbying that happens in Europe with regards to the new airports being built, existing airports being expanded, all of these kind of stakeholders put together, whilst they might sound as if they are intruding, but working together to reduce carbon footprint and guaranteeing a sustainability journey for the next sort of 50 plus years is very, very important. I'll hand over the mic to you. Thank you, Abdul, and the rest of the team. Thanks a lot.
Fantastic. So I think we are done with the time. But final thoughts? Yes, you can conclude, Rajiv ji and Venkat ji. So you can conclude the final thoughts, and then we will just conclude the session.
Yeah, so I think a couple of points on sustainability in India here also, like everybody is talking about sustainable and green plants, and everybody ultimately has an aim to become carbon neutral. So a lot of renewable energy is used, so rather than conventional sources. So whether it is solar, whether it is wind, whether it is hydrogen, but solar is very popular, so that it's a clean energy that is being used. Also, the focus is on green materials, like whether it is green plastic, green packaging, and already the compliances are everywhere, so that we are quite sustainability is there, and we have EPR, that is we as EPR users, whoever are the manufacturers, how do they recycle, reverse logistics? Like if we are giving material to customer, that how can we bring it back and focus on recyclability, so that 360 reverse logistics does take place. So these are a couple of points, and a lot of focus is for every organization, so that we can target to become carbon neutral.
So thank you, sir. Thank you. Venkat ji, so concluding remarks. Yeah.
Yes. The way I look at it from a supply chain management, basically, if I call it as a future-proofing supply chains, one is basically the way I look at it, developing the digital skills. That is one thing that organizations, they need to focus on. And another factor is basically some sort of strategies for workforce training should be in place. Because of paucity of time, I'm just limiting to pointers only. And sort of fostering collaboration and building strategic partnerships. This will help, the way I look at it. And if we happen to have some sort of a minute or two, if you look at it, to leverage all these advanced technologies, be it AI, IoT, by the way, Musk is one of the best examples in managing their refrigerated containers. And blockchain, if you look at it, Walmart, they averted a major food safety related problem in one of the cases, which otherwise would have taken weeks and months to detect. That was prevented in just minutes through blockchain technology. And to really exploit all these things, they must, enterprises or businesses, they need to prioritize workforce training, a sort of a continuous learning, and a sort of another thing is strategic partnership. So from the perspective of developing digital skills, not only to use the new tools, but also have a deep understanding how these technologies can be integrated into the
existing processes. That is the most important aspect, the way I look at it from a technology perspective. And also, they should invest in training programs to, that can cover technical skills such as data analytics, programming, and system management, soft skills, and sort of problems solving and adaptability. And the way I look at it, another thing from workforce training strategy perspective, formal education and hands-on experience should be provided. So that way, that is an important factor. And organizations and businesses, they have to have that thought process of continuous improvement in their approach. That is an important factor that they should consider. And most important, after seeing a lot of large enterprises, what I realized is organizations, they need to cultivate the habit of a workforce that needs to be agile, and they should be prepared to adopt the changing market demands, because it is changing pretty rapidly. That is another thing, the way I look at it. And sort of fostering collaborations basically with the suppliers, between suppliers, logistic providers, and technology vendors. A sort of a knowledge sharing and innovations should be in place through collaborative platforms, as you rightly indicated. That should be there. Fine, it goes along with the best practices, etc., for a better thing, a better outcome. And from building the strategic partnerships also, the way I look at it, it is crucial to future-proof this supply chain between external partners and adopting or implementing advanced solutions. That is something that everyone should seriously consider. This is what I like to conclude, and thank you all.
Venkat, I thank you all. I would like to say, I always, whenever I talk to any company, small or large, what I tell about supply chain is about three things. Improve your visibility in whatever you do, either it could be a process, material flow, or cash flows, or whatever. Then increase the speed, do necessary automations, and increase the speed of your processes. And then finally, you need to establish collaborations, whether it could be internal partners or external partners. So visibility, speed, and collaboration is something which every supply chain organization should think of, and the rest will follow. So with this, I take this as an opportunity to thank one and all. So I start from Rajiv ji. So you are sick today. So thank you for joining and having patiently sitting for so long. Okay, I really appreciate your insights in manufacturing. Well, this is something which is really impressive. And